want to pause the recording.
Baby like tea. What? Can you teach me how to breastfeed? I heard it's free, and all my baby really need. Yo, listen up, grab your partner, and I'll show you how. It's super easy and the best way to feed your child. Hold your baby close and let him pick a side. Nose to nipple will help her open really wide. Lay back and put your baby on top of you. Get comfy and watch what little man can do. If he's on right, it shouldn't hurt you. Don't worry if the other side squirts too. When you feed her, don't watch the clock, cause baby girl knows just when to stop. Skin to skin, keeps your baby nice and warm. Cross cradle, support your baby in your arms. It may take time, but be patient. Feed her on demand, don't keep that baby waiting. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. All the babies love it, all the babies love it. All the babies love it, you ain't messing with my breast milk. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. All the babies love it, all the babies love it. All the babies love it, you ain't messing with my breast milk. Your milk is filled with lots of vitamins plus immune protection that only you can give. The first milk, we call it liquid gold, perfect for a newborn that's only 1 day old. It's super sticky and it's thick like honey, just the right amount to fill your baby's tiny tummy. So when you see that poop and you wanna scream, by day 2, it should go from black to green. If his poops are frequent and a mustard yellow, you're doing good, so let it flow. Don't forget to nurse on both sides, sit back, relax, and stare into your baby's eyes. You can be an A cup or a triple D, you'll still make all the milk your baby needs. Healthy and strong, your baby will surely grow, a bond that lasts forever, only you will know. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. All the babies love it, all the babies love it. All the babies love it, you ain't messing with my breast milk. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. Teach me how to breastfeed, teach me how to breastfeed. All the babies love it, all the babies love it. All the babies love it, you ain't messing with my breast milk.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. Before we get started, we want to give you an opportunity to maybe turn on your cameras really quickly, greet everyone, say hello. If you have your camera on, feel free to do so. Hi, nice to see you. Hello. And of course, continue to put your name, your position in your local health district in the chat as well. Thank you so much. Well, I'll start with giving Catherine the opportunity to wave and say hello.
Hello.
And then we have Jareen here as well. And of course, I'm Danisha. So welcome. All right, see another camera. All right, so as you all do that, we can now shut our cameras off. We want to be mindful of the bandwidth, but we'll have these little opportunities here and there to do so. All right, so let's turn our cameras off.
Excuse me, Donisha,
Yeah.
just speaking of bandwidth, I was just in the agency forum this morning and I have a very important announcement for everyone because it could possibly impact our training today. between 12 and 1, everyone needs to be logged off of Global Protect. They're going to do an upgrade. They just made the announcement between 12 and 1. So it's okay to use Cisco AnyConnect. But if anyone has Global Protect on, you need to log out between 12 and 1 today. So we should be able to do that right when we go to our lunch break. But I wanted to say it now so I didn't forget.
And I will have Siri give me a reminder. once I go.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Doreen. I appreciate that. All right. So I'm going to turn off my camera and welcome you all once again to level 2, day 2 of the WIC breastfeeding curriculum training. So continue to put your name, your position, and your local agency in the chat. And what we are going to do first is start with an icebreaker, and then I'll give you all a recap so that we can make sure everyone is here. All right, so our first icebreaker is going to be, what are some of your favorite games to play? What are some of your favorite games to play? Heavy Uno last session last week. So what do you guys play? I like chess.
Spades, checkers, rook,
Nice.
illustrations. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, I've heard of telestrations before. It didn't last long for me, but
Apples to apples.
oh, that is my favorite too. I love apples to apples. They have a traveling edition too. Nice.
Left, right, center. I've never heard of that one.
Okay, have to Google that one.
I'm gonna have to Google several of these.
Yes, I know one that I put out last week was a new favorite for me and my family. It's called Unpack That, and it's therapy in a box. So it's really intentional based conversation to, have, and it's a nice little dinner time game or, with family, friends, whoever, but it's kind of nice.
Cards Against Humanity. I've played that with my dad and my aunt who are in their 70s, and whoo, that is hilarious.
Cool. Okay. Well, thank you all so much for that. Keep the participation coming all throughout the rest of the day and for tomorrow. We love to see it. I just wanted to recap from yesterday for anyone that may have missed the beginning of yesterday's training. I wanted to remind you that level 2 focuses on supporting normal breastfeeding, including early practices to get breastfeeding off to a good start, position and latch, and supporting mothers from pregnancy through weaning. And as a reminder, we do have quite a bit of material to cover, so always jot down any questions you may have along the way. We try to do our best to address them during the Q&A session, or you can always send them in to us and we'll get the answers back out to everyone if need be, or we'll have time to, chat about it before the end of the training as well. We will be aiming for 2 breaks and a 30-minute lunch, so please refrain from the urge to multitask during the training. We understand the lactation requirements of staff that may need to express milk, so please be encouraged to take care of any biological needs as they arise, and that goes for everyone. Anyone needing to step away from the training, please just take note of where you left off. That'll make it easier to watch that portion of the recording before you, take your post-test, because you want to have all of the information and always be taking notes. Additionally, we will be discussing topics that are sensitive in nature, and it may be triggering to some of our staff that have sadly encountered some of the situations we are going to discuss. Please take notes in your WIC action journal and actively participate in the group activities. If you're, with a group, or if we go into breakout rooms, please be mindful and ready to do that. There is an 80-question post-test, which will require 90% correct. Now, you will hear on some of the videos turning your post-test at the end of the video. Please disregard that. This was originally set up for individual study, but because we want to do our very best by you, we have created this hybrid type of model so that we can actually engage you in addition to the videos. So note that you will receive the train information after the last day of training. So we'll get that out via training without you is absolutely no fun. We cannot emphasize that enough. We lean on your experiences. We lean on your participation to make this lively so that we can all learn from each other and learn something new. All right. So with that being said, we are going to dive right in. Continue as you join to put your name, your local health district, and your position in the chat. And let's continue. All right, and please have page 46 available, ready for this section.
Hello, and welcome to the Hospital Support videos in the Normal Breastfeeding section. In this video series, we'll look at practices that can get breastfeeding off to a great start and how we can support moms in the hospital and in the early days at home. A new mom's experience at the hospital is a crucial time for beginning breastfeeding. Positive practices can make the difference in getting a good start. It can also affect how long the mother will end up breastfeeding her baby. As WIC staff, we empower moms by giving them anticipatory guidance about their hospital experience. This helps them properly prepare. We can encourage them to engage their family members and to rest during the recovery period. We also encourage them to talk about their needs and their goals with their healthcare providers and the hospital staff. Most importantly, WIC provides support so they can reach these goals. A new mom's breastfeeding experience in the hospital can affect both whether she will breastfeed and for how long. Even confident moms who are well prepared can lose their confidence once the baby is born, especially if breastfeeding isn't going well. Sometimes unanticipated events can occur. Maybe the mother has birth complications or delivers prematurely. She or the baby might have medical problems that require them to be separated. Or maybe the baby will need to be supplemented at some point. According to the WIC Infant and Toddler Feeding Practices Study 2, hospital staff support affects a WIC mom's breastfeeding decisions. The study found that when moms said they received strong support for breastfeeding, 92% did so. 75% breastfed when they had moderate support, and only 48% breastfed when they said they had weak support. WIC staff can help moms grow their confidence by preparing for a positive experience. This slide shows a number of early practices in the hospital that can affect how long a mom might breastfeed. These practices include breastfeeding within the first hour after the birth and avoiding formula and pacifiers. Moms also need to know the importance of rooming in with the baby and how to recognize feeding cues. Moms who receive info on how to continue breastfeeding before they're discharged from the hospital are also more likely to breastfeed longer. WIC helps to prepare pregnant moms so they can build confidence and become empowered to reach their breastfeeding goals. WIC also encourages moms to talk with their healthcare providers about their goals. WIC staff can share the importance of breastfeeding and help mothers address their concerns. They can help them set goals for breastfeeding. WIC staff can also prepare moms for what to expect at the hospital and once they're at home. We also remind moms that WIC gives help and support. Once the mother is discharged, peer counselors make proactive contacts frequently during her first week home from the hospital. This can help identify early challenges that need to be addressed. It also assures the mom of WIC's support. When talking with moms, remember our role in supporting the mother's healthcare team. If breastfeeding doesn't go as the mother planned in the hospital, it can be tempting to blame the hospital staff or the provider. WIC has a role in establishing community partnerships, and as such, WIC builds up local healthcare professionals as important partners and advocates. We support them with participants. So, if mothers report advice we might question, we need to realize that sometimes mothers misinterpret what healthcare professionals say to them. It is also easy to misread a situation when you're dealing with the challenges of being a new parent. Some mothers simply don't want to continue breastfeeding or do not feel equipped to handle the challenges. If mothers report questionable advice, pass that along to your WIC supervisor to address. When a mother does report misinformation, we want to always assume the best intentions of those who are advising her. We can use open-ended questions to find out more. For example, we might ask, how do you feel about what the doctor advised you to do? What are your breastfeeding goals? What next steps would you be comfortable taking? You can also build up the mother's network of trusted providers by affirming her or offering information. You might say, it sounds as though the doctor is concerned about your baby. Or you could say, I can share some information you can discuss with your doctor. Let's take a closer look at some of these important messages that help moms properly prepare. Some mothers may be uneasy or even afraid of being in the hospital. Some moms have had a previous negative experience. Many moms might have never been in a hospital at all. Many moms also worry about the labor and birth experience. They might be in pain after the birth. Hospital procedures can seem frightening if you aren't familiar with them. WIC staff can encourage mothers during their pregnancy to become more familiar with the hospital. Encourage them to attend a class at the hospital and tour the maternity unit. An important message for moms to know is that their hospital stay is a time for them to recover and heal from childbirth. Their rapidly changing hormones right after the delivery may cause them to feel overwhelmed and exhausted. They should focus on rest and nurturing their baby while they are in the hospital. Rest is an important way our bodies heal. Limiting visitors and the length of their visits might be one way to help them get more rest so they can recover faster. Teach mothers about normal infant behaviors on the first and second days after delivery. On the first day, most babies sleep many hours. Babies need to recover from the birth too. This is the perfect time for moms to rest as well. That will help them have more energy and strength so they can handle the changing needs of their baby on the second day. On the second day, babies tend to be more awake. If they were overstimulated on the first day by lots of visitors and interruptions, they can be fussier and harder to console. This is why resting on the first day helps everyone recover better to cope with the higher demands on day 2. Many mothers enjoy having a family member or a close friend stay with them at the hospital. This person can be mom's support advocate. If that person is able to stay the night with her, she will have a little extra help. This support person can also help her manage visitors so she can rest more. Many people think that rest occurs only at night. Help them consider resting during the day as well. Moms who rest during the day in the hospital and once they are home can rebuild their strength. You can suggest that she naps when baby sleeps. She can dim the lights and keep noises low. The hospital might have standard quiet hours so moms can rest and bond with the baby. If there's not a quiet hours policy, parents can request that the nurse give them short rest periods without visitor interruptions. Hospital and visitor interruptions can be a challenging part of a mom's hospital stay. Many moms feel shy breastfeeding in front of visitors, and then they may not want to do skin-to-skin when others are in the room. They may also hesitate to ask loved ones to leave. On the other hand, in some cultures, it is very important for families to be together. We can find out what the mother feels will give her the best support, and then urge her to share her expectations with her family members before her baby is born. We mentioned earlier that babies who are overstimulated with being handled by too many people can be fussy and hard to console on day 2. Moms might misinterpret the fussiness to mean baby is hungry or they're not making enough milk. Visitors may pressure the mom to calm the baby with formula or a pacifier. We can prepare moms with ideas for how to cope. Limiting visitors and the number of people who handle the baby can help prevent overstimulation. If babies do become overstimulated, suggest that moms use gentle, repetitive movements, such as rocking the baby. Remind moms that the nurse is there to help them heal. They can show her ways to calm her baby. They can also help monitor visitors and suggest that mom needs some rest time. Suggest that moms talk with the nurses about her handling visitors. Because family members and friends all want to help, we can suggest some ideas that mom and her support person can share with them. It begins during the first hour. Mom and her partner or breastfeeding support person need quiet, uninterrupted, skin-to-skin time with baby in the first hour. This is a crucial time for bonding and getting breastfeeding off to a great start. Family members can help by patiently giving the new family this time together, not pressuring to see and hold the baby too soon. After the first hour, family members can keep their visits short so mom can rest, recover, and practice breastfeeding. Family members can also support the mom's need for privacy and help with those repetitive rocking or swaying movements that can calm fussy babies. Family members can help mom track wet and dirty diapers to be sure the baby is getting enough. They can tell mom they are proud of her. And once she is home, they can provide food, run errands, care for other children, and help with household chores. Let's pause for a moment and practice applying active listening skills we learned about in the counseling videos. Turn to the handout titled Counseling Practice, Hospital Experience. In the first column, write down a few of the feelings you think new moms might experience in the hospital. This can include both positive and negative feelings. In the second column, write down an open-ended question you might want to ask if mom is feeling that way. In the third column, write down a way you might affirm a mom who feels that way. Pause the video to work on the activity.
So feel free to chat in. We're talking about preparing mom for her hospital stay. So what kind of feelings do you think mom might have in anticipation of her hospital stay? Overwhelmed, nervous, anxious, scared. Yeah, absolutely. This is page 46. Is that correct? Thank you. So let's take one of those. Let's talk about let's talk about open-ended questions for being maybe fearful of being in the hospital. What kind of open-ended questions might you ask this mom? What specifically are you nervous about? Yeah. What are some of your concerns? Tell me more about any worries you have. Yeah, tell me about your goals. Yes. So what kind of affirming statements could you give a mom that is fearful of being in the hospital? What kind of affirmations can you give? You have a great support team at the hospital. Yeah. It's totally normal to feel this way. Many new mothers are anxious about what it'll be like at the hospital. Yeah, it's okay. Absolutely. So, what about a mom who is overwhelmed with responsibilities? She's nervous about, she's overwhelmed about leaving her other children at home while she's in the hospital. What would you ask? What kind of open-ended questions would you ask a mom who's feeling overwhelmed with responsibilities? Yep. Who do you have to support you while you're in the hospital? What kind of support do you have? Yep. That's great. So what kind of affirmations could you give a mom who's feeling overwhelmed with responsibilities? What kind of affirmations? You're going to be an amazing mom. I can tell how much you care. Yeah. That's awesome. You have people who care about you. What about it? Maybe something like it's normal to want to get everything done before the baby arrives. Yeah. Yeah, you can do it. Those are great. We'll do one more and then we'll move on. Somebody way up there in the chat, bear with me, it's going so fast, talked about pressure from family members. What kind of open-ended questions could you ask a mom who's feeling pressure from family members? What kind of questions might you ask? Yeah, tell me more about that. Anything else? Perhaps how you feel about what your family is telling you? So what kind of affirming statements? Yes. What would you like to do? Yes. What kind of affirming statements would you give a mom who's feeling pressure from family members? Yeah, I like that one, Matt. What can we do to help with these pressures? Yeah. You know what's best for you and your baby. Yep. What about it sounds as though your family cares about you and your baby? So remember, we want to encourage positive family interaction as well. It can be overwhelming to want to please everyone, but your mom, and feel confident about what you want to do for you and your baby. So those are great. Y'all are rocking these case studies again. Thank you, Denisha. You want to start us up?
The last weeks of pregnancy are a great time to help moms prepare for their hospital experience in the early days of breastfeeding. As the due date nears, peer counselors may want to contact moms more often so they will know when she delivers. They should follow their state and local agency guidelines. Once the baby is born, a peer counselor might visit the mother in the hospital if their agency protocol allows this. They could also phone the mother to congratulate her and answer her questions. Peer counselors can continue to make brief calls once the mom is home to check on her. They can gauge the frequency of calls based on how the mother and baby are doing, the support she has at home, and how receptive she is to WIC support. Consistent messages for positive hospital experience might include the importance of rest for mom and baby both day and night, the value of a support person to assist mother in hospital, managing visitors to make space for rest and recovery, the importance of being close to the baby in the first hour and beyond, the importance of exclusive breastfeeding in hospital and in the early days. This ends the first video on preparing moms for the hospital in the hospital support section. Please take a few moments now to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the hospital support page. Write down something you did not know before this content was presented or something you don't want to forget. Set at least one goal for something you will do with what you learned. Please complete the Level 2 post test for this video and turn it into your supervisor with your handouts for the hospital support section.
All right, let's chat a bit. We'll start with the first question. What practices do you think have the biggest impact on a mother's ability to successfully breastfeed? What's the biggest impact on a mother's ability to successfully breastfeed? And Catherine, if you want to let me know what's coming in when it does, that would be great.
Rooming in or lack thereof, lack of support system, support, family support, first few hours, skin to skin. Let's see, knowledge and preparation in advance. Yep. Looks like support's the big one here.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is a big one. Okay, well, let's go to the second one. What practices meant the most to you or others you know?
Prior knowledge, preparation, support from family and employer, information and support, education.
Great, yeah.
Yes, support.
Yeah,
would-
that support education goes hand in hand,
Yes, it does.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you for your participation with that one. All right, and then lastly, what roles do you see for family members in postpartum hospital stay? How would you define the family members' roles? We recently heard what they shouldn't do. Barge in, demanding to hold the baby and such, right?
Encouragement.
Yes.
One thing I found particularly helpful was my husband was the gatekeeper when I didn't want company. He just, anytime somebody knocked on the door, he would meet them at the door.
Yes, that's a big one, being able to have someone step up too, because some people, their personalities don't operate like that. So you need to have somebody who can do it so that you can rest and, take care of yourself as well. And I found that birth plan for me, I was going over it, letting people know this is exactly how it needs to go. Don't play this, don't do this, don't do this. And
Yep.
luckily, my husband was the gatekeeper too, and everyone,
I really love Chantel's answer to help soothe baby while mom naps, watch other children, bring food, and help mom with hygiene. Yep,
Yes,
absolutely. My youngest, 26 years ago, never left my room, and I had a procedure on day 2, and my husband and my daughter and my son stayed in the room the whole time I was gone for surgery. And so nobody had held him other than us once while we were in the hospital.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's move on.
Hello. This video, The Baby-Friendly Hospital, continues the series of content related to a new mother's hospital experience. In this video, we will focus on the Baby-Friendly Hospital Initiative, so we are aware of practices that your local hospital might be working on. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention collects data on how well U.S. hospitals are doing with implementing maternity practices that support breastfeeding. This data is called the Maternity Practices in the Infant Nutrition and Care, or MPINC survey. It reports the strengths and weaknesses of hospitals and issues these reports directly to the hospitals. These reports are not available to the public. Hospitals use them to set goals to improve support for breastfeeding families. Hospitals might use their report to improve their patient education approaches. They might decide to discontinue supplements to breastfed babies that are not medically needed. They might train their staff on how to support breastfeeding parents. In addition to the hospital report, the CDC also issues a state report that summarizes the main strengths and weaknesses of hospital practices in that state. These recommendations can be used by health departments, WIC agencies, and other organizations to build collaborative efforts to support new moms. The Baby-Friendly Hospital Initiative, or BFHI, recognizes hospitals that implement optimal practices to support breastfeeding families. This initiative was launched by the World Health Organization and UNICEF in 1991. Since that time, more than 20,000 hospitals in 156 countries have been certified baby-friendly. Baby-friendly facilities comply with the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding. These steps are designed to help all mothers and babies get a good start in life, no matter how babies are fed. WIC staff can play a key role by reinforcing the importance of prenatal education, which is part of Step 3, and post-discharge support in Step 10. Step 3 of the 10 steps states that pregnant women should be informed about the benefits and management of breastfeeding during their pregnancy. Women who are prepared when they arrive at the hospital are more likely to succeed in their breastfeeding goals. In fact, a systematic review of 38 studies found that breastfeeding initiation, duration, and exclusivity rates significantly increase when women are educated during their pregnancy. Hospitals often work with WIC agencies, prenatal care providers, and other public health programs to assure that pregnant women know the reasons breastfeeding is so important and how to get off to a good start. Step 10 focuses on what happens after the mom leaves the hospital to make sure moms get continued support and timely follow-up once they're home. WIC agencies can collaborate with hospitals on this. For example, some hospitals make quick referrals to WIC so peer counselors can immediately begin checking on them. Telephone helplines might be available, and social media groups can provide mom-to-mom support. Many WIC agencies also provide postpartum mothers groups or can refer moms to groups at the hospital or in the community. Studies show that when hospitals are designated as baby-friendly, it has a positive effect on breastfeeding outcomes. Hospitals that comply with 10 steps to successful breastfeeding may be one way to close the gap in breastfeeding disparities. In the United States, Baby Friendly USA is the organization that awards the Baby Friendly designation to hospitals and birthing services. The award is made when the facilities implement all of the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding. Baby Friendly USA also provides resources and guidance for hospitals and maintains a list of baby-friendly hospitals. This list is searchable alphabetically or by state at the web link you see on this slide. This ends the second video in the Hospital Support section on the Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Hospital Support section. Write down something you did not know before this content was presented. Set at least one goal for something you will do with what you learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this section and turn it in to your supervisor.
Welcome to this video series on the early days of breastfeeding. This series is divided into several sections. We'll look at early practices that can help get breastfeeding off to a great start. We'll also address anticipatory guidance for new mothers that can help empower them. The early days after the birth of a baby are a learning time for everyone. Babies learn who their parents are and how to feed. Mothers learn how to make plenty of milk and how to respond to their baby's needs. And parents and family members learn how to meet the needs of the baby. The first video of this series is called The First Hour and Skin-to-Skin Practices. In this video, we'll focus on the amazing first hour after the baby's birth and the importance of skin-to-skin contact. Let's begin by imagining how a baby might feel in the last weeks of pregnancy. In fact, you might even want to close your eyes for a few seconds. Imagine how you might feel if you were a baby, warm and snug inside your mom. In this warm and safe environment, babies are enveloped in a constant hug from mom's body. Baby hears the comforting sound of mom's heartbeat and the muted voices of parents and others that are close to him. Once baby is born, however, everything changes. The baby's very well-developed senses encounter the new world abruptly. Baby now sees bright lights and hears loud voices. Baby may be cold and no longer feel the softness of mom. Baby no longer hears the comforting sound of mom's heartbeat. When babies snuggle closely against mom's chest, they feel calm, safe, and warm again. Here they can hear mom's heartbeat again. They can smell her unique scent and feel her softness. Encourage moms to talk with their healthcare providers at the hospital about being with their baby in this first hour, to hold their baby skin to skin right after the birth and beyond. The first hour after birth is a special time when all of the baby's 5 senses are at a high alert status. Baby uses the sense of sight to see the mother and her breast. Newborns can only see a distance of around 8 to 12 inches. When they are close to mom skin to skin, they can see mom more clearly. The dark coloring of the areola behind the nipple serves as a target for the baby. Babies use their sense of hearing to listen for their mother's voice. Babies have heard the voices of parents for many weeks now in utero. They calm when they hear these familiar and comforting sounds after the birth. When baby's body is in close contact to the mother's body, it triggers inborn sucking and feeding reflexes. Touch also helps release the hormone oxytocin to help babies calm and relax. Babies have a very strong sense of smell. This helps them to find the breast. Science shows that the unique scent of each mother's colostrum resembles the scent in the amniotic fluid. The Montgomery glands, or the small bumps that rise on the areola, emit a fluid that also reminds the baby of amniotic fluid. When babies smell these familiar scents, they begin to salivate and to make mouthing motions. The taste of the mother's colostrum helps the baby continue the rich oral sensory stimulation that baby experienced in utero. Before the baby was born, the baby was constantly exposed to the unique dietary foods and flavors that the mother took in. Now that continues through tasting those flavors in her milk. The first hour is an important time for newborns. This is when their very alert senses and feeding instincts help them learn how to latch properly, all by themselves. They also get mom's colostrum right away to help protect them in their new world outside the womb. Removing milk quickly also helps get mom's milk production off to a great start. Babies have an inborn ability to find the breast by themselves, as long as they are near mom's chest. When babies use their instincts and reflexes to do it themselves, many common problems are prevented. It takes about an hour or more for a baby to complete this important first journey to the breast. Remind new moms to be patient. We're on baby time. Babies will latch when they're ready. Skin to skin is a way of holding the baby very close to mom. With skin to skin, baby wears nothing but a diaper and is placed against the mother's bare chest, heart to heart. The baby's entire body faces mom's body. A warm towel or blanket is placed over the baby's back so he can stay warm against mom's chest. Sometimes another blanket can be placed over the baby and the mom to provide some extra warmth and privacy while she holds baby skin to skin. Let's watch a video now to learn a little bit more about skin to skin.
I really wanted skin to skin because I know that's really important, and it also establishes the milk supply. That's what I've heard. Right after I had her, they put her on my chest and she latched on right away, and it was incredible, the bond. And ever since then, she latches on like a pro. It was the best feeling in the world. I felt complete. I felt amazing.
I like to be really positive about how, awesome of a birth experience it's going to be, and, how important skin to skin is, and having that special experience with their baby, and how those first 1 to 4 hours, from birth to 4 hours is really important. And, telling moms to have people out of the room, that's my huge thing, because a lot of people have a ton of family in the room, and so I like to tell them, this is a special time for you and baby, so, maybe have an hour or two in there where you have everyone else go and, maybe get the mom a meal or something, and so you can do skin to skin with your baby, because those are just the first, really most important moments of you and your baby's, first life together.
Moms that begin their breastfeeding experience skin to skin, it's documented and studied that they have better breastfeeding success. So we encourage every mom in the first hour of life to put their baby skin to skin and spend as much time initially with their baby skin to skin as possible, and then afterwards as well on the mom baby floor, that they spend hours and hours with their baby skin to skin. What that does in the first hour, it just really helps mom and baby to bond. They get to know who mama is by taste, smell, touch, and voice, and it just provides the perfect incubator for baby. As they leave the womb into the world, mom's got the perfect temperature. She's able to, baby's able to listen to the heartbeat of mama, and it just really, really comforts baby to be in that state. And also it helps mom to produce the right hormones for the milk production. So we encourage skin to skin.
Science shows that skin-to-skin contact gives significant health benefits to both the mother and her baby. That's why it's important for all babies, no matter how they are being fed. Skin-to-skin helps relax the mother and baby and lower stress levels. The baby's rapid heart and breathing rates become more stable. Skin-to-skin also helps warm babies by bringing their temperature into a more neutral range. When babies are held skin-to-skin, they are warm and their stress levels stay lower. This helps normalize their blood glucose levels. Being skin-to-skin also encourages the baby to eat more often, which helps to keep sugar levels in a healthy range. When babies are skin-to-skin with mom, they have lower pain levels. One study showed that even mothers report lower pain from the delivery when they hold their babies skin-to-skin. Babies cry less when they are skin-to-skin with parents. This can help them use their calm, alert state to bond with the mother and learn to breastfeed well. Skin-to-skin has been shown to improve bonding between the mother and the baby. It lowers the mom's stress levels and helps her relax, and releases hormones in both the mother and baby that may help them bond. Skin-to-skin also triggers feeding reflexes to help the baby learn to latch. Babies in skin-to-skin contact also have access to the breast, so they feed more often. This frequent milk removal helps reduce the mother's risk of delayed onset of lactation. This contributes to weight loss and supplementation. Studies show that babies who are held skin-to-skin are more likely to be exclusively breastfeeding at hospital discharge. Dads and other parents can also hold the baby skin-to-skin. Babies cry less when they are held this way. When others hold the baby skin-to-skin, they also enjoy a release of the hormone oxytocin, which helps lower stress and enhance bonding. The mother's partner can hold the baby skin-to-skin if she is unable to right after the birth. She can continue skin-to-skin during the hospital and beyond. This can bring the entire family together. The WIC program serves families of many different cultures. Staff must be sensitive to the fact that skin-to-skin contact right after the birth may not be culturally appropriate for everyone. For example, in some cultures it is believed that washing the baby or conducting certain rituals should be done before the mother can hold the baby. In some cultures, modesty is a concern. In some cultures, the baby must taste something sweet or receive some other drink or food before breastfeeding. WIC staff should be sensitive when counseling mothers about skin-to-skin. Find out what the mother has heard or believes and affirm her beliefs. You can also share options that she can discuss with the hospital for an appropriate time she can do skin-to-skin. The American Academy of Pediatrics and National Institute of Child Health and Development have guidelines for safe skin-to-skin practices both in the hospital and at home. Encourage families to talk with their baby's healthcare provider about safe sleep practices. This picture shows safe skin-to-skin. Notice that the baby's shoulders and chest directly face the mother. You can see the baby's face because the head is turned to one side. The baby's mouth and nose are not covered, so baby's free to breathe. The baby's neck is straight and not bent, and the baby's back is covered with a blanket to help keep the baby warm. In the first hour after the birth, The nurse will monitor the baby to make sure the baby stays warm and safe. Nurses will periodically come to the mother's room to check on things too. If the mother gets sleepy holding her baby skin to skin, she should place the baby in a safe place. Once the mom is home from the hospital, the mom can continue these safe practices. This ends the video on the first hour and skin to skin in the early days section. Please take a few moments now to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the early days page. Write down something you did not know or had not thought about. You can also write down at least one goal for something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for the video on the first hour and skin to skin. Once you have completed the post-tests and handouts for the early days section, be sure to turn them all in to your supervisor.
All right, so we've reached a break time. We'll have you come back in 5 minutes. 9:52, just in case the clock happens to change. All right, so we'll see you then, 9:52. Thank you so much. Righty, so that ends our break time. We will get started with a quick icebreaker, and then we'll have a few questions in the chat. If you are back from break, go ahead and give us a thumbs up or some type of emoji.
Got plenty.
All right, thank you. All right, so quickly for this icebreaker, what is the strangest item near you right now? What's the strangest item near you?
Got nothing yet. And I'm looking around going, what's strange? Somebody says a tape measure. A can of silicone spray. I have cuticle trimmers. I guess that's a stuffed miniature dachshund. Yeah. A tambourine. Hamburger. Hey, I love that. A hamburger shaped stress ball. I have a globe stress ball on my desk. A belly cast. Is that always where it is, Jareen, or is it something that you've moved around and added to your office? Harry Potter glasses. These are great. Yes, it's a work of art. Oh, I just didn't know if you had hung it already or you had added it. A mannequin. I love it. Thank you, everybody. I want to come visit y'all.
I know, right?
Y'all got some interesting stuff.
All right, well, we can turn it over to Jareen for a couple of questions.
Okay, actually, I also want to address something that was chatted to me privately. And, the thing about the field of lactation, it's always changing rapidly. I'm going to put a link to an article. And what I want to pause to talk about is inclusive language in the training that was provided to us from USDA that was created by Every Mother. They really are only saying breastfeeding. And I really like the term human milk feeding. I think it's more inclusive and expansive because it includes feeding at the breast, what we call breastfeeding. It can include feeding at the chest, as some lactating parents prefer to call the area where their mammary glands are, or also some parents who may be using a supplemental nursing system to feed from their body. So as our field evolves and grows, I think it's important for us to look for inclusive ways to use language, particularly, recognizing individual parents that we're working with. So we may, have people who provide us with their pronouns that may not be the pronouns that we initially would have assigned to them. But of course, people have autonomy and they should be able to assign their own gender pronouns, and we should respect that as well. So using more inclusive language, being able to interchangeably use breast and chest feeding, breastfeeding, human milk feeding, body feeding, which is absolutely inclusive. So, the generations that we're working with are very gender expansive, and using language that will be comfortable for those families is important. So that article link that I just put in the chat is available for public access for free. If you are interested in learning more, that actually is about the statement that was made by I believe it was ILCA, the International Lactation Consultants Association. So just wanted to, breast and chest feeding are not the same. And thank you for that affirmation, Heather. It is always important to ask our participants what their preference is. But I just wanted to address that because this training is consistent in its use of breastfeeding, and it's actually starting to be dated in a few other ways, but that is one of the ways that it is a little lagging slightly behind the times. So, true or false? Storage capacity is the amount of milk and see, if we updated that question, we could say storage capacity is the amount of milk a person can store in their mammary glands, and it varies from person to person. But what is that? Is that true or false?
True.
Thank you. All right, our next, also a true or false, so we can do these quickly since I just took time for that little talk about inclusive language. True or false? Babies need to remove milk 8 to 12 times every 24 hours to maintain production. True or false?
True.
Yes, very much. Okay, so here's a fill in the blank. What does the Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative require hospitals to comply with? Thinking about that one, huh? Rooming in, that's one of the things. Provide the benefits of breastfeeding, no pacifiers, and those are all components of, thank you, the 10 steps. Thank you, the 10 steps, what we refer to commonly as the 10 steps. But these are evidence-based practices that have been proven to support and increase exclusive breastfeeding in the maternity care setting, developed by the World Health Organization and UNICEF, and we commonly refer to them as the 10 steps. Thank you for your participation. Back to you, Donisha.
Thank you so much for that. All right, so we're going to move along, and we are going to start with early practices.
This video on early practices is the second in the Early Days video series. It focuses on other early practices besides skin-to-skin contact that can help mothers and babies get off to a great start with breastfeeding. Rooming in is a special time when the baby stays in the mother's room. Parents should know the reasons why rooming in is so important. For one thing, babies will cry less. When the baby is nearby, the parents are able to learn their baby's feeding cues and when it's time to respond. Babies who room in also breastfeed more often. This helps the baby gain weight and helps the mother's body make more milk. The parents can also learn quickly how to take care of their baby and how to calm and soothe the baby while there's help nearby. This empowers parents and helps them feel more confident once they're ready to go home. Cultural beliefs can affect a mother's willingness to room in with her baby. For example, in some cultures, it's important for the extended family to remain together during the early postpartum period. In some cultures, women enter a time of isolation or quarantine with the baby for a period of a few days or even weeks to rest and recover. In some native cultures, it may be more culturally acceptable to wrap the baby in a cradle board rather than placing them in a bassinet. In some cultures, certain rituals might prevent people who are not the parents to hold the baby. WIC staff should always ask questions about the mother's beliefs and cultural practices. We can affirm her beliefs and share options for how to meet her breastfeeding goals within her cultural context. Safety is also important when rooming in with the baby. The hospital staff will inform the mother about ways to room in safely. This might include keeping the baby in a separate sleep surface and keeping close to the side of the bed so mom can easily get her baby in and out for feedings and for cuddling. Blankets and other objects should also be removed from the baby's bassinet. They can create an unsafe sleeping environment. Another way to stay safe is to make sure the mother is not too sleepy to handle her baby. You can see from this photo that this mother seems exhausted after the birth. When moms become too sleepy, they should return the baby to the bassinet. Family members who stay with the mother should also be well rested before carrying the baby. This can help prevent falls. Many mothers worry that if they room in with their babies, they will not get enough sleep at night. However, studies show that mothers actually sleep better when their babies are nearby. The best way to get rest is to sleep when the baby naps, both day and night. The mother can also keep her hospital room quiet and limit visitor times so everyone can rest better. Suggest that the mother ask a family member or friend to stay with her at night so she can get some extra help. Once parents are home from the hospital, moms might need a few ideas for ways to calm the baby at night, especially that first night home. Many babies get overstimulated from the activity of moving from the hospital environment to baby's new home and become very fussy. Parents might misinterpret this fussiness to mean that the baby is extra hungry. Remind parents that babies need to eat at night. It helps them get the calories they need to grow and gain weight. Babies who exclusively breastfeed in the hospital and beyond help the mom establish a good milk production. Giving supplements other than breast milk in the first few weeks can interfere with this process. If a WIC mother introduced supplements and wants to return to exclusive breastfeeding, the WIC CPA and DBE can help her do that safely. Yield moms who ask for formula to the CPA so that a nutrition assessment can be done. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that breastfed babies not use pacifiers during the first month of life. Pacifiers can interfere with the baby's ability to show feeding cues to the parents. Pacifiers can also delay the amount of time between feedings, so babies may not feed as often as they need to in order to gain weight. Well-meaning family and friends might tell parents that a baby's too fussy and needs formula or a pacifier. If WIC moms are worried about their baby's fussiness, you can explain why it is important to hold the baby and feed often during the early days. Mom can also learn other ways to calm the baby, which are described in the baby behavior videos. Babies need time to learn how to breastfeed well before they are given other nipples. Babies use their tongues differently at the breast than when they take a bottle. It can be hard for a new baby to learn several new skills all at once. Offering bottles before babies had a chance to learn how to breastfeed well may cause the baby to prefer the bottle nipple. It's best to avoid other nipples for the first 3 or 4 weeks until milk production is well established. When baby needs a supplement, moms can be taught to give the milk in another way. A dropper or spoon are 2 of the ways that milk can be given to a baby. Yield these mothers to the WIC designated breastfeeding expert or DBE. The DBE will show the mother how to safely feed milk to a baby using these other ways. This ends the second video in the Early Days series on early practices. please take a few minutes to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Early Days page. Write down something you want to remember from this section. Set at least one goal for something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this Early Practices video. Turn it in with your other post-tests and worksheets to your supervisor once you have completed the Early Practice video series.
All right, so let's discuss some thoughts here regarding these questions. What are the cultural practices around rooming in and being with the baby that you've heard from WIC moms within your clinics? What are some cultural practices around rooming in and being with the baby that you've heard from WIC moms at your clinic? And Catherine, you can let me know if you start seeing anything coming through the chat. That would be helpful, please.
Okay.
And if you'd like to unmute, feel free to raise your hand. We can unmute you as well if it's too much to chat.
This is a hard one. Where everybody's typing really long answers. No colostrum until real milk comes in. So how can that be supported? Mom receives a special bath of herbs prepared by family members. And that can be supported, with doing the skin to skin for an hour and then passing baby off to a family member while mom receives her bath. Some women think that first milk is dirty and wipe it away. Yep. Hispanic community evil eye bracelet. I'd like to hear more about that. Jessica says that she's heard from one culture that someone who is not the parent should not see a preemie baby until they are considered full term. Special diet for 40 days. Yeah.
Okay, and I think one we discussed, people leaving the house, not leaving the home even for days as well. Yes, Anna.
Yeah, and staying in bed, other than biological needs, not doing anything. Somewhat family members feeding them,
Right.
everything.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see if we can get some input on the second one. How can breastfeeding be supported within the cultural context? Like if we have all of these things, how can we still support breastfeeding within the cultural context?
Yep. Ask the mother what she wants to do and if she is comfortable sharing any of her cultural practices around breastfeeding so we can individualize support rather than assuming. Yep. Being open and curious to learn new cultural traditions. Absolutely. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. Yes, that's huge. Being able to be open, not judgmental, right? Open, so
Yep.
that they can have a rapport with us so that we can learn more as well. Just because it's not our culture or our practices doesn't mean that, we should shun them. Perfect. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your participation. And we're going to move on to our next section, which is feeding cues.
Welcome to the video feeding cues as part of the Early Days video series. You might recall that in the first two videos, we discussed that feeding cues are enhanced when moms and babies room in together in the hospital. In this video, we'll take a closer look at these feeding cues, why they are important, and signs that a baby might give to show hunger. We'll also look at other tips to know that the baby is getting enough to eat. Newborns are born with several inborn reflexes that help them feed well. Reflexes and feeding cues are babies' way of telling parents what they need. This photo shows a newborn demonstrating the rooting reflex. If you stroke the baby's cheek, the baby responds as the one in this picture does by turning their head in that direction and opening their mouth. This rooting reflex helps the baby find the breast to latch. Newborns also have sucking and feeding reflexes that help them find the breast on their own to latch. When baby is placed skin to skin against the mother's body, that helps trigger these important instincts. This baby is showing a cue or a sign to the parent that she is hungry. When parents watch for these feeding cues and respond quickly, babies will remain more calm and relaxed. Let's watch a short video, Feeding Cues, for a closer look at some of these important cues.
You can teach parents how to recognize their baby's hunger cues. Feeding the baby on cue helps the baby get plenty to eat to gain weight. It also helps parents feel more confident knowing their baby's unique needs. Hunger cues often begin while the baby is in light sleep. As the baby begins to wake, his closed eyes will begin rapid eye movement. This baby begins showing several hunger cues. He thrusts his tongue outward while opening his mouth and brings his hands to his face. Baby chews on his hands and continues to touch his face. Finally, he passes his hands over his head. Rooting and sucking motions are other hunger cues. If these cues are ignored, the baby might fall back to sleep, and the mother has missed a feeding opportunity. When parents recognize and respond to these early hunger cues, they avoid missed feedings, develop positive feeding relationships, and establish a sense of trust for the baby. Some crying is normal for all babies and is a way they communicate. Crying is a distress signal. It's baby's way of calling for help. A hungry baby might cry, but they will also exhibit hunger cues first. When babies feed on cue, they grow and develop at an appropriate rate, and that helps everyone in the family feel reassured. To learn more about infant feeding cues, visit the WIC Breastfeeding Essentials Training Program and the WIC Works Learning Online module on baby behavior.
As you saw in the video, some of the earliest feeding cues might occur while the baby is still asleep. When babies move into the light sleep phase before they wake up, parents might see the baby's eyelids flutter. The baby might make sucking motions with the mouth or cheek as you see the baby in this photo doing. These early cues tell the parents the baby might wake soon for a feeding. If parents miss the early cues while the baby is still sleepy, babies will begin showing stronger cues. They might suck on their fist. They might make mouthing movements. They might smack their lips or move their heads around. They might also root or turn their head to search for the breast. If babies are sucking on a pacifier, it will be harder for parents to detect these important cues. That's why it's better to avoid using pacifiers during this important learning time for the baby. If parents miss the stronger cues, babies can become visibly upset and irritated. Baby's face might turn red and the baby might frown or make grunting noises while sucking more forcefully on their hands or fingers. Babies are telling parents they're hungry. At this point, they will not be patient much longer. When feeding cues are ignored, baby may begin to cry. The baby in this photo is crying. This is not a feeding cue. It's a sign of who long to meet his needs. Sometimes babies become so upset it is hard to calm them down to feed. That's why it's always best to feed them when their earlier cues are shown. Many new moms are surprised to find out just how small their baby's tummy actually is. They might also be surprised that their breasts don't feel full after birth. You can see in this image that many parents assume the baby's tummy is quite large and that they must make a lot of milk to fill up that large tummy. How big is the size of a baby's tummy? Well, each baby's stomach size will be a little different based on the baby's age and weight. However, you can see from this diagram that the size of the baby's tummy is actually very small and can only hold very tiny amounts of milk at first. The baby's stomach does not stretch very well in the early days. The baby's bladder is also very small and cannot hold much fluid. This means that the small tummy of the baby holds exactly the amount of colostrum that a mom makes at first. She makes around 7 to 10 milliliters, or around a teaspoon of milk for every feeding in the first day or two. Once the baby gets many frequent small feedings, the baby's tummy and bladder will begin to stretch to handle larger volumes of milk. The amount of milk mom makes for each feeding will gradually begin to increase. By around day 2 or 3, moms might notice their breast feeling very full. Some of this volume is extra milk. Some of the fullness is from extra fluids. By now, the baby can handle the larger amounts of milk. Mom's milk digests very quickly. Babies will continue to need frequent feedings to grow well. The mother's breasts are ready for the baby right after the birth with colostrum. When the mom feeds the baby in the first hour after the birth, it signals the milk factories in the breast to start making more milk. In the first hour, babies are alert and they're ready to learn how to breastfeed properly. After that first hour, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that babies be fed at least 8 to 12 times every 24 hours. Eating often helps the baby get enough calories. It also tells mom's body to make plenty of milk. Mom's milk is fully digested in about an hour and a half. Each baby and each mother's storage capacity are different. And that's why moms should follow their baby's feeding cues, not the clock, to know when it's time to feed again. Urge moms to continue feeding the baby in response to the baby's feeding cues once they're home from the hospital. Baby still needs to feed at least 8 to 12 times every 24 hours. You can suggest that mom hold her baby skin to skin to keep baby calm and to offer frequent access to the breast. Each baby has a unique feeding style. As babies become more efficient at removing milk quickly, they might spend less time at the breast. Other babies might like to feed for longer periods. Some babies take only one breast at a feeding. Others might take both breasts at a feeding. So urge mom to let the baby take the lead. After feeding the baby on one breast, she can burp the baby or change the diaper and then offer the second breast. If the baby isn't interested, she can offer that breast first at the next feeding. This photo shows a mom who is upset that her fussy baby is eating so often. She's calling her peer counselor for help while her partner tries to console the baby. It's normal for babies to cluster several feedings back to back. This often occurs in the evening hours and is a normal way that babies deal with the stimulation of the day. It can also prepare the baby for a longer sleep stretch. Urge the mom to be patient during these periods of high need. Sometimes babies become very sleepy and sleep for longer periods of time without waking to feed. This can sometimes happen after a period of cluster feeding. If babies are eating less than 8 times over a 24-hour period, mom can try placing the baby skin to skin on her chest to encourage the baby to wake and feed more often. Mom can also use breast compression to help the baby stay interested in feedings when they're sleepy. Breast compression is just a gentle squeeze of the breast while the baby is latched and feeding. You can learn more details about breast compression in the management tools videos in the problem-solving section. When ending the feeding, the mother can continue to follow her baby's lead. This will help her avoid limiting the baby's time at the breast. The amount of fat in the milk gradually increases throughout the feeding as the breasts begin to drain. So letting baby end the feeding helps baby get enough calories and nutrients. Babies need to feed as long as they show interest. These 4 pictures show ways to know that the baby is feeling full. For example, The baby's hands, feet, and toes might visibly relax. The baby may stop drinking and drift off to sleep. The baby may even release the nipple and unlatch on their own. One of the most common questions of new mothers is whether their baby is getting enough. Worries about making enough milk is the main reason that women begin supplements with formula or they wean altogether. Because mothers are looking for visual signs that their baby's getting enough, it can be really easy to misinterpret things like fussiness to mean that the baby must not be getting enough. So how can a mom know that baby is getting enough? Well, WIC staff can share a lot of visual ways to know. For example, the mom's breasts should get softer during the feeding. The baby should be feeding at least 8 to 12 times every 24 hours, including at night. The baby should wake to feed. While feeding at the breast, the baby swallows in a rhythmic way. After the feeding, the baby seems satisfied and contented. The baby's hands and feet relax. And baby begins to gain weight after the early days of normal weight loss. And baby will be peeing and pooping appropriately for their age. One of the best ways to know the baby is getting enough milk is to count wet and dirty diapers. The number of diapers and the color and texture of the stools will change from day to day in the first week. You can teach moms what to look for so they can relax and be confident that their baby is doing well. On the first day, the baby should have at least one wet diaper and one bowel movement, usually within the first 8 hours or so after the birth. The baby's first poops are dark, tarry stools called meconium. Mom's concentrated milk or colostrum helps the baby eliminate this meconium, and this can help prevent jaundice. By days 2 to 3, the baby should have 3 or more stools per day. The color will begin changing from black to green by day 3, and then from green to yellow as mom's colostrum moves through the baby's digestive system. Baby's urine should be a pale yellow or clear. By days 4 and beyond, baby should have at least 6 wet and 3 or more dirty diapers each day. The color of the stools becomes yellower and thinner. They can even appear a bit seedy. It might look like a mixture of mustard, cottage cheese, and sesame seeds. By day 4, if the baby has fewer than 3 to 4 dirty diapers or is still passing meconium, the baby might not be getting enough to eat. Always yield the mother to the WIC DBE if wet and dirty diapers are below the minimum. This ends the video on feeding cues and tips for success in the early days section. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the early days page. Write down something you did not know or something you want to remember from this video. Set at least one goal for something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video. Turn it into your supervisor with the other post-tests and handouts for this series of videos.
Please prepare to have handout page 58 ready for this section.
Welcome to the final video in the Early Days series. In this video, Talking with Moms, we will look at some simple strategies for how to talk with moms to help build their confidence that their baby is doing well. New mothers go through many conflicting feelings and emotions in the early days after the baby is born. They often make decisions based on emotions and their desire for quick solutions. Lots of things can contribute to this. For example, their hormone levels have dramatically shifted. They may be sleep deprived and they may be exhausted from the birth. They might also be in pain or feel overwhelmed with responsibilities of caring for a baby. This can all make it very hard to adjust to the many changes that have occurred. Moms who are breastfeeding may have additional concerns. They might doubt their ability to make milk, or they might worry about managing breastfeeding, especially if things aren't going so well. WIC staff can help new parents connect to sources of support within their family and their community. Moms need support from WIC peer counselors. We can also connect them to moms groups so they can meet with other new parents. Our open-ended questions can help us learn how moms feel about breastfeeding in the early days and the kind of support that they will need. Here are some good open-ended questions you might want to consider. What has been your biggest surprise about being a new mom? What worries you most? How do you feel breastfeeding is going? How does your baby show you he or she is hungry? How's everyone sleeping now that a new baby is at home? Affirmation is a powerful way to help mothers who are feeling vulnerable to relax and hear information. Here's some great ways to validate the mom's feelings through affirmation. Wow, you are really working hard to make this work. It's obvious how much you love your baby. I can tell how much your baby loves being close to you. Your baby is lucky to have a mom who cares this much. You should be proud, Mom. You're doing a great job. This is a great time to pause and do a little counseling practice. Turn to the handout, Counseling Practice Early Days. You'll see 3 columns on this handout. In the first column, write down some of the feelings that new mothers might have in the early days after the birth of their baby. For each of these feelings, go to the second column and write a possible open-ended question to find out more about that feeling. Remember, open-ended questions usually begin with the words what, how, or tell me. In the right-hand column, write down an affirming statement that could validate the mother's feelings. For example, if you wrote down exhausted as one of the feelings, a possible open-ended question might be, tell me how you're resting. And then a possible affirmation could be, it's normal for new moms to feel tired. So go ahead and pause the video now while you work on this worksheet.
So we're gonna just do what Kathy Crothers wants us to do here and talk about what moms might feel in the early days of breastfeeding. So throw out some feelings that new parents feel in those early days in the chat, please. Feel free. You can also unmute. Exhausted, shocked, overwhelmed, frustrated. Yes. Absolutely. Anxious, possibly depressed. Yes. Moody. Yep. These are all things. So let's see. I think a lot of overwhelm there. So if a mom is feeling overwhelmed in those early days, what kind of affirmations might you share with her? What kind of affirmations would you give a mom who's feeling overwhelmed? Many new parents feel this way. Yeah, absolutely. Any others? You're not alone. It will get better. You feel that way because you love your baby. Yeah, those are good. So what kind of questions would you ask? Open-ended questions would you ask a mom who's feeling overwhelmed? Any questions? What kind of open-ended questions would you ask this mom? What things do you think will help you? Yeah. Maybe what is your biggest worry? Tell me about your support at home. Yeah. These are great. So what I'm going back to things that y'all have answered. Frustrations. If breastfeeding is not going well, what kind of affirmations would you give a mom who's frustrated because breastfeeding is not going well? What kind of affirmations? Yeah, be patient with yourself. Yeah. I can tell you really care about making sure your baby has his needs met. Yeah. Maybe perhaps something like a lot of moms find breastfeeding is not so easy right at first. It's a new skill for you and your baby. It takes time to learn something new. Yeah. So what kind of open-ended questions could you ask ask a mom who is feeling frustrated with breastfeeding not going well? What kind of open-ended questions could you ask? What are your concerns? What about breastfeeding is not meeting your expectations? What's your biggest challenge? Tell me why you feel that way. Perhaps something like, what have you heard about what breastfeeding is like? Because she may be feeling frustrations because her expectations aren't where they probably should be. That's a possibility. What about trying different ways? Yeah. What's not working for you? Absolutely. What about the mom who is feeling excitement and joy? What kind of affirmations could you give a mom who is excited and joyful? What kind of affirmations for excitement and joy? Yeah, good job. Congratulations, maybe. What a wonderful time to be a family. You're doing an excellent job with your baby. Yeah, you're doing great, Mama. Keep it up. Yeah, absolutely. What kind of open-ended questions could you ask a mom who's excited and joyful to get more information? Tell me about this experience. What's been the best part about your breastfeeding experience so far? Yeah. Tell me more. Yeah. Perhaps what are you enjoying most about being a new mom? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you all for participating. Denisha, you want to start the video? We'll move forward.
Now let's apply those active listening skills by looking at a possible scenario. Turn to the counseling role play handout. For each of the situations, think about some open-ended questions you might ask, ways you might want to affirm the mom, and the anticipatory guidance or education you could share with the mother. You will also want to note when it's appropriate to yield this mother to the DBE or CPA. Please pause the video while you work on this worksheet. After the baby is born, proactive contacts to reach out to the mother can help her gain confidence. Most women like knowing that someone is checking on them and their baby. This can also help them feel freer to ask questions and to discuss concerns. Invite moms to alert WIC after their baby is born so they can get the support they need. You can also remind them to keep their WIC appointments, as well as appointments with the baby's healthcare provider. Peer counselors and other WIC staff can reach out to new moms every day or two in the early days after the baby is born. You can use these brief contacts to offer small amounts of information. If the mother's experiencing a challenge that does not resolve after the basic tips and solutions you give, yield to the DBE. You can gauge how often to contact the mother by how she's doing, how much support she has, and how receptive she seems to be to your support. Once moms become more confident, contacts can begin tapering off. It's important for moms to hear simple, consistent messages for breastfeeding success. This will help them get off to a good start. Some of those key messages are breastfeeding in the first hour after the birth, hold the baby skin to skin in the first hour and beyond, feed the baby on cue when baby shows certain signs of hunger, breastfeed exclusively, avoiding supplements and pacifiers until breastfeeding is well established. You can also share tips for how to know that baby gets enough. Most moms appreciate knowing that breastfeeding usually gets much easier once moms and babies learn and adjust together. In the early days, most parents need reassurance. They want to know their baby is happy and contented. They want to feel confident that they can make milk and meet their baby's needs. They want to be rested and feel well. They want to feel things will get better. They want their family to be proud of them. They want to be praised for their hard work. We should remind ourselves that WIC staff might be the only ones who provide this reassurance to new moms. Find out what her family and friends are telling her, and then give moms the support they need to reach their breastfeeding goals. This ends the final video, Talking with Moms in the Early Days series of videos. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Early Days page once again. If there are any additional ideas that you would like to remember or another goal you would like to set, please write that down. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video, along with your final putting it all together scenario, and give it to your supervisor.
Please have pages 67 through 82 available for this section.
Welcome to this video series on baby behavior as part of the Early Days of Breastfeeding section. This includes a set of 3 videos focusing on normal baby behaviors, infant sleep and crying patterns, and ways to talk to moms about their baby's behavior. Early days with a newborn are not always easy for new parents. This is especially true when babies don't behave the way parents expected. When parents learn normal baby behaviors, they can grow more confident being able to breastfeed. This video series will help us provide information to families on how to tune into their baby's behaviors and needs. We'll also discuss anticipatory guidance that can help moms know what to expect. The first video in this series is Normal Baby Behaviors. It has important information to teach new parents about how to gain confidence understanding their newborn. Wouldn't it be great if babies could just talk to us and tell us what they need? It's a challenge for new parents to try and interpret what their baby wants, especially when they're sleep deprived and overwhelmed. It can be very stressful to hear babies fuss and cry. Many parents interpret baby's fussiness or wakefulness to mean baby is hungry and therefore not getting enough milk. The good news is that babies do have the ability to communicate with parents, just not in the way they might expect. Until babies develop language skills, they rely on things like noises, facial expressions, and body movements to communicate what they want. When parents tune in to these noises and facial expressions, they'll be able to learn when babies want to be fed or when they want to be held close to mom. WIC Works has some excellent resources for WIC staff to share with new families from the WIC Baby Behavior Study. They are available at the web link you see pictured on this slide. This study found that WIC participants respond well to education about their baby's behaviors. This can then affect their feeding decisions through the first 4 months postpartum. For instance, providing information to parents about their baby's behaviors increased their participation in the fully breastfeeding food package. The rate of supplementation decreased, and fewer participants began giving solid foods to their baby before 4 months of age. So what are these behaviors or language cues that babies give to parents? Babies actually give 2 main cues to parents. One is, I want to be close to you. The other one is, I want a break, or I want something to be different. Parents can quickly learn these signals, and in time, they will become more skilled at recognizing what their baby wants. Look at this photo. This baby is giving the cue that says, I want to be close to you. This baby is ready to engage. How do we know that? Look at the eyes. They are open and the face is relaxed. Baby is listening to the parent. If the baby is old enough, he might even lift his face and smile or might even reach for the parent. When baby is giving this cue, the parent can engage with the baby, smile, make faces, and talk to the baby. This is also a great state to offer the breast because the baby is ready and willing to learn. This is the same baby, but now he is giving us a very different cue. Now the baby is saying, I want something to be different. How do we know that? Look at how the baby is frowning. The body is starting to stiffen. Baby might even look away from the parent. We can see that this baby is starting to fuss and maybe even cry. Sometimes babies will even yawn, rub their eyes, or show signs they are sleepy. They are saying, I'm bored, I'm tired, I don't want to engage anymore. This can be a bit baffling to parents. One minute the baby seems happy and engaged. The next minute the baby is looking like this and seems bored or not interested. Parents might misinterpret this to mean now the baby is hungry. But we have to remember that learning is hard for babies. They become overstimulated and can tire very quickly and easily. What can parents do when baby suddenly looks like this? Try to change what is going on. Repetitive movements can help calm the baby. Being close to mom's breast can also help. While baby may not necessarily be hungry, being close to mom and even suckling a little can help relax and calm the baby. Newborns do more than sleep and eat. They actually move through various states of consciousness, from crying to deep sleep. Some of these states are good times to learn breastfeeding behaviors. Some are not good for teachable moments. Some states are necessary for brain growth. At each one of these states, babies will give some visual cues to show what they want. Let's take a look at each one of these 6 states. We'll start with the deep sleep state. In this state, baby's brain is resting. The visual cues baby is giving say to parents, I need to rest. What visual cues do you see in this picture that tell you baby is in a deep sleep state? For one thing, there is no body movement. Baby is rhythmically breathing. The baby might startle, but does not wake. The baby does not respond easily, and it is hard to wake the baby in this state. Parents can watch for this deep sleep state while they are breastfeeding. After feedings, the baby will be more likely to stay asleep if baby has moved into the deep sleep phase before putting the baby down. The baby has now moved into the active sleep phase. Because the baby dreams in this state, it's an important time for brain development. In this state, baby is giving visual cues that say, I'll wake more easily now. What cues can you see in this photo? For one thing, baby might smile or twitch the face to show he's dreaming. You might see fluttering movements called rapid eye movements behind the eyelids. The baby might be moving a little and might even roll his eyes open and closed. Sometimes babies will even start showing some early feeding cues like licking their lips or making mouthing motions. These cues signal that they'll be ready to eat very soon. Babies in this state are also easier to wake. This baby is in a drowsy state. The baby is saying, don't bother me too much right now. The drowsy state is a state between alert and sleep states. Babies can be in this state when they are getting ready to move into a sleep state or when they're coming out of a sleep state to begin waking. What visual cues can you see with this baby that tell you the baby is in a drowsy state? For one thing, look at the eyes. They are glazed over. The baby might open and close the eyes. Baby might have some variable movement and might startle easily. The baby might be slow to respond or react, so it might not be the best time to offer the breast to the baby. The baby is now moving into the quiet alert state. This baby is saying, I'm fascinated by you and I'm ready to learn. In the quiet alert state, the baby is awake now and interested in the world around them. It's the perfect time to talk with the baby and to attempt to breastfeed. Baby is ready to learn. Look at this photo and think about the visual cues that tell you baby is in the quiet alert state. Look at the eyes. They're wide open. The baby is quiet and observant. The baby is breathing steadily. There's not a lot of body movement. Baby's brain is what's active here, ready to learn and play. Remember that babies do tire easily in this state. So, as we mentioned earlier, a baby can go from being quiet alert to fussy very quickly once they are overstimulated. You can see that clearly in this photo. The baby is now saying, "I was ready to play, but now think I'm going to want something different very soon." Look at this baby and think about what visual cues tell us the baby is becoming more irritable. Early in the stage, the baby might move arms and legs with purpose, which is an important time for the brain to connect movements with a response. But all this extra activity can also stimulate the baby, and baby may begin to fuss and become irritable. He might kick or dart the eyes back and forth. If baby is hungry, we'll start seeing more intense feeding cues, such as chewing frantically on the hands. The baby is now saying, "Do something different, now." What visual cues tell you this baby is in this state? When babies move to the crying state, their movements are disorganized and chaotic. The arms and legs might flail or make jerking motions. Baby might make loud noises that only intensify until the parent changes things. We might see tears and the baby's face may turn red. Muscles become tight and it takes time for baby to respond. When babies are in the crying state, their stress levels go up. This raises the baby's heart and breathing rates. The baby is neurologically disorganized. The way we help baby to become organized again is to help the baby relax. This is why it is much harder to breastfeed a baby in this state. Parents will need to calm the baby first so baby can relax enough to attempt to latch and feed well. Let's do a little practice now. Turn to the worksheet Baby Talk Practice. This worksheet has images of babies in various states. For each picture, write down which of the 6 states you believe the baby is in. After you write down the state, list at least 2 visual cues the baby is giving that show you the state the baby is in. You can pause the video now while you work on the worksheet.
So give me some
Let's
reaction.
now go through each of the images and talk.
It's okay. Okay. So with this baby, sorry about that. With this baby, what state do you think this baby's in? Yeah, crying. What are some of your visual cues there? Tense face, closed eyes, very wide open mouth, obviously making noise, crying, tight muscles. Yeah, absolutely. Red in the face. Tanisha, you want to move on?
Talk about each one. Use your worksheet to make any corrections or to add visual cues you had not thought of. In this first image, the baby is crying. Some visual clues are there are tears, the baby's face is red, the baby is frowning, and the facial muscles are tight. In this state, the baby might be too upset to calm or respond well. The baby in this photo is in a deep state. What are the clues? The baby does not appear to be moving. The baby does not appear to be able to wake easily. Although you can't see it in the picture, this baby is no doubt breathing rhythmically and will not respond to noises and movements around her. This baby is in an irritable state. Some clues are that the baby is frowning and seems concerned. The baby looks unhappy and is sensitive to what is happening around him. This baby is in an active sleep state. The baby is smiling in her sleep, indicating she is dreaming. Her eyes are moving behind her eyelids, though it's a bit hard to see in the image. The baby might even make some small suckling movements. Baby will be easier to wake in this state. This baby is drowsy. either moving into a sleep state or just coming out of the sleep state. The visual clues are the baby's eyes appear glazed. The baby has disconnected from the parent. We might even see the baby yawn. This baby is clearly in a quiet alert state. We can tell that because the baby's eyes are wide open. The baby is looking at the parent and is even reaching for the parent. This baby is saying, "I am ready to learn and play with you." This ends the Normal Baby Behaviors video in the Baby Behavior video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Baby Behavior page. Write down something you did not know before, or something you learned that you don't want to forget. Set a goal for something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this Normal Baby Behaviors video. Once you have completed the post-test and handouts for the Baby Behavior videos, be sure to turn them in to your supervisor. Welcome to the second video in the Baby Behavior video series. This video is titled Infant Sleep and Crying Patterns. There are many things people believe about infant sleep and crying patterns that may not always be true. In this video, we'll look at normal sleep patterns for infants and reasons that babies cry. The information in this video can help you support new parents so they can feel more confident with breastfeeding. We'll begin by looking at sleep patterns. It seems everyone worries about when babies should sleep, how long they should sleep, and why they wake up. One myth is that a good baby sleeps most of the time. The truth is that all babies have periods of both sleep and wakefulness. A baby who sleeps much of the time may not feed often enough to grow and gain weight properly. Another common myth is that babies should sleep all night. But the truth is that babies are not built to go all night without eating. They need calories from nighttime breastfeeding to grow and develop. Many moms also believe that babies wake from sleep when they're hungry. But the truth is that babies often wake simply because their brain has completed a sleep cycle. So how long should babies sleep, and when should they be waking? Many moms think that if the baby wakes up at night or wakes up as soon as they finish a feeding, the baby isn't getting enough. Knowing what's normal can help reassure them. In the first 8 weeks, babies usually sleep around 16 out of every 24 hours. They wake about every hour or so. Not because they are always hungry, but also to breathe and to keep warm. They also wake around 3 or 4 times during the night. Moms can breastfeed if the baby wakes or shows signs of hunger at night. By the time babies are 2 months, they wake around 2 or 3 times every night. By 4 months, babies tend to wake around once or twice during the night. And by 6 months, they are waking only once a night or less. Let's look at why babies wake so often at first. A sleep cycle is simply the progression our brain makes from active or the dreaming state of sleep to the deeper sleep. Sleep cycles for babies don't match those of adults. That's why parents can get frustrated that their baby doesn't sleep the way they do. In the early days and weeks after birth, a baby's sleep cycle only lasts around 60 minutes. Babies tend to wake up after the sleep cycle ends, so that's why babies wake so often right at first. The first half of that 1-hour cycle is the active sleep or dreaming phase. This lasts around 20 to 30 minutes. Babies wake up very easily in this stage of the cycle. That's why moms might notice that the baby wakes up after a feeding as soon as she puts the baby down. She might misinterpret this to mean that the baby wasn't satisfied at the breast. But actually, it might just be that the baby wasn't in a deep enough sleep yet. Mom could try just rocking the baby and holding the baby until baby falls into a deeper state of sleep. During the second half of the sleep cycle, the baby goes into a deeper sleep. During this phase, the baby may not wake up easily. If the mom waits until the baby moves to this stage of the sleep cycle before putting baby down, she might find that baby is more likely to stay asleep. As babies grow, their sleep cycles will continue to change. They will often have longer periods of deeper sleep at night and will begin to wake less often. It's usually not necessary to wake a baby for feedings. Babies use their sleep time to recover energy and allow their brains to develop. If a baby is sleeping so much that they're not waking to feed 8 to 12 times every 24 hours, especially if growth isn't adequate, we might need to wake them from time to time. From what you learned about sleep cycles, which stage do you think would be easiest for waking a baby? Babies don't rouse easily when they are in a deep sleep state. So moms can watch for signs baby is in a more active sleep phase of the cycle. The baby in this picture is showing some visual cues he's in a more active part of the cycle. To wake the baby, mom can try holding the baby skin to skin. She could change the baby's diaper or clothing. She could also try calling the baby by name several times. It's hard for anyone to hear a baby fussing and crying. It raises our stress levels. So it's human nature to want to do something to console the baby. It's a little easier for new parents to cope with an unhappy baby if they understand why. There are actually a lot of reasons why baby might be fussy. For example, the baby might have a dirty diaper. Baby might be too hot or too cold. The atmosphere might be too loud or too bright. How do you feel if you want to go to bed but the lights are all on and the TV is blaring? Babies have a strong need to be near their mom, so baby might simply be lonely and need to be held. Sometimes babies are just uncomfortable in the position they're in, or they're bored and want something to be different. We learned in the early days videos that babies give distinct cues when they are hungry. Just a reminder that some of these cues are sucking on the hands or fingers, baby clenching his hands, flexing the arms and legs, making rooting movements and sucking sounds. If a hungry baby gives these cues and nobody responds, the baby will cry due to hunger. When a baby gets to that point of crying, it can be hard to calm enough to latch and feed. Moms might believe the baby will eat if they get hungry enough, but babies rely on parents to help them become organized again to be able to feed. We'll look at some ideas for ways to calm a fussy baby. If a baby is consistently unable to calm, we'll want to yield the mom to the baby's healthcare provider to rule out any medical causes. It's tempting for moms to want to use formula or a pacifier to soothe a crying baby. But there are lots of calming strategies that don't affect breastfeeding that can first be tried. Check the diaper. A wet or dirty diaper can be irritating to a newborn's fragile skin. Mom can also make sure the temperature is not too hot or too cold for baby. Skin-to-skin contact is a great go-to solution to help meet baby's physical need for closeness and comfort. Either the mother or her partner can use skin-to-skin to help calm a fussy baby. Babies are used to the familiar coziness inside the mother's uterus. The mother's constant movements became very comforting to the baby. So moms can continue these comforting rhythmic movements after the baby is born too. The mother or a family member can rock the baby, walk with the baby, gently sway the baby, or rhythmically rub or pat the baby's back. Repetitive singing or saying the baby's name in a calm voice can also be calming. Since newborn babies are easily overstimulated, sometimes they just need a calm environment again. Moms can try to limit visitor time in the early days at home. She can also urge her visitors to use softer voices around the baby. It can be helpful to keep the home environment calm without a lot of excess noise, such as a loud television or music. Some babies are fussy only during certain periods of the day. This seems to occur most often in the evening when babies have been overstimulated throughout the day. Moms can try nursing or holding the baby skin to skin in a quiet area to help them calm. Occasionally, a baby might cry for several hours throughout the day. We call this persistent crying. Babies might cry persistently because they have digestion problems. They might be sick or injured. They might be too immature to be able to self-soothe or regulate their states yet. That takes time and practice to learn how to do. If the usual calming techniques have not helped the mother calm her baby, yield her to the DBE for further assessment. This ends the Infant Sleep and Crying Patterns video in the Baby Behavior video series. Please take a few moments now to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Baby Behavior page. Write down something you did not know or that you don't want to forget. You can also write down at least one goal for something you want to do with the information you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video on infant sleep and crying patterns. Once you've completed the post-tests and handouts for the Baby Behavior video series, be sure to turn them in to your supervisor.
So thanks, everyone. Now have your handout ready. 67 with the pictures on it. So we're gonna talk about these pictures of these babies and talk about what state they are in. So that we're all on the same page. 67 is the first ones. We've got 67 and 68. I think yours may be individual. I'm not positive about that, but so let's talk about the baby up in the upper left corner. What state do you think that baby is in? The one with the plaid shirt. Crying and fussy. Yeah, absolutely. What are some of the signs? Yep, tears. Red face, closed eyes. Absolutely. Absolutely. So what about the baby on the upper right in the like cantaloupe colored stripe with stripes on it shirt? What do you think about that one? Irritable. Yeah. Yeah, Jarena, I kind of transition there, quiet alert and really ready to get to that irritable phase. What's the clue that baby's irritable? The furrowed brow, that's the first thing. Yeah, that furrowed brow. Babies, you can't see much, but the baby's arms are back and he seems to be tensing up. Yeah. So what about the baby in the lower right corner? What do you think? What about lower right? You think drowsy? So I'm thinking that the baby's drowsy, but also irritable. Look at the furrow between that baby's brows. So maybe either getting sleepy, wanting to go to sleep, or waking up. So yeah. So sometimes it's hard. I want to point that out. Sometimes sometimes it's difficult, and that's why we talk about these things and help parents definitely transitioning. So what about the lower left corner on this first page? The baby in the overalls. Yeah, alert, happy, awake, alert, engaged, ready to play, ready to learn. Absolutely. So let's move on to the second page of images. And what do you think about the baby in the upper left corner with no shirt on? What do you think about that baby? Yeah, pensive. This might be another possible transition kind of one. They may be ready to learn, but they may be finished learning. Possibly hungry. So what about the baby in the lower left corner, also shirtless? What do you think of that one? Yeah, I think so. Irritable, possibly. What do you think? What are the reasons? Overstimulated. Yeah. What do you think? What are your clues for that? Distressed face. And this is an older baby, maybe the hands over the ears. Yeah. I have a very auditory easily overstimulated child that continues to be that way as an adult. Sound really gets to him. He likes his headphones occasionally to noise canceling, to block everything out. What about the baby in the lower right corner? That's really a close-up of baby's face. Alert, quiet, alert, ready to learn, right? What are your clues? What do you see in the picture? Smiling. Yep. Wide open eyes. Yeah. Relaxed face. Very focused. Yes. So what about the baby in the upper right with dad? We're going to assume dad. Interacting, curious, quiet, alert. Definitely. So how do you know that? What are the visual clues? Yeah, they're engaged. Calm body language. Touching dad's face. Yep. Reaching, relaxed hand. The other hand is relaxed and open. You notice that baby's head, the baby's leaning in towards dad as well. Well, y'all are rocking the baby behaviors. Thank you so much. Denisha, you want to start us again?
Yes, so what we're going to do is take the time for question and answers. Pretty soon it'll be time for lunch. So before we do that, we'd like to make sure there are no questions or concerns or clarifications needed. I know the chat was pretty busy, so if there's something that should have stood out but didn't just yet because we haven't had the chance to review it in its entirety, feel free to ask. If you would like to come off of mute, that is acceptable as well. So just raise your hand and we can unmute you if you are not able to do so. But any questions, concerns so far?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mida. Yeah, it's about the feeding. I have a couple moms telling me that when they are feeding their babies, and like I saw in the video, if the baby is not quite ready to go to sleep, as soon as they finish, they see the baby sleeping, but when they put the baby on the bed, the baby wakes up and start crying. And they tell me when I feed them with formula, I don't see that. They don't see that reaction. So when I feed formula, they fall asleep and, I'm able to rest or do something else. But when they're breastfeeding, they see that. Any suggestions for that?
Perhaps hold them a little longer. They're probably in a light sleep. They haven't gone into a deep sleep state. And formula takes a lot longer to digest. So, babies shutting down to digest that formula, that's not necessarily a good thing. Just being aware of sleep states can be really helpful, and waiting. Lots of times moms will put babies down and their hands are still a little tight. If they'll wait just a little bit longer until they relax into that deep sleep a little more, that can be helpful.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, can I add something? The response to this question, it depends on the baby's age. Like if it's a baby that is 3-4 weeks or 2 weeks old, we need to make sure how long is the baby on the breast, whether the mom is aware about hind milk, fore milk, and if the baby is breastfeeding on both sides. Some babies get full on one side, but then burping is important. I usually tell them burp the baby, even don't put him to sleep right after the baby burped. Some babies burp in 5 minutes, some babies burp in 20 minutes. So just even if he goes to sleep on your shoulder, keep trying to burp the baby, and sometimes after 20 minutes the baby passes gas. And I talk to them a lot about the first half hour and then the second half hour to deep sleep, but it depends on the age of the baby.
Thank you, Zolma. Yes, definitely burping a baby, especially between sides, and offering the other breast because baby may not be completely full at that point. Alyssa,
Yes.
go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this question is appropriate for now, or if maybe we'll be kind of addressing this topic at a later time. But what is the best practice for working with clients who don't believe or don't agree with information they're given? Like, I've had many moms who we'll talk about, they'll say that they are not producing enough milk, their baby's not satisfied with the breast milk, and I'll talk about when the best times to feed the baby are, or hunger cues, and they'll be like, no, my baby is hungry only when she cries, or no, my baby makes a sound when she's hungry, so if she's not making that sound, then I don't need to feed her. Or I had a mom who was 8 days postpartum, and she expressed that she didn't feel like her breast milk was enough for the baby. And I was talking about satiety cues, like when baby starts falling asleep at the breast, that's usually a sign that baby's getting full and getting satisfied. And she was like, no, he's not satisfied, he's just lazy. And so it's I don't know how to react or what to do in situations where I give, or I try to help moms understand the hunger and satiety cues and other reasons baby may be crying, and they just flat out say, no, that's not true. This is what I know about my baby, or no, that's not right.
Ultimately, you're going to share the information, and if they're not in a state to accept that information, they're still they make the decision about how their baby's going to be fed. This is one of those, just don't burn bridges, share the just keep sharing the information. I will tell you, you hit on one of my biggest triggers with the word lazy baby, or the phrase lazy baby.
And I was like, your baby's 8 days old, how is he lazy?
That's something that you have to practice talking about this. But my take on that is that the way that I respond to that is, babies really aren't lazy. If babies aren't doing something, it means something's going on that they can't do it, and they're not ready to learn how to do that. And maybe we can explore that some more. having developed a relationship, because you definitely can't say this without having some relationship, positive relationship with someone, talking about it, is talk about, when you use negative words to describe your baby, that affects your overall feeling. When we use negative words to describe anyone, that affects our way of thinking about them, and trying to come up with more positive words and interactions can help you through this. I know that it sounds trite, but I talk about that very, very frequently. Babies aren't lazy. Because if babies were capable of being lazy, having that willful behavior, the human species wouldn't exist. We would have died out a long time ago. So, talking about that, and just, like I said, practice among yourselves with that, because it's a hard topic.
I can add something else also to this point. I had quite a few moms who have expressed that, but I tell them, especially if it's the first time mom, I tell them usually the first 2 to 3 weeks, the first thing your baby will do when you hold him or hold her is he or she will go to sleep. So it's difficult to keep them awake. We teach them in Arlington how to keep them awake. And also I tell them the reason the babies stay longer on the breast, or need to stay longer on the breast the first few days, is because from 20 minutes that they might stay, or even half an hour, they don't suck the whole time. It's very tiring to suck. So they sometimes take a break, they go to sleep. So that's why it's important to keep them awake, blowing on the face, tickle on the heels, and they will take their breaks. That's why it takes so long for the baby to feed from one breast and get to the hind milk. And also I tell them, no, the baby's not lazy. Let's do an exercise. While I'm talking and I'm doing these things and I'm showing some other things, I would like you to start sucking and let me know when you get tired. And they smile because they get tired soon, because he said, even we as adults are not used sucking for 15, 20 minutes. It will be very tiring for our muscles in the cheeks, the tongue, the palate. So be patient with your baby. We can be lazy as adults, or even some toddlers or kids, older kids. We can be lazy, we can be spoiled. Babies are not lazy, babies are not spoiled. It's just a matter of learning to know your baby, and especially since this is the first time, maybe this is information you didn't know. And that seems to calm them down and be a little bit more patient.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Zulma.
much for that, Zulma. I really like that example as well. Wouldn't you get tired if you were sucking for 15 minutes? I'd like to add on to that, this conversation, that's why it's so important that our participants hear these bits of education over time. And that's why the BAPT, I believe, is so effective, because we're giving that individualized education based on their own needs and requests, based on what their survey results show. So we're giving that tailored education there. Then ideally they're getting a breastfeeding class, and then they're getting baby behaviors in the 3rd trimester before they deliver. So they're not just hearing this information for the first time from you, they've heard it multiple times from multiple people, and hopefully also from the wider circle of care, that they're getting prenatal education from the birth facilities in the community. So they're also getting it reinforced there. So it can be challenging to have that one-on-one, well, I just don't believe you. And like Catherine says, we can provide them with the, building a rapport and building an awareness so that they can trust WIC as an expert on infants, that they will receive that information. But I really think if they receive that information, get that information over time from different sources, they're more likely to, to accept it and follow through with it and understand it.
One more thing that I do after a couple of minutes that they have been sucking, I tell them, and they stop. I got tired. I say, okay, what part of your mouth bothered you? The cheeks. Okay. So now I think you get what the baby's getting.
So that you're teaching them to have more empathy for their baby. I like that,
Yes,
Zulma.
yes, yes, yes.
I noticed a few folks are leaving and coming back into the room. Are you having connectivity issues? I mean, I'm just concerned about that. And also, there are a few people who shared the same link, which is fine. But you can rename yourself if you hover over your name in the chat window. I think you can rename. Yes, you should be able to rename yourself, but I can also rename you. So if you want to just send me a direct message, I can update your name in the chat. So your name is associated with your comments. So yesterday there were a couple of, there was a discussion, a good discussion about early supplementation in the hospital and why breast milk substitutes are offered in the hospital. And I wanted to share with you all the link to, did I put it in the chat? Oh, thank you, Denisha. So this very comprehensive report, having gone to multiple countries and interviewing over 8,000 early postpartum families, as well as medical providers, resulted in this report from the World Health Organization marketing the 55 billion formula milk industry. So that will help to answer some of the questions that you all had yesterday. And when we were talking about the WHO code and why following the WHO code is so highly recommended, because marketing is so pervasive. Marketing of so many things is pervasive. I can remember like crying once years ago from a McDonald's commercial. And I was like, oh my God, I don't even like, it was nostalgia. It was playing on, my emotions from childhood memory. And so we know how what a sensitive period is during the prenatal and postpartum period for families looking for answers, wanting to do the right thing, not being sure of themselves. And so they're susceptible to marketing. And what is really interesting is this report showed how susceptible medical professionals are also to marketing. So someone put in the chat when we were saying, what does the baby-friendly hospital have to do? Someone put in, and I really appreciated that, not having posters or advertising, not having pens or tablets, what have you, that advertise, because those are subtle. In the film industry, we call that product placement, when something is just happens to be sitting there on the counter as the camera pans past, or being consumed by a character in the film or the commercial or the music video. Product placement is a big part of marketing as well. So for those of you who are interested in learning more about that, that is the website there. You can, there's a webinar of the launch of that report that came out about this time last year, actually. You're welcome. Let's see, what else do we have anything else, any other questions come in? And also please continue to raise your hand if you'd like to just say your question. I'll unmute you.
So there was a question prior to COVID, how many local districts had WIC staff who had access to local hospitals to support moms those first few days? Well, first of all local agencies have access by phone if the participant has shared that information and accepted, that they want phone calls so as long as you know that you can reach out to them. It doesn't have to be in person, but if going into the hospital, that definitely supervisors need to be involved, and there needs to be, what's it called?
An MOU.
Thank you, an MOU, memorandum of understanding between the local health district and the hospital facility, the birthing facility.
And that's why I loved, whenever we do these trainings, essentially the training is jammed packed full of best practices and ideas. And so, our hope is that we'll all hear something that we can improve upon in our own services that we provide individually. But we also may hear some best practices that we can start doing as an agency or as a local agency. And one of those might be building a relationship with the hospital that's in your district.
Here's another one. I'll go back to
Well, I'm sorry. So to finish answering Diane's question. So over the years, it has changed to specifically how many local districts prior to COVID. Really, I think there were only 2. But over the years, there have been more. And that changes over time, the relationship at the hospital, the capacity at the local agency, perhaps the breastfeeding peer counselor who had been approved to make those visits grows on into another area. And then, it kind of falls away. The best practice falls away. Go ahead, Catherine.
Let's go ahead with Sue's, which is, can you explain more about an MOU very briefly, because we do have some more to cover.
Okay. I missed it. I'm sorry. Can you read it to me? I don't see it.
Oh, can you explain more about an MOU?
Oh, that there has to be, so we don't want a breastfeeding peer counselor to just show up at the hospital. So there has to be a memorandum of agreement. And I have samples of those. If that's something that, I don't know who was asking if you are indeed a WIC coordinator, but that's something that the WIC coordinator, along with the, breastfeeding coordinator, I can share that, and it can be carried out with the local facility or hospital system.
Basically, it's clearly defined rules on how.
Did we cover that yet in this training? Last week and this week are melded in my mind.
No, no.
Okay, so we will be covering that in the training. Maybe it's this afternoon.
It may be tomorrow too. I can't remember. Okay. Here's a really good one. A very young mom who had just arrived in the U.S. shared, I think you're a peer counselor, forgive me if I'm wrong, during her postpartum certification appointment, that the hospital started giving their baby formula because they thought they had to, since the hospital had given them all those samples.
Oh.
This is a reason for those early interactions prenatally, if at all possible. I mean, I know we have participants that join the program very, very late in their pregnancy or right after their baby's born, because they don't realize all the education and support that they can get. But again, that's why when we do have the interaction prenatally, we need to give anticipatory guidance about those kind of things. And that might not be something that you think about giving guidance about, that you may receive these samples. You don't need to use them.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
Ava, the marketing webinar has actually taken place. That was in February of 2022. So that's the recording that's available on the link there now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that, I think, that actually Rhonda, thank you for sharing that. Some of the marketing that has been done with having folks in lab coats, salespeople in lab coats, to make them look more professional, like they're actually prescribing something.
Yeah, and if you want to read more about that, look up Nestle boycott. Lots of information. Let's see, pediatricians, let's see.
Yeah. So Jessica, thank you for that feedback about your experience with pediatricians. And, to the best of our ability, we do try to educate, but just knowing that only in recent times have some medical schools ever even have their residents do rotations in lactation. So there's been a desert of knowledge about basic lactation. And that, we can only do what we can to make up for that.
So Jareen, about the pediatricians and the next Alyssa's as well, about her pediatrician told her she could start giving formula now that her baby was a month old. You know, these, knowing she ended it with, we don't have many breastfeeding friendly peds where I'm at. This is yet another area for outreach and for collaboration, and reminding those pediatricians that what WIC breastfeeding support looks like and what's available, so that they get in the habit of, rather than not wanting to say, I don't know, and offer and telling moms to supplement, they say, oh, you're having difficulty. Oh, you're a WIC participant. Why don't you reach out to the peer counselor or to your WIC staff and get support? You know, those referrals back and forth, that collaboration, community collaboration is everything. We can't do it all ourselves. They can't do it all themselves.
Yeah,
So,
want versus need. That's subtle counseling there.
yes. Do you see anything else?
Yeah, but kind of basically the same feedback of how frustrating it can be to us as WIC professionals that our fellow circle of care providers in the community are giving mixed messages or incorrect messaging, and that can be difficult, and that's when you know, communicating in ways that do not contradict what the medical professionals are saying can be you know, something that we need to practice. That we're just going to be aware that we're sometimes families will be getting incorrect information, and therefore having at our fingertips excellent resources to refer them to. Well, if their pediatrician said that, well, let's see what the American Academy of Pediatrics says, because that is what WIC follows. And so that, you know, those are references and links that you can share with folks so that they can read for themselves and become, you know, to have their own self-efficacy.
So someone asks if pediatricians receive commission on formula, and someone else has responded with, no, there is no commission. I will find the link at lunch to post, but actually all physicians are now required to reveal, what's the word I'm using, that bear with me, any monetary and non-monetary compensation that they receive from any organization. Disclose. Thank you. There's the word I wanted. But there is a website that you can look up your doctors, every single doctor, and see whether they have received any kind of compensation for anything, whether like they're participating in a study and they receive something, or they receive a free meal at a conference that's hosted by Nestle, for example. They're required to disclose that. There you go, Sunshine Act. Thank you. I knew somebody'd come up with the name for me. Yeah, so
not to go too far off into this area, but it's good to be able to vent sometimes. But are there any specific questions of any of the material that's been covered thus far that you would like to have addressed? Okay, no questions for us. Then I'm going to have some questions for you. Tala, okay, thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, some folks shared log-on links, which is okay. But we wanted you to all register yourselves individually so that we have a record of your participation. I am aware that some of you are participating in groups, and that's fine. If you would still just put that into the chat for us, so that we know what district you're in, your full name and your title, so we can compile our participation list. But thank you, Tala. I will update you now in the chat. Also, I wanted to, since I have a little time before lunch, I think I'll just go ahead and give this information now. This afternoon, we will be doing one project in breakout rooms. Breakout rooms are a virtual room that we can create in Zoom platform where you'll be paired with a group of others and work on something together. So when we go into the breakout room, you'll automatically be assigned. Once you're in the room, I would like everyone to designate someone to be the note taker and or someone to present for the group when we get back into the main room. There will be 7 rooms. I think there will be 1 room for every scenario in the project that we'll be doing, excuse me, together. So you can, everyone take notes, but have determine who's going to report back out to the big group when we come back in from the breakout room. So you, when you are assigned to a breakout room, you will just accept the invitation to go into the breakout room, and then you'll be able to be there together. Those of you who have cameras, it's a great time to turn your cameras on so that you can dialogue with your colleagues from across the state. I mean, there's the pandemic was horrible. And I have been pleased with the way that we have stepped up our use of virtual tools, especially being able to meet and share ideas with people in other health districts from across the state. So I am going to put a question into the chat. This is not us. This is a fill in the, oops, wrong. I still had the link for the report on my clipboard. Let me try that again. All right, so what can early skin-to-skin contact accomplish? Fill in the blank. What can early skin-to-skin contact accomplish? Why is it an important part of the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding? Bonding, temperature regulation, early initiation of breastfeeding, release of oxytocin. Yes, it does all of that. Bonding with baby, regulating the glucose level. That's excellent. Thank you. Breathing regulation, the immature nervous system of a newborn benefits greatly from the warmth and regulation of being on the birthing parent's body. True or false? One way for a mother to regain her rest is to nap when the baby naps. Yeah, that was an easy one. Okay, here's one. Maybe I'll get you on this one. How much colostrum per feeding does the lactating parent make in the first day or two? How much colostrum per feeding? A teaspoon, about a teaspoon. Yes, you all were listening and you were taking notes. Thank you very much. Oh, that was a tough one. Yeah, Jessica. The size of a penny. All right, here's another softball then. True or false? An important message of anticipatory guidance might be to remind mothers that babies show certain feeding cues when they are hungry. True or false? Yes, absolutely true. Let's teach them about babies. When people came from large extended families, there was always somebody pregnant, breastfeeding, or raising a toddler in the family. And it's, now that we have smaller family sizes, people are waiting later to have children. They may not even live in the geographic area where their birth family is from. I mean, when I think about it, how frightening must it be to hold for the first time a baby and it's yours. It's your newborn. And so I always joke with my oldest nephew, and I call him my practice baby. So he was my practice baby. And I was, very comfortable. That was like that was an advantage to have a practice baby in your life that you could watch. Actually, probably one of my cousins was the first baby that I ever saw being breastfed. But that is, how daunting that must be to not know anything about a newborn. So our families really rely on us quite a bit to help them with those newborn behaviors and what to expect.
Dream, people don't use teenage babysitters much anymore either.
Yeah, that's true. I was an adult with my nephew, but he was still my practice baby.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I started babysitting at 12.
Oh, wow. You could get arrested for that now. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's true. Well, the parents could.
Thank you for making that comment, Ashley. Also, people who haven't been in the U.S. that long, all the support from their extended families is not there. And, they have to kind of create that for themselves. So I don't see any other questions coming in. Thank you so much for your engagement. Like Denisha said at the very beginning, it's no fun doing training without engaged participants. So this is great for all of us. And thank you for sharing your ideas with each other and with us. At 13, another early babysitter.
I was
drive, didn't know CPR.
No, I took it was American Red Cross babysitting course, and I learned CPR, and I learned all of that. But I got to tell you, in hindsight, being a 12-year-old babysitting for a family of 5 at the beach, on the beach, I cannot believe my parents allowed it. So
well, the distractions were different then too. So I could imagine teenagers now on phones expected to watch anyone at a beach.
That's true.
Yeah, that's
folks,
true.
I put the link to the public site for checking out where your doctor's funding has come from. So you can look up physicians, you can share that link.
Yes, different times, Anna. Very true. So anyone have any questions about technical things about the breakout room? I think I just wanted to try, I was talking about break-in rooms last week, and somebody put in the chat, like, what is a breakout room? I was like, oh yes, I do Zooms every week. I forget not everybody does Zooms every week. So it's easy, and you'll be automatically assigned to a room. The bar for babysitting now seems so high. A lot of families want people with degrees in child development. Yes.
But they only want to pay them $10 an hour.
Yeah. All right. Well, Denisha, shall we break for lunch now?
So yes, one thing though first, as promised, I wanted to make sure that I reminded everyone about the Global Protect to make sure you log off with that. So between 12 and 1. So now might be a good time to do so. So that you can.
And be aware, you don't need to be on Global Protect to participate in this. So you can log off and stay logged off of it.
Correct. So with that being said, we can go to lunch, and it's 30 minutes. So we'll see you at 12:13. Let's say 12.
2 minutes. Can we just come back at 12:15?
We can.
Okay. 12:15, please.
See you all soon.
And you can pause the recording.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the sunshine, everybody.
Welcome back from lunch. Hope you all enjoyed. If you are back in the Zoom area, go ahead and give us one of your favorite emojis or reactions so that we can know that you have returned.
They're popping in. Barbara, that's one of my favorites too. Chantel, that one's one of my favorites too.
All right, well, that's great. So let's get started with our icebreaker really quickly, and then we have a afternoon activity. I want to make this fun. All right, so for our icebreaker, what is your favorite movie and how many times have you seen it? What is your favorite movie and how many times have you seen it? Mine is Pet Detective. I cannot count how many times I've seen it.
Somebody said Princess Bride.
Okay.
Disney's Up. That movie makes me cry. It's so sweet. Moonstruck. Elf. Our local theater did a production of Elf this past Christmas. It was really good. The Outsiders, Black Panther, The Equalizer. Wow, they're coming fast here. Imitation of Life, Encanto, Sound of Music, The Holiday. Yesterday or last week, I said that I watch a lot of movies, but I really couldn't name a favorite. And I had said, but my favorite book is Anne of Green Gables series, the whole series. And I've listened to it and read it like tons and tons of time. The Holiday, I have watched that movie a lot. I think that is a sweet movie. Practical Magic, 50 First Dates, Sing 2, Lady and the Tramp. And Jennifer says, I don't have the attention span to finish a movie. You're cracking me up. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Oh my goodness, 900 times. How many of those are in person? Like at the theater dressed up? For those of you that are not familiar with that movie, that was a big thing to do in the 80s.
Nice. Cool. Okay. Well, since most people have joined us, thank you so much for your participation there. See a couple of people coming back in. Let's start with our afternoon activity. So we're going to do a scavenger hunt, but we're going to do it breastfeeding style. Want you to see if you could find, before the timer goes off, 2 minutes, a breast model, breastfeeding cover, baby scale, diaper, nursing bra, nursing pads, keep it simple book, pink pillow, newborn stomach guide, and any referral you would give a breastfeeding mom. And go.
And while you're doing that, I wanted to comment and share. I have a really cool teaching tool that I use for stomach guide. I have a large, it's an irrigation syringe. I want to say it's an ounce, and it's got a shoot and I've got a globe shooter marble that is down in it, and I push the plunger down and I'm like, that's the size of your baby's stomach. That whole thing is 1 ounce. So you don't always have to use something that's pre-made for stomach guides or for anything. You can use what you have.
All right, time is ticking. Let's see how many of you can find it all before the timer runs out.
Baby scale, nursing bra, everything except the pink pillow.
All right, and that is time. So did I hear you say that people are finding everything except the pink pillow?
We only have one person that says that. Everybody else, it's one or two items.
All right. Well,
That was going to be my question. How many could I see a raise of hands? How many people are in the office? Okay, maybe not many of you, because we have 86 participants and I don't know, maybe 10, and that I guess there are some of those 10 are in a group, but I don't know that there's all of those many. So yeah.
okay. Well, I have a confession. The pink pillow was thrown in there because that's my favorite color and I just have one in my office. So, oh goodness. All right. Well, thank you so much for your participation with that. We are going to get started so that we can have time for all of our other activities. Please prepare yourselves for our Talking with Mom section. And you should have pages 83, 85, 86 available for this next section. And I'll put that in the chat momentarily as well. But 83, 85, and 86. Thank you.
Welcome to the final Level 2 video in the Baby Behavior video series. This video is titled Talking with Moms. We'll focus on ways to apply some of the active listening skills you've already learned when talking with mothers about their baby's behaviors. When a mom is worried about her baby crying, our sensitive counseling skills can make a world of difference in her ability to cope. Let's do a little practice now. Turn to your counseling practice baby behavior worksheet. Think about a baby who is fussy and crying, and use this worksheet to jot down some of the feelings you think a new mother might have when she hears her baby crying. Write down a different feeling in each row. Now, think about an open-ended question you could ask a mom who is feeling that way. Write your questions in the middle column. Now, imagine what you think a mom who is feeling that might need to hear to be affirmed. Write down an affirming statement in the corresponding row in the right column. You can pause the video now to complete your worksheet.
So everybody have their worksheet out? So we're going to talk about what moms might feel. Maybe if they might feel, I'm going to go through some feelings rather and have y'all do open-ended questions and affirming statements for this activity. So what might mom feel or what kind of open-ended questions, sorry, I'll get there. What kind of open-ended questions might you say to a mom who's feeling rejected if her baby doesn't want to latch or seems uninterested? What do you think? How does that make you feel? Yeah. Anything else? How long has this been going on? How often does this happen? Yeah. So what kind of affirming statements might you give to a mom that's feeling rejected? I see you are concerned about your baby. Yeah, that's great. Anything else? Any other ways to affirm this mom? I know this can be very stressful. You're doing fine. Yeah. This is normal baby behavior. Yeah. Perhaps something like it's hard to feel your baby's not interested during this learning time. So what kind of open-ended questions might you ask a mom who's worried about her baby's happiness and well-being? What kind of open-ended questions might you ask a mom who's worried about her baby's happiness and well-being? What makes you feel that way? Yeah. So thinking about it from a baby behaviors perspective, any other open-ended questions you'd ask? Yeah, describe what a happy baby looks like. Yeah. Anything else? Perhaps ask, what do you think your baby wants right now? Yeah. Tell me what your baby does that concerns you the most. Yeah. So what kind of affirming statements could you give to this mom who's worried about her baby's happiness and well-being? What kind of affirmations? All babies will cry sometimes, including happy and healthy babies. Yeah. You're a great mom, wanting to be nurturing to your baby. Yeah, you're a wonderful mom. Your baby's lucky to have you. Absolutely. Yes. Y'all are rocking this. What about a mom who's feeling pressure from well-meaning family members to use formula? What kind of open-ended questions could you ask about that? How do you feel about that? Can you tell me about the concerns your family has? Yeah. What do you want to do? Yeah. So what kind of affirmations could you give to a mom whose family's pressuring her to give formula? What do you think? What kind of affirmations? Yeah, I'm glad your family wants to ensure your baby is getting adequate nutrition. Yeah, your family wants to help you. At the end of the day, it's your choice. Yes. Perhaps it sounds like your family is very important to you. Yeah, you're doing amazing. A lot of moms feel the same pressures from family and outsiders. It can be tough. Yep. It's good. Family wants to be involved, but you make the decision. Yeah. So what about a mom who has fear that her baby's not getting enough milk, or milk production is not sufficient? What kind of questions, open-ended questions might you ask? What makes you think that? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Be careful with asking why questions in situations like this, because they can come across a little hard. asking what makes you say that, how does your baby show you he is hungry? Those kind of things can soften that question a little bit. Can you describe your baby's behavior after a feeding? Yeah. Yep. Tell me about the number of wet and poopy diapers. Yep. So what kind of affirmation could you give a mom who is concerned that her baby's not getting enough to eat? That's a very common concern. Mhm. So what kind of affirmations? We're not providing information yet. We're just affirmations. It's great that you want to make sure your baby's getting enough nourishment. Yep. Many breastfeeding mothers feel this way. Yep. It sounds as though you care a lot about your baby. We know all moms care about their babies. Yep. So let's see. How about a mom that says she is exhausted? She's feeling exhausted. What kind of questions, open-ended questions, could you ask this mom? Who is your support system? Yep. Is someone helping you? Are you resting when the baby sleeps? Yeah. Maybe tell me about how you try to incorporate rest into your day routine. Yep. Yep. What do you do to re-energize yourself? Yep. So what would some affirming statements be in this situation? What do you think? What kind of affirming statements could you give this mom? It's normal to feel tired. It'll get better. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. That is one of my sayings too, Jamie. It's okay to ask for help. Yeah. Yes. You must be a wonderful mom who is spending so much time caring for your little one and your family. Yep. So let's see, what else do we have here? How about frustration that a baby seems to want to nurse all the time? What kind of open-ended questions would you ask this mom? Can you describe all the time? Yeah. How often does baby want to feed? Yeah. Absolutely. Y'all got that one down. What kind of affirming statements could you offer this mom? This is completely normal. It doesn't last forever. Yeah. You're a fantastic mom. It'll get better. Perhaps something like, it sounds as though you are feeling frustrated right now. You're affirming her feelings. So, yeah. So thank you all for the participation. Y'all are rocking this. Denisha, you want to go ahead and start?
Here are some open-ended questions that can be helpful when talking with moms about their baby's behaviors. What have you heard about newborn behavior in the early days? What does your baby's behavior seem to be saying to you? This acknowledges that the baby is communicating something to the parents and affirms that the parents can learn what their baby is telling them. How do you feel when your baby gets fussy? How is your baby's behavior different or the same as your last child? This question can help mom realize that all babies are different. What are your goals for your baby? Affirmation, especially when moms are worried about their baby's behaviors, can help them relax. When moms are more relaxed, they are able to learn what babies need. This can help build their confidence in reading their baby and feeling they are capable of helping their baby. Here are a few good affirmations that can be powerful. The fact you are concerned tells me you really love your baby. Wow, what mother doesn't want to hear that she is a great mom? I can tell that wanting your baby to be happy is very important to you. Many new moms are anxious about what their newborn wants. This just reassures her that she's not alone in her concerns. It is definitely hard to tell what the baby wants right at first. This shows her that there's nothing wrong with the fact she can't figure out what her baby needs right now. Your baby is very lucky to have so many people to love. Now, let's apply these active listening skills by looking at a possible scenario. Turn to the role-play baby behavior worksheet. For each of these situations, think about open-ended questions you might want to ask to learn more. You can also jot down some affirming statements you feel the mom would want to hear. Finally, make a note of a few education points or anticipatory guidance you could share with her. You will also want to note when it is important to yield the mother to the DBE or CPA. You can pause the video to work on this worksheet. When you're done, resume the video.
So these are the
Last
Denisha, did I jump in too soon?
weeks of the mother's pregnancy are a great time to prepare her about her baby.
No, you're right on time, Catherine.
Okay, so we are on that handout, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So these are the handouts on 85 and 86, I believe. For the scenarios, the situation number 1, this is the one we're going to be talking about. We're going to come up with some open-ended questions, some affirming statements, and some anticipatory guidance and education, and then if there is yield. So a new mother of a 2-week-old baby calls the WIC office to ask, is it normal for babies to cry all the time? She reports her baby is fussy and seems to want to nurse all the time. Baby has 4 to 5 normal breastfed stools daily. So what kind of open-ended questions would you ask this mom? What kind of questions would you ask this mom? Feel free to unmute and call them out if you'd like. How long and often does this occur? Yeah. Tell me more about the crying. What do you mean by all the time? Yeah, absolutely. So what kind of affirming statements could you offer this mom? What kind of affirming statements? I know this is exhausting. You're doing great, and I'm glad you reached out. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's hard. It's so hard to hear your baby cry. Absolutely. Y'all are doing great at this. What kind of anticipatory guidance and education might you provide to this mom, knowing that her baby's 2 weeks old and is stooling 4 to 5 times daily? What kind of education would you provide? Maybe baby behavior for one. Anything else? Guidance about cluster feeding, hunger cues, skin to skin. Yeah, absolutely. So would there be any yields in this one? What kind of yields would occur? What would you do with WIC staff who would follow this person? So the peer counselor would definitely continue providing support. Yep. What if you suspect breastfeeding challenges? Yep, DBE. Anybody else outside of WIC? Perhaps the baby's healthcare provider if persistent crying is beyond normal. Yep. La Leche League for a resource. Absolutely. So we're going to move on to, let's see. Let's do scenario 3. The mom of a 5-day-old baby tells the WIC CPA that she would like to receive a partial breastfeeding food package so she can also give her baby some formula. She reports that her baby will not sleep and her mother told her giving baby some formula would help. So what kind of open-ended questions would you give? How do you feel about what your mother suggested? Yeah, that's a good one. What do you want to do? Yep. What are your expectations for baby's wake and sleep schedule? Yeah. Can you tell me how many times a night your baby wakes up? Absolutely. So what kind of affirming statements might you give this mom? What kind of affirming statements would you make with this participant? Babies wake up multiple times a night. It's completely normal. That's guidance. Let's try for affirmation. I understand you feel torn. It's not a milestone at this stage to sleep through the night. You're doing a great job. Maybe something like, you are lucky to have so many people who love you and your baby. Yeah, this is so hard, but it's temporary. Maybe something like, many people believe formula helps baby sleep longer. What kind of education anticipatory guidance could you give in this situation? Breast milk is easily digested, so they eat more often. Anything else? What else? What other kind? So I'd like to clarify about foremilk, hind milk. There really is only one kind of milk, and putting baby to breast frequently and definitely, let them lead the feed, let the baby lead the feed, and nurse as long as they need to, will assure that they get plenty of milk fat. When feedings are spread out, the milk fat has more time to adhere to the cell walls, and that's really what's going on. So a little bit of breast massage during feeds can help with that as well. Explain growth spurts and cluster feeding. Y'all are doing great. Possibly the impact of formula supplementation on mom's milk production, and how that will affect her breastfeeding goals. Yeah. Y'all are doing great. What kind of yields would you provide in this? Would you in this? What kind of yields would you do for this situation? Yep, continued following with the peer counselor, CPA for tailoring the food package, and possibly the DBE if the baby's not gaining weight properly. So, yeah. So again, thank you for your participation. And Denisha, we're ready. I think we're ready to move forward.
Baby's behaviors she can expect to see in the hospital after the birth. While the mom is preparing for the birth and thinking about her baby, she is open to your information about how to better connect with her baby. This helps her to feel more confident and prepared when she goes to the hospital. You may continue to contact the mother while she is in the hospital. This will help reassure her during this period of feeling very vulnerable. Your reminders to her about her baby's behaviors will help her feel reassured. Once mom is home from the hospital, you can continue to help her identify her baby's behaviors when she worries about how her baby is responding to breastfeeding. Consistent messages can help new mothers build their confidence as they understand their baby better each day. There are some key messages that can be shared as anticipatory guidance and then reinforced after the baby is born. For example, you can share that the baby has a very sensitive central nervous system. This means baby can easily become overstimulated and will cry when they feel that way. Babies fuss and cry for many reasons. When babies are truly hungry, they will show hunger cues to let you know. If a hungry baby becomes upset before the feeding, mom may want to calm the baby first. This will make the feeding go easier. Babies really do have their own language for communicating with parents. Parents just need to learn that language so they can feel confident meeting the baby's needs. This ends the Talking with Moms video in the Baby Behavior video series. Please take a few moments now to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Baby Behavior page again. If there are any additional ideas you want to remember or another goal you would like to set, please jot them down at this time. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video, along with your final putting it all together scenario, and give it to your supervisor.
Hello, and welcome to this video learning series on breastfeeding position and latch. This video series will examine some basic techniques of positioning a latch, which can help prevent most breastfeeding problems. We'll also look at positioning ideas in more unique situations. This first video is titled Basic Technique. One of the most important keys to successful breastfeeding is how the baby is held and how the baby latches to the breast. When this part is not going well, it can set in motion a domino effect where even more issues can arise. For example, poor positioning can cause the mother to experience a very painful soreness in her sensitive nipple tissue. Sore nipples can lead to an infection if the skin is irritated and broken, and that can lead to further problems such as mastitis. If the baby's not positioned or latched well, the breast doesn't drain well enough, and that can lead to engorgement. And that can further lead to low milk production, since production builds only when the milk is removed. If the baby is not getting sufficient milk, that can lead to slow weight gain in the baby. Studies have found that 79% of mothers experience sore nipples. This is usually a result of poor positioning and latch. Another 58% experience nipple damage. The WIC Infant and Toddler Feeding Practices 2 study found that 43% of WIC women believe breastfeeding will be painful. It's one of the most common complaints of new moms. When assisting a mom with breastfeeding, start by making sure the mom is comfortable. Find a chair with arms that rock or recline back if you can. Office chairs work well for this. Consider her privacy, too. Is there an office or room with a door that closes? You might give her a lightweight baby blanket if she doesn't have one of her own. This can be used to help cover the baby and provide extra privacy. As you help the mom get comfortable, point out any feeding behaviors the baby might already be showing. For example, the baby might root or turn the head toward the breast. When mom sees these behaviors, it can help her feel more confident in her baby's abilities. If you're explaining this to the mom over the phone, you can point out the cues she can watch for. Once mom gets comfortable, she'll want to make sure her back, neck, and her shoulder muscles are able to relax. These muscles can become very strained if she's not in a comfortable position. She can slide a pillow or a baby blanket rolled up under her arm or behind her back for some extra support if she needs it. You might suggest she have water or other fluids nearby. Once the hormone oxytocin begins flowing and her milk releases, she will become thirsty. Babies use innate reflexes to latch, but they still have to learn how to latch. Babies learn best when they're comfortable and ready. A crying baby is not ready. If baby's crying, stress hormones have gone up. It will be hard for them now to calm enough to latch. Mom can try calming the baby with skin-to-skin contact or by rocking or swaying the baby. A sleepy baby is also not ready. If the baby is sleepy, mom can hold the baby skin to skin. She could change the diaper or talk to the baby. She can also hand express a few drops of milk under baby's nose or on the lips. If baby does not seem comfortable, mom can try another position that the baby might like better. Now let's look at how babies latch. Did you know that babies are born with special sensory nerve cells in their mouths? When the baby is latched properly, certain neural signals are activated in their central nervous system. We call this imprinting. When the baby imprints properly at the breast, it reinforces an effective latch. Baby can learn from that to continue latching well. This is why babies need lots of opportunities to practice feeding in those early days. When you're teaching a mom how to breastfeed, it's best to use a doll and a breast model to demonstrate. When the mom can see how it works, it can build her confidence. Remember, it is not within the scope of practice for a peer counselor to touch or handle the mother's breasts. Many moms have very strong feelings about someone touching their breasts. Besides, we want to empower her so that when she's not with us, she can latch her baby by herself. After you teach the mother basic latch skills, if she's still not able to latch her baby, yield her to your WIC-designated breastfeeding expert or DBE. A good latch begins by understanding where the baby should latch. Think of the breast as a circle. A baby can latch from any direction on that circle just by following certain latch principles. First of all, the baby should be positioned so the baby is facing the breast. The baby should not have to turn the head to reach the breast. Try this little trick. Turn your head to one side all the way. Now swallow if you can. It's not easy. And it's not easy for the baby to swallow and breathe either when their head is turned to the side like that. The baby should lead into the breast with the chin. Notice how the baby in this photo is not centered over the nipple, but is actually angled below the breast. The chin is touching the breast. And this position helps the baby now to open his airway. Let's watch this short video animation that shows what that process looks like. Here's a tip to try. Move your chin down to touch your chest if you can. Now try to open your mouth. It isn't easy. Why? Well, because when we open our mouths, the top part of our jaw does not move much. It's the bottom part of our jaw that opens. Prove it to yourself by taking a glass of water and taking a drink. We raise our chin so we can open our airway when we drink. Babies need to do the same thing. So when baby opens his mouth to feed, he needs to be able to open his airway and increase the space under his chin by tilting his head back slightly. Here's another way to think about it. Whenever we eat a large sandwich or a bagel, we do not center it evenly in front of our mouth. If we did that, we'd mostly get a nose full of bread. Instead, when we eat a large sandwich, we tend to angle the sandwich a little and then we tilt our head backward. That way we can open up the space under our chin so our bottom jaw can open wide. And then we wrap our mouth over the sandwich. That helps us get a lot more sandwich in our mouth. Now let's imagine that our round breast model is a clock face. Imagine where 12 o'clock is, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. If the baby is positioned in the crook of mom's arm, baby's head may be closer to the 3 o'clock position. To get any milk from this angle, the baby would have to lower the chin in order to get the breast in his mouth. This will be uncomfortable and he will latch poorly, which will cause the mom pain. Instead, mom can shift her baby a little bit more toward a 9 o'clock position. Now the baby can lead with the chin and the space under the baby's chin has opened up, so baby can now open his mouth widely. Let's watch that animated video clip once again so you can see again the alignment of the baby's chin and the mouth against the mother's breast. Notice also the angle of being below the mother's breast. This is the key to a comfortable latch. In addition to the position of the baby in relation to the mother's breast, there are other important steps to a good latch. One step is to support the breast. This is especially helpful if mom has larger breasts or if the baby's having trouble latching. You can see in this photo that the mother is supporting her breast using the common C hold. Her fingers are placed around the breast to form a C shape. Her thumb is on top and her fingers are underneath the breast. Notice that her hands or fingers are not covering the nipple or areola. Some mothers like to shift their hands a little to form a U instead of a C. When baby leads with the chin, the nose is aligned with the nipple. This is called the sniffing position or nose to nipple. Notice how the baby in this photo is not centered over the nipple. Instead, the baby is angled underneath the nipple. The baby's head is tilted back, and now the jaw can easily open widely. In this nose to nipple position, the baby can now smell the strong scent of mom's milk. This causes baby to salivate and prepare to latch. With the nipple right there by baby's nose, mom can now gently rub her nipple across the baby's upper lip, between the lip and the nose. This action triggers a reflex that helps the baby to open widely. A wide open mouth like you see in this photo helps the baby to take in a large mouthful of breast. With baby's mouth open wide, mom can now bring baby in close. Notice how in this photo you can see that part of the top part of the areola, or the dark part behind the nipple, is visible. The bottom part of the areola is completely in the baby's mouth. Baby's tongue is far below the areola, or the dark part behind the nipple. Baby will now elongate the nipple to go far back into the mouth, all the way to the juncture between the hard and soft palate of the roof of the mouth. Baby's tongue will now compress the nipple against the roof of the mouth in a rhythmic wave-like motion. Let's watch a short video about latch to see what these steps look like with a newborn.
Breastfeeding can create a special bond and benefit both the mother and the baby. A good latch is the key to making things work well. It prevents pain and ensures the baby will get enough milk. Everyone at WIC can learn how to help a mother latch her baby. When it is not going well, the WIC Designated Breastfeeding Expert, or DBE, can help. Here are some steps to watch for. Remember that staff can demonstrate these techniques to the mother using a doll and breast model. If the mother needs help, always ask permission before touching her breast. First, the baby should face the breast and not have to turn his head to one side. It's hard for anyone to eat with your head turned. See how this baby is able to open his mouth wide? Baby extends the tongue and forms a narrow channel for the milk. The breast is slightly above the center of the baby's open mouth. This will help the baby's lower jaw to open more widely. When the baby is in this position, the chin is pressed into the breast. The nose is near the nipple to help baby breathe more easily. The baby will approach the breast from below it. As you can see, baby will take in more of the tissue below the areola, or the darker part of the breast. This area of the breast can easily handle the strong compression of the baby's jaw. The tongue is under the breast and extends over the alveolar ridge. The baby extends the tongue forward and draws the nipple into the center of the mouth. When latched well, the baby takes in a large mouthful of breast. The lips are flanged out like fish lips and open wide at about a 140-degree angle. The bottom lip covers most of the areola, and the top lip covers less of the areola. This is called an asymmetrical latch. It is an important way to be sure the milk ducts are compressed. The baby's jaws are well behind the nipple and compress these ducts. Baby settles into a rhythm of sucking, swallowing, and pausing to breathe. The mother's breast and the baby's cheeks move as he sucks. Swallowing sounds like puffs of air. When the baby has long pauses early in the feeding, this mom strokes the head. This helps the baby suck again and increase milk flow. Massage can also help. The baby will usually signal the end of a feeding by releasing the nipple. If the mother needs to remove the baby from the nipple, she can insert her finger gently into the corner of the baby's mouth. Some moms may need to shape the breast to help the baby latch and stay latched during the feeding. These techniques can be used when holding the baby in the clutch, cradle, or cross-cradle positions. One way to support the breast is the C hold. With this hold, the hands are well behind the area where baby needs to latch. This can help the baby stay latched. Another way to help a baby stay latched is the dancer hand position. The mother cups her breast with her thumb on one side of her baby's cheek, with the first 2 or 3 fingers on the other cheek. The baby's chin now rests in her hand. With one of her fingers, mom gently compresses her baby's cheeks. The dancer hand position is especially helpful with preterm infants who have trouble getting a good seal at the breast. When an infant has a very small mouth or is having trouble latching, making a breast sandwich can sometimes work. Hear how a lactation consultant helps a mother to do this.
So in this position, Heather, we're going to have you support the breast a little bit for. So you want to kind of support it that your thumb's where her nose is and your fingers are underneath her chin and off of your areola there. Good. It's called a sandwich hold. This gives a little support for the breast. Just compressing it rather than doing any squeezing and just kind of shaping it to fit her mouth.
To learn more about getting a good latch, visit the WIC Breastfeeding Essentials Training Program.
When assessing the latch, there's several key things to look for. First of all of the areola below the nipple should be in the baby's mouth. Some of the top part might be visible as you see in this photo. Secondly, the baby's chin indents the breast and the cheeks touch the breast. The baby's nose should just barely touch the breast, but should not be pushed into it. The baby's mouth is open very wide, and the baby's lips are flared out like fish lips and are not tucked in. Also, with a good latch, breastfeeding should not be painful. It's normal for most moms to feel a little tender at first. She might feel a tugging sensation on her nipple, But pain is not normal. That's her body's way of telling her something is not right. If the baby's latch is painful, mom can insert her clean finger into the corner of the baby's mouth to break the suction and try again. Another way to be sure the latch is good is to listen and observe the baby for swallowing. When the baby is swallowing, the chin will drop low, and the mom might see wiggling in the baby's neck. As baby swallows, it might sound like gentle sighs. Listen to this short video clip of a baby nursing. You can hear the swallowing sighs very clearly. When the baby slows down swallowing, mom can try massaging her breasts or doing some breast compressions. This helps move the milk through the breast. Mom can continue nursing until the baby stops sucking and swallowing or even detaches from the breast. This is baby's way of saying, I'm starting to get full. Mom can gently remove the baby. She can change the diaper or burp the baby and offer the other breast. Let's look now at some ways to hold the baby for feedings. There's really no one right position for every mom and baby in every situation. Moms will want to experiment until they find one that feels most comfortable for them. But no matter what position the mother uses, there are common principles that apply to all. When moms follow these basic principles, they can help prevent pain. They can also make sure their baby will be able to get enough milk. This photo shows some of these common principles. Notice how the baby's entire body is facing the mother's body. The baby is also held close to mom, and there are no gaps between their bodies. If the baby's hands are in the way, the baby is not close enough to mom. Baby's head faces the breast, and the head is not turned to one side. Baby's body, head, shoulders, and hips are all in a straight line, and the baby's neck is not bent. You can also see that the mother is not leaning over the baby. As we look at some common positions, use a doll and follow along if you can. This will help you remember the concepts so you can teach them to WIC moms too. The laid-back breastfeeding position is very helpful for babies to learn first. This position triggers natural feeding instincts. Also, gravity helps baby get a deeper latch. With laid-back breastfeeding, the mom lies back in a semi-reclined position, just as you see in this photo. The baby's entire body lies on top of the mother's body. Baby's face is near the breast, so baby can self-attach. Mom can support the baby's head and shoulders. Her arms can form a nest around the baby's body if she wants. In this position, the baby's natural feeding instincts are triggered, and baby will start looking for the breast and latch. This position is also great for mom because it does not strain her back or her shoulder and arm muscles. If you have a baby doll, practice placing the doll in a laid-back position. Use your arms to form a frame around the baby's body. Notice how relaxed you feel when you're leaning back and holding the baby this way. One comfortable position for moms and babies is the cradle hold. With the cradle hold, the mom sits upright with her back supported. The baby is lying across her forearm, and mom holds baby close, just as this mom is doing. Notice how the baby faces the breast chest to chest, and the baby's head is not turned to the side. The baby's ears, shoulders, and hips are in a straight line. It can sometimes help to support the mom's arm with a pillow under the arm. A footstool or a small stack of books can help raise the feet. This helps to shift the weight and reduce tension. If you have your baby doll handy, practice placing it in the cradle position. Make sure your baby faces your chest and the head is not turned to the side. Check to be sure the baby's body is in a straight line. The baby should be lying across your forearm. Make sure your baby is positioned for an asymmetrical latch so the baby can lead in with the chin. The cross cradle hold is a variation of the cradle hold. It's a great position to support the baby to stay latched. It's often used for babies with a weak suck or those who need extra head support. Again, use your doll to follow along as we explain how it works. Begin with the baby in the cradle hold position. Now place your free hand around the baby, supporting the baby's neck and shoulders. Remove your other arm from under the baby. Now your free arm can be used to help support your breast if needed. Practice going back and forth from cradle to cross cradle to feel the difference. Let's look at the photo of the cross cradle hold again. Notice how the baby's bottom rests in the crook of the mom's arm in this picture. The baby's body is in a straight line. The ears, shoulder, and hips are all aligned. Baby's mouth is at the level of the nipple. In this photo, the mom has a pillow to support her arm. Mom's hand supports the baby's shoulders and neck, but she's not pushing on the baby's head. Pushing on a baby's head will cause the baby to push against your hand and pull away from the breast. Another position that helps the mother better support her baby is the football or clutch hold. This hold can be helpful for a mom who's had a C-section because it takes the pressure of the baby's weight away from her incision. A mom with large breasts might find this position a little easier, and it can also be used for feeding 2 babies at one time. To help the baby move into a football or clutch hold, mom can begin by placing the baby on the back, lying on mom's forearm at her side. Mom uses her hands to support the baby's shoulders and neck. She does not push against the baby's head. She then brings the baby up over the breast from underneath, so the baby's head is now at the level of her breast. A pillow or a rolled-up baby blanket can be placed under her arm to give her some extra support. Let's look at the photo once again. Notice how the baby is at breast level. Mom's hand supports the baby's head and neck. In this position, the baby's tucked in very close, and mom has better control to keep the baby latched well. Let's watch this video, which tells more about basic breastfeeding positions.
There are many different ways to hold the baby during breastfeeding. The mother can use the ones that are comfortable and work well for her and her baby. Most positions have similar techniques. The baby faces the breast. The baby's body is in a straight line, and the baby opens his mouth wide to latch properly. Many experts suggest that mothers try laid-back breastfeeding first. This position helps trigger baby sucking and feeding reflexes. It is comfortable for mom, and gravity helps baby stay latched. In this position, mom lies back semi-reclined. Baby lies across her chest, heart to heart. In this position, the baby can bob her head to locate the breast and latch unassisted. Many moms like to hold their baby in a cradle position. This position can make it easier to breastfeed discreetly in public. In the cradle hold, baby should face the mother's breast. Baby's body should be in a straight line, and the head should not be bent or turned to one side. The mother supports the baby's body with her forearm. Mom places her baby in a cross-cradle position. In this position, the mother uses her other arm to support the baby's body. Her hand supports the baby's shoulders and neck. This position helps the mother hold the baby in close, supporting her baby to stay latched throughout the feeding. Some mothers use their free hand to massage or support the breast. A pillow can be used to support the baby's weight and will help make the mother comfortable. This mother massages her breast to encourage baby to continue sucking. The football or clutch hold is another good position to support the baby's latch. It is especially helpful for a mother who has had a cesarean birth, since it helps protect the mother's incision. Mom holds the baby on his side under one arm with his feet facing back. The mother's hand supports the baby's head and neck, and her forearm supports the baby's body. Pillows help raise the baby to breast level and support the mother's arm. Teaching mothers different ways to feed their baby helps them feel confident and comfortable. To learn more about positions for breastfeeding, visit the WIC Breastfeeding Essentials Training Program.
The side-lying position helps moms relax while breastfeeding. It's another good position to use after a C-section. As you can see in this photo, the position uses the same basic techniques as other positions. The baby lies on the side, facing mom's body. The baby does not have to turn the head to reach her breast. The baby's head, neck, shoulders, and hips are all in a straight line. The mother also lies on her side. You can see that her knees are slightly bent. She can place her lower arm under her head for extra support. Now she can raise or lower her breast just by rolling her body a little one way or the other. Some moms also like to put a rolled up baby blanket behind the baby's back. This helps keep the baby on the side. When teaching mothers about the side lying position, safety is very important. The American Academy of Pediatrics does not recommend that mothers co-sleep with their infants. Remind moms that if they get sleepy while nursing in the side lying position, they can sit more upright. When an infant has a very small mouth or mom has a very large areola, it can often be hard for a baby to latch well. You can see the small pursed lips of the baby in this image. It may be hard for this baby to open widely enough to take in a large areola and nipple. The sandwich hold is one way to help. You can use a breast model to demonstrate the sandwich hold to a mom. To create a sandwich hold, mom places her hands behind the areola with her thumb on top and her index fingers underneath. Remind the mom not to place her hands over the areola where the baby's mouth should be. Mom can now gently compress her breast by bringing her thumb and index finger closer together. This helps shape the breast so it fits into the baby's mouth more easily. This baby is latched after the mother completed the sandwich hold. Notice how the mom's hands are well behind the areola. Her thumb is on top and her index fingers are underneath. She compressed her fingers together, which created a narrower amount of breast tissue for the baby to take into the mouth. Some babies are able to latch, but they may find it hard to stay latched. They might slide down on the nipple to create what we call a shallow latch. A shallow latch can cause the mom a great deal of nipple pain. It also prevents the baby from getting milk. This can cause them to be frustrated and fussy at the breast. When this happens, the dancer hand technique can sometimes help. You can use a breast model to demonstrate the dancer hand technique. Mom cups her breast with her first 3 fingers. Baby's chin now rests in the area of her hand between her thumb and index finger. The dancer hand technique looks like this photo. Notice how the mother's fingers are cupped under the breast. She can now gently compress the baby's cheeks with her thumb and index finger. This provides extra support to the baby's chin and cheeks to help them stay latched. Let's do a little practice now. This video will show several examples of uncomfortable positioning or ineffective latch. As each image comes up, pause the video for a few seconds. Think about what you have learned about positioning and latch. Imagine what you might want to do to improve the technique in each photo. In this image, the baby's lying on the back instead of facing the mother's body. The breast tissue appears to be pinched from a poor latch, and the baby has very little of mom's areola in the mouth. So to improve this technique, you might suggest that the mother turn her baby to face her body. She can shift him so the baby's chin is touching the breast, and then angle the baby so he's leading in with the chin. In this photo, the baby's mouth is not open wide. Mom is hunched over the baby, and the baby's lying on the back instead of facing mom. To adjust this, suggest the mom gently break the latch and start a new latch. She can now roll her baby on the side to face her body. Now she can shift the baby so the head tilts back to take in the bottom part of the areola. This baby is tucked into the crook of mom's arm. The baby's body is bent instead of being in a straight line. The hips and shoulders and neck are not in a straight line. To adjust this latch, suggest that mom roll the baby onto the side to face mom's body. She can also shift the baby to a little bit more of a 3 o'clock position on this breast. Now baby can open the airway and take in a larger amount of breast tissue. In this photo, the baby's mouth is not open wide. His bottom lip is not at the bottom of the areola, and he is not nose to nipple. Mom's hands also cover part of the areola where we want the baby's mouth to go. If the mom continues this latch, it will cause pain. To improve the latch, mom can bring her hands back behind her areola. She can then shift her baby down to where the baby is nose to nipple. This will help baby take in much more of the bottom part of her areola. In this photo, the baby is not latched deeply enough and might be latched only onto mom's nipple. Notice how the baby is lying more on the side and has to turn the head in order to latch. So to adjust this, suggest the mother turn her baby to the side. Now she can slide the baby down to where the bottom part of the areola can easily be taken in. The mom can now help the baby open widely by tickling the space between the upper lip and nose. This will help trigger the wide open mouth instinct. This mother is attempting to do a sandwich hold to help her baby latch. While she's compressing her areola to create a smaller area for her baby to latch, her index finger covers the bottom part of the areola where the baby's mouth needs to be. So you want to suggest that the mom move her fingers to below the areola as she compresses it. This ends the video basic technique as part of the Position and Latch video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Position and Latch page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video, or something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this basic technique video. Please turn it into your supervisor along with any handouts for this video series. Welcome to the second video in the Position and Latch series. This video is titled Unique Situations. It will examine ways to help mothers breastfeed in certain situations where it might be a little more challenging to position and latch the baby effectively. We'll begin by looking at breastfeeding after a cesarean. Look at this photo of a mother who has had a cesarean birth. What might she be thinking and feeling? She might be uncomfortable moving around. She might be worried that the weight of the baby will press against her incision, causing further pain. Rest is also crucial to her recovery. Urge her to accept offers of help. She can ask family members to stay with her at the hospital to help her with the baby. This will be especially helpful if she is taking pain medications that made her sleepy. After the baby is born, she can ask the hospital about holding her baby skin to skin as soon as possible. This will help the baby learn how to breastfeed well. She can also use laid-back breastfeeding by placing the baby across the upper side of her chest to protect her incision. Many women find that a football or clutch hold can help take the pressure away from their incision after a cesarean. The sideline position can also help avoid pressure against the incision. Remind moms who want to do sideline breastfeeding to remove extra bedding that might cause a safety concern for the baby. What do you think a mom of multiples might be feeling? While they're pregnant, they might worry about the well-being of their babies because often they deliver early. Once the babies are born, moms might feel overwhelmed, or they might worry if they will be able to make enough milk for more than one. They might also wonder how would they be able to position and latch two babies at the same time. And they may wonder whether simultaneous feedings are going to work best for them. Some mothers prefer to nurse one baby at a time, at least while the babies are first learning to latch. Often moms prefer at some point, though, to nurse both babies together to save time. There are lots of options. For example, mom might want to hold both babies in a football or clutch hold. They might want to feed one baby in a cradle hold, and then move the second baby over to a football hold. especially if one of the babies needs more help being able to stay latched. Both babies can also be held skin to skin in a more upright position. They can self-attach to each breast in the laid-back position. Some mothers breastfeed two babies of different ages. They may want to continue breastfeeding an older baby when another baby is born. This is called tandem nursing. Mothers make milk based on the law of supply and demand, so it is possible to feed more than one baby. If the mother has concerns about making enough milk for both babies, yield her to your WIC-designated breastfeeding expert, or DBE. When tandem nursing, moms can position babies in a variety of ways. For example, she can feed both babies in a football hold, or she can hold one baby in a football hold, the other in a cradle hold. Many mothers find their own creative options too. In this photo, the toddler is standing, while the younger baby is nursing in a cradle hold position. Moms can even breastfeed triplets and more. Moms can use creative scheduling and rotate her breasts between babies in a systematic way that will help make sure all babies get sufficient milk. If mom is worried about her milk production, be sure to yield her to your DBE. Moms with disabilities can sometimes struggle with positioning a latch, depending on the nature of the disability. They might have other challenges if family and friends or healthcare professionals are giving negative messages about their ability to breastfeed. Many moms report that what they need and want most is support. One of the best things we can do is to respect them and find out what their goals are. WIC staff can support them and encourage them to breastfeed. We can share information and connect them to resources in the community as needed. The positions to suggest will depend on the mother's unique situation and her capabilities. Yield moms who are disabled to the WIC DBE for creative ways to breastfeed. Older babies can also pose their own unique positioning and latch challenges. As you can see in this photo, when babies are a little older, they become much more active and easily distracted during feedings. This can sometimes make feedings uncomfortable if they're twisting around during the feeding session. One of the greatest frustrations for moms of older babies is how distractible they can be during the feeding. Older babies often come off and on the breast frequently when they hear people come into the room or just wonder what else is going on. They may also take shorter and less frequent feeds, and this can affect milk production. Moms might misinterpret this to mean the baby is self-weaning. However, it's normal for babies to be very interested in the world around them. So urge moms to be patient. They can try nursing in a quiet, darker area with fewer distractions. They can also offer the breast at night or when the baby gets a little drowsy. Moms might need to express milk to maintain production if baby is not eating often enough. Toddlers often twist into unique ways to nurse. As long as mom is comfortable and baby is getting milk, any position can work. For example, baby might straddle mom's lap or even stand up. Or mom might turn so the baby can see others in the family while nursing. The good news is that as long as mom is comfortable and baby can get milk, any position can work. Women who are obese or who have large breasts can sometimes have more issues positioning and latching their baby comfortably. It can feel a bit awkward if the mother is unable to see the baby's latch over her breasts. Some of the more traditional positions may also be harder to do. Moms who are obese might have special medical concerns such as diabetes or a lower prolactin response, which can delay their milk production. As a result, these moms might feel discouraged or even lose confidence in their ability to breastfeed. Notice how the mother in this photo is breastfeeding while her baby is straddled on her lap. The baby is nursing in a more upright position. This position takes some of the weight of her breast off of the baby's chest. Another position that can take the weight off the baby is the football hold. Depending on the size of her breasts, mom can place the baby a little lower than usual at her side. She can then lift and support her breasts so the baby can breathe while nursing. A mom with large breasts may need to lift and support her breasts throughout the entire feeding. You might suggest she tuck a rolled-up baby blanket or towel under her breasts to lift them. If she also has large areolas and nipples, remind her to wait for the baby's mouth to open widely. Since obese women often have postpartum swelling, This can flatten her breasts and make it more difficult for the baby to latch. If the mom continues to have issues with latch, yield her to the DBE to assist. If the baby is unable to adequately drain her breasts, mom can express milk after the feedings to keep them comfortable. This ends a unique situations video in the Position and Latch series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Position and Latch page. Write down something new you learned or that you don't want to forget. If there's another goal you would like to set, write that here as well. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video. Turn in your post-test and any handouts for all videos in the Position and Latch series to your supervisor.
All right, thank you so much. Please have pages 91, 93, and 94 available for this section. Thank you.
Welcome to the final video in the Position and Latch series. This video focuses on talking with moms. We'll focus on applying active listening counseling skills to help mothers position and latch their babies. No matter what position a mother wants to use, practice helps. When helping a mom feed her baby, active listening skills can help. Open-ended questions can help you learn more about the mother's situation. Once you know more, you can suggest positions the mother might find most comfortable. Here are a few good open questions to consider. You could say, what have you already learned about how to position and latch your baby? This is an important question because we don't want to give her solutions she already knows. You could also say, what positions have you thought you might like to try? Or you could say, how does breastfeeding feel when your baby latches? This is important because if breastfeeding hurts, we want to help her find a different way to latch her baby. What have you found your baby seems to like best? Tell me how comfortable you feel when you are breastfeeding. Affirmation is your power tool. It helps mothers who feel vulnerable to relax and hear information. The most effective affirmations validate the feelings that the mother might have. This might include reinforcing the positive ways she wants to feel close to her baby. It can also be used to tune in to any discomforts or anxiety so that you can reassure her. Here are a few examples to consider. You could say, most new moms find that breastfeeding takes a little time to learn. Look at your baby. What a pro. It's obvious how much your baby loves you. Look at how your baby calms in your arms. It looks as though your baby really enjoys being at your breast. You're a great mom to be working so hard to get your baby to latch. Let's practice using counseling skills when talking with moms about positioning and latching their babies. Turn to the handout Counseling Practice, Position and Latch. In the first column, write down any possible feelings that you think a new mom might have about positioning and latching her baby. For each feeling that you identify, write down an open-ended question. Then write an affirming statement that you might want to share with a mother who has that feeling. For example, one feeling might be discomfort after the delivery. An open-ended question might be, what is most uncomfortable for you? An affirming statement might be, many mothers find creative ways to breastfeed comfortably. Pause the video while you work on this worksheet. When you are done, you can resume playing the video.
Okay. Does everybody have their handout ready? Give me a thumbs up if you do. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna consider our active listening skills and what can be used in preparing moms. Oops, that says hospital experience, but we're talking about position and latch. So we will be doing that. And what I want to know is what you think. And some open-ended questions would be for a mom who might be afraid that breastfeeding will be painful. So we're talking about open-ended questions And then we're going to talk about affirming statements. So does anybody have an open-ended question for a mom who is afraid breastfeeding will be painful? What do you already know about latching a baby? What have you heard about this? Yes, yes. Tell me why you feel that way. Why do you think it's painful? What have you heard about breastfeeding? Yeah. So what kind of affirmations could you give this mom about that who is fearful about breastfeeding being painful? What kind of affirmations? Yeah, it's common. Many people think that. Yep. Yep. Many parents worry that breastfeeding will be uncomfortable. Yeah. So new situation. What about for a mom, for a parent who has actual pain from a poor latch? What kind of open-ended questions could you ask them? What kind of questions could you ask a parent who has actual pain? Can you describe the pain? Yeah. What positions have you tried? What are you feeling? Be more specific. Yeah. When are you feeling the pain? Yep, that's right. What kind of affirming statements could you make to this participant? What kind of affirming statements could you make? Yeah, acknowledging her pain. I'm so sorry you're experiencing pain and discomfort. Yeah. I know how hard it is right now. Yeah. Anyone else? Any others? Please know that this can be changed. Yes. Yes. That, as Janie said, light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, definitely. So what about a parent that's worried whether they're doing it right? What do you think? What kind of open-ended questions might you ask someone who is worried that they're breastfeeding right? How's baby acting after a feeding? Yeah. How does your baby act after she's finished nursing? Mm-hmm. What concerns, specific concerns are you having? Yep. So what kind of affirmations might you give this parent? Who's worried if she's doing it right? What kind of affirmations could you share? It's normal to have these concerns. Yeah, most new mothers worry whether they're doing it right. Yeah, it's normal to be unsure at first. You're doing a great job. Yep, those are wonderful. What about the mom who has anxiety with the baby at their breast? What kind of open-ended questions could you ask a mom who is having anxiety with their baby at the breast? What do you think? What kind of questions would you ask? Yeah, what kind of anxiety? What do you mean by anxiety? Yeah. Tell me about your fears. What is the anxiety centered around specifically? Yeah. What goes through your head? Yeah. What do you think is making you anxious? Yeah. Please share what you mean. Yeah. Absolutely. So what kind of affirming statements, affirmations could you give a mom who is experiencing anxiety with their baby at the breast? What do you think? What kind of affirming statements? Talking about your feelings is a big step. Yeah. Any others? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Um, you'll have less anxiety as you continue. Perhaps it's common for new mothers to be anxious about having their baby at the breast. It's normal to have those feelings. Yep. Absolutely. And Heather, those are great education, anticipatory guidance. That's the next step, and we're not going to talk about that on this specific handout right now, but those are great answers. Your feeling is normal. Absolutely. What about discomfort from delivery? A mom is having discomfort from delivery. What kind of open-ended questions could you ask her to gather more information? What open for discomfort from delivery? Can you tell me more about where you're feeling discomfort? Yeah. What kind of delivery was it? What type of medications did the physicians give you? Yeah. Perhaps something like, where are you feeling discomfort so we can find a position that will be more comfortable for you? So what kind of affirming statements could you give a mom who's having discomfort from delivery? What kind of affirming statements could you give this mom? It's great that you're reaching out. That is like, that one will work for almost every situation. It's a fantastic one. Your body's been through a lot. Yeah. Birthing is a big change to your body. It's so difficult being in pain, acknowledging her pain and discomfort. Yep. Delivery is hard. Please give yourself time to recuperate. Yep. Perhaps, something like moms have found lots of creative ways to breastfeed comfortably. So, an affirming statement that's leading into help, guidance and anticipatory guidance and education. So we're going to do one more. Let's see. How about embarrassment at exposing their breasts in front of other people? What kind of open-ended questions might you ask a parent who's embarrassed at exposing their breasts in front of other people? What do you think? What kind of open-ended questions could you ask? Why do you think you feel embarrassed? What else? What do you think may happen if someone sees you breastfeed? Yeah. What are some ways that we can help you be more comfortable? Maybe ask, who would you feel comfortable feeding in front of? Have you seen anyone else breastfeeding in public? Yes, definitely. And followed up with, what did you think of that? Yeah. What kind of affirming statements could you share with this mom? What kind of affirmations? What do you think? Remember, feeding your baby is natural and necessary. Yeah. Yeah. Remind her that she is protected by law if she's bothered by someone. This is a common feeling. You're doing what's best for your baby. Yeah. Yeah, maybe simple, something short and sweet. Most new moms are shy at first. It's definitely something to practice. So thank you for the participation, and we're gonna move forward. So Denisha, you want to start the video?
Turn to the handout, Role Play, Position, and Latch. There are several situations that WIC staff might encounter when they're helping a new mother position and latch her baby. For each situation, write down at least one open-ended question you can ask to learn more, and at least one affirming statement and some education or anticipatory guidance that might help this mother. Note when it would be important to yield the mother to the DBE or someone else at WIC.
And Denisha, I believe we are skipping that one.
The messaging we share with mothers will depend on the feelings the mother has and how comfortable breastfeeding is. As you look at this photo, it's pretty easy to tell that this mother's feeling some pain. Before you offer information, always start by determining the mother's feelings. New mothers might face many different emotions. They might be afraid that breastfeeding will hurt, or they might be in pain from a poor latch. They might worry that they're not doing it right, or whether the baby's getting enough. They might be shy about breastfeeding in front of others, including healthcare professionals. If the baby is not latching, they might feel rejected and sad. They might even feel they have failed the baby somehow if they cannot latch the baby well. This is why our words are so important. Keep your language and instructions simple and clear so moms will be more likely to remember it. If you can, make the instructions visual. This can help them understand and remember the basic techniques. That's especially important in the early days when everything seems overwhelming. Here are a few ways to make things visual. One way is to show her photos of various positions, or use a doll and a breast model to show her how to position and latch her baby. You might also suggest that she follow along with her baby while you demonstrate the techniques with the doll. This can help build her confidence. If you're counseling her on the phone, ask her to repeat back the instructions so you are sure she understands. Finally, avoid telling mom that her latch is wrong. If the latch doesn't appear to be effective, ask instead how it feels to her. You can then affirm her first attempts and suggest ways to make it feel more comfortable. This ends the final video, Talking with Moms, in the Position and Latch video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Position and Latch page. If there are any additional ideas you want to remember from this section or another goal you would like to set, write that down now. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video, Talking with Moms, along with all of your final post-tests and worksheets.
Welcome to the video, Helping Moms Manage the Early Weeks of Breastfeeding. This video is part of the ongoing breastfeeding series and addresses many common questions and issues that new mothers might have. We'll begin by looking at some of the personal challenges many new mothers face in the earliest days home from the hospital. One of the most common experiences of new mothers in the early days after delivery of a baby is the baby blues. This is a time when new moms may be highly sensitive or fatigued and tearful. They might be anxious and irritable. Some of this is due to mom's rapidly changing hormones. Some of it can be due to lack of sleep and the normal feelings of being overwhelmed as a new parent. The baby blues typically peak around 4 or 5 days after the birth. It might last anywhere from a few hours to a few days. Usually it resolves by around the 10th day after baby is born. WIC can support moms who have the baby blues by encouraging them to rest and take care of themselves. We can assure them that their feelings are normal and that things usually get better soon. We can also connect her to support from family and friends. If a mom reports she is extremely sad or depressed for longer than a few days, yield to the CPA or the mom's healthcare provider. Fatigue is probably the most common complaint of new parents. It can interfere with their ability to recover and care for their baby. Rest is what helps the body repair and restore itself. Hormones that repair and restore tissue are released during sleep. So the more the mom is able to rest, the faster she will heal. The most obvious cause of fatigue is lack of sleep. Moms are adjusting to changing sleep cycles and getting used to feeding a baby around the clock. Mom might also require extra rest to heal and recover if she experienced a long and difficult labor or if she had a cesarean delivery. Hormonal changes during pregnancy and the postpartum period also affect mom's energy levels. If mom has an infection, that can make her tired. Certain medical conditions and even a poor diet can affect her energy levels. Sometimes moms believe breastfeeding is the cause of their fatigue. In some studies, however, exclusively breastfeeding women actually self-report getting more sleep than formula feeding or mixed feeding mothers. There are many ways WIC staff can support moms who are fatigued. One important solution is to urge mothers to take a nap every time baby sleeps. Even short naps can help. Mom can also place the baby's bassinet right near her bed. That way, she may not have to get out of the bed when the baby wakes for a feeding. Urge mom to eat healthy foods and to drink water to stay hydrated. Another idea is to suggest mom try some relaxation techniques. Even 5 to 10 minutes of deep relaxation might help her feel refreshed. She could take a bubble bath, do some deep breathing, yoga, or meditation. We can also remind mom to accept help from family and friends. There are lots of things others can help with so that mom can rest and care for her baby. If mom's fatigue is severe or does not improve, yield her to the WIC designated breastfeeding expert or DBE. The DBE can do a further assessment to identify any other factor leading to the mom's fatigue and make referrals to the mom's doctor if needed. Many new mothers also have questions about which birth control methods are safe and will not interfere with breastfeeding. If the mom is exclusively breastfeeding, she may not begin menstruating again for several weeks or months. Mothers should make family planning decisions with their healthcare provider or family planning specialist. If moms have questions, encourage them to talk with their healthcare provider. By the end of the first month, most moms are interested in resuming normal activities. They may have questions about working breastfeeding into their life. They might wonder about breastfeeding in public, returning to work or school, or getting back to their pre-pregnancy size. Let's take a look at each of these. We'll begin with looking at options for how moms can breastfeed in public. We can affirm the mom's concern by telling her, it's normal to be concerned about this. We can go on to share some ideas for ways to discreetly breastfeed in public. Mom can try practicing in front of a mirror. Many moms find that pulling their shirt up from the bottom works well. Some companies also make nursing tops that can make it easier to be discreet. She might even consider feeding baby in a sling or using a blanket or shawl to help cover her breasts, though not all babies will tolerate a cover. Some moms might prefer to express their milk in advance and feed the baby their milk in a bottle when they are in public. You can also tell moms about stores and other public locations in your community where they can breastfeed in privacy if mom is not comfortable nursing in public. Department store dressing rooms can often work very well too. Another common question is how to lose the pre-pregnancy weight safely while breastfeeding. You can affirm the mother by telling her, "It's great you're taking care of yourself right now." You can also remind the mom that breastfeeding exclusively may help her lose her pregnancy weight. FNS publishes tips for breastfeeding moms with recommended healthy food choices while breastfeeding. You can yield the mom to the CPA for weight loss strategies. Moms may wonder if it is safe to exercise and breastfeed. You can affirm her in a similar way by telling her, "It's great you are taking care of yourself right now." In the early weeks, mom's body is recovering from pregnancy and childbirth, so it is usually best to take it slow at first. The Dietary Guidelines for Americans recommends 2.5 hours per week of physical activity such as walking or swimming. The activity can be done in spurts of around 10 minutes or more at a time. Encourage mom to talk with her healthcare provider about when it is safe for her to begin physical activity. More than 3,500 infants die annually in the United States from sleep-related situations. Health officials refer to deaths in infancy as sudden and unexpected infant death, or SUID. This includes deaths from sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS, which is an unexplained death. It also includes death from things such as suffocation, asphyxia, or entrapment. It can also include conditions related to infections, medical conditions such as cardiac issues and trauma. A safe sleep environment can reduce the risk of sleep-related infant deaths. WIC staff can follow your state health department policies to share information about how to make the baby sleep environment safe. The WIC Infant Feeding Guide also has information on safe sleep practices. Many studies now show that breastfeeding helps reduce the risk of SIDS. In fact, the longer the baby exclusively breastfeeds, the lower the risk. However, even breastfeeding moms need to be mindful about the locations where they are nursing the baby, because if they fall asleep during the feeding, the baby might be in a location that could potentially become unsafe. This might include couches, recliners, and beds with soft pillows and blankets. Encourage moms to select safe locations to feed the baby. If they become sleepy, they should place the baby in a separate, safe sleeping area. Mothers might have many questions about safe sleep. They might report, for example, "My baby will only sleep on my chest at night," or "I co-slept with my last baby and he turned out okay." They could say, "All my children sleep with us. I feel safer when they're all with me." Some moms say, "I fall asleep every time I nurse, no matter where I am." Or a mom might say that she isn't comfortable putting baby on his back to sleep. She might say her baby won't sleep that way, or she might say that someone told her that the baby will choke if he spits up while sleeping on his back. When moms have questions about safe sleep, it's important to affirm those feelings. You might say, for example, "It sounds as though getting your rest is very important to you." Or we could say, "Babies definitely love to be close to mom." If moms have questions about safe sleep, yield them to the CPA and the baby's healthcare provider. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that babies be exclusively breastfed for about the first 6 months of life. Once the baby is ready for solid foods, moms might have some questions. One way to affirm them is to say, "It's great you are concerned about the baby getting enough nutrition." WIC's nutrition education helps parents learn the signs of readiness for complementary foods to help boost their confidence. One of the ways babies show they are ready for solid foods is that they can sit alone or with support. The tongue thrust reflex has also disappeared, which means the baby's tongue no longer extends when something touches the lips. Baby is able to close the lips over the spoon and scrape food off the spoon as it is removed. Baby can also retain food. Breastfed babies are exposed to the array of family foods through mom's milk, which can help the baby be more willing to accept solid foods. Remind moms that even though solids may have started, breast milk is still an important source of nutrition for the baby. Solid foods are considered complementary foods. Also around 6 months, moms may start to introduce a cup to the baby that contains water or Mom's Express breast milk. Yield to the CPA when moms have questions about feeding other foods to their babies. WIC food packages for fully breastfeeding infants at 6 months includes strained vegetables and fruits, as well as infant meats, which have iron and zinc. Remind moms that once solid foods begin, the baby's stools will change in color and consistency. In addition to the baby's nutrition, moms might also have questions about the foods they should be eating. They might worry that they have to eat a special diet or must avoid their favorite foods while they're breastfeeding. You can affirm their concerns by saying something like, "A lot of mothers worry about that. It's tough to think about having to change the way you eat." You can also tell moms that WIC encourages moms to eat a well-balanced diet to maintain their health, and that includes eating foods from all food groups. If mom thinks a certain food like milk products or eggs might be bothering the baby, urge her to talk with the CPA about her concerns. You can also remind her to drink fluids when she is thirsty. If she worries about coffee or caffeinated drinks, you can let her know that 2 to 3 per day are generally okay. More than that might cause the baby to be fussier or not sleep well. How long to breastfeed is a very individual decision. Each family will consider their goals and needs, social norms, and the information and support they have when they make that decision. For instance, in some countries, it's common for women to breastfeed for up to 4 years. Our role at WIC is to support each family's goals. We can remind moms that breastfeeding is an important source of nutrition and can help fight disease for as long as she decides to breastfeed. Another common question is how breastfed babies should grow. It's normal for babies to lose a few ounces in the first few days as they pass their first stools and extra fluids. After that initial weight loss, though, babies should start gaining weight. By 2 weeks, they should be back to their birth weight. After that, breastfed babies should gain about an ounce per day over the first 6 months. They will double their birth weight by 4 to 6 months and triple it by a year. Growth charts help track the baby's growth. If a mom is concerned that her baby isn't growing well, yield her to the CPA or the baby's provider. In the first 3 months, breastfed and formula-fed babies tend to grow about the same. After that, breastfed babies tend to be leaner. Some moms compare their baby to other babies and worry if they aren't as big as others. Babies go through several periods of rapid growth in their first year of life. Although the timing of these spurts varies based on each baby's needs, they usually occur around 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 3 months, and 6 months. We call these periods growth spurts. During growth spurts, babies usually want to breastfeed more frequently for a day or more. Mothers often misinterpret babies' extra nursing to mean they aren't making enough milk. They might also be getting negative messages from others such as, "You're starving your baby," or "Your baby needs solid foods," or even, "Your milk isn't rich enough." Moms will need extra support during these times. For example, you could say, "I can see you're very worried about your baby." Or you could say, "It can feel overwhelming when baby breastfeeds nonstop." Suggest she keep her baby close during these appetite spurts and breastfeed whenever baby wants to. Urge her to avoid supplementing because that can interfere with mom's ability to make milk. If the growth spurt seems to last more than a few days, suggest mom talk with the DBE. Long before baby's first teeth appear, mom may be concerned about how the baby's teething will affect breastfeeding. You can assure moms that they can continue to breastfeed. Affirm her concerns by saying something like, "I can see why you'd be concerned." Or you could say, "Lots of moms worry about this. I wondered about it too." You can then share a few tips. For instance, babies can continue to breastfeed while teething without causing pain to mom, since babies do not use their teeth to breastfeed. If the baby starts to bear down or chew while nursing, the mom can break that habit by breaking the suction and removing the baby from the breast. Babies learn very quickly not to bite down once mom abruptly ends the feeding. Oral health is important for all infants, including breastfed infants. The American Academy of Pediatric Dentistry and the AAP recommend that mothers wash their baby's teeth with a soft toothbrush and a small smear of fluoride toothpaste when their first tooth erupts. They should also continue breastfeeding and see their provider by 6 months of age to assess their oral health and establish visits with a dental provider by the time they are a year old. The WIC Infant Feeding and Nutrition Guide has more information on oral health in infants. If moms have questions, yield them to the CPA and encourage them to talk with their baby's provider. Human milk has substances that can inhibit the growth of bacteria that causes dental caries. However, even breastfed babies can get caries, especially when babies begin solid foods. This is why we urge breastfeeding moms to begin oral hygiene after the first teeth erupt. Some moms find that breastfeeding is so easy by the time the baby is a year old that they are not ready to stop. In fact, many moms feel continued breastfeeding helps keep the baby healthy and is an easy way to help a baby sleep. Some moms say they feel breastfeeding is a way to stay connected to their baby who has become much more mobile now, and even to calm a baby who gets upset. Breastfeeding is much more than just food. It's also a way to give comfort. Many toddlers love to nurse for comfort, and moms can feel good knowing they are meeting their baby's needs. However, that can pose some problems in public. Many moms are not comfortable nursing an older, more active baby in public. One tip is to teach the toddler that they can breastfeed later in a more discreet place. Breastfeeding patterns are also much different once babies are older. Feeding sessions are often much shorter because babies are much more efficient at getting out the milk. It's normal for them to nurse only for a minute or two and then move on as they get distracted by the things going on around them. Some days they might not want to nurse much at all, and other days they might want to nurse a lot. Both are completely normal. Moms may be receiving a lot of questions and advice from family and friends about nursing an older baby. We can help her explore her feelings and remind her that even small amounts of breast milk give the toddler important immunity protection. It also comforts the baby. If she wants some ideas of what to say to her family members, you could suggest she say, "My child is growing well right now." Or she could say, "Our baby is so healthy, I want to keep giving protection from illness." She might say, "My doctor recommends we keep breastfeeding." Or simply, "I appreciate your interest. This is a personal decision my partner and I will make together when the time is right." The weaning process actually begins when babies receive foods or liquids other than breast milk. Anytime other foods replace feedings at the breast will make less and less milk until they completely stop. Mothers and babies begin that weaning process for a variety of reasons. Sometimes babies are the ones who lead the way. Sometimes moms start the process. It might begin because of early challenges the mother has with breastfeeding. It might happen abruptly because of a medical condition or a medication that is not compatible with breastfeeding. Or it might occur gradually as baby grows and begins eating other foods. Sometimes moms wean because they believe it will make life easier. For example, the baby might be teething, or maybe the mother believes that the baby will sleep better at night. Perhaps mom is going back to work or school. Or maybe she has become ill or is pregnant again and does not want to continue. Moms also have a variety of feelings about the weaning process. They might be anxious to wean or even relieved not to be breastfeeding any longer. Or they might feel conflicted or even sad about losing the special relationship of breastfeeding. A mom who must abruptly wean due to a medical condition might also feel sadness and even fear her health or her baby's well-being. Offer moms information and support to help them meet their breastfeeding goals. One of the best ways to support them is to affirm their feelings. You might say, for instance, you have given your baby a special gift that will last a lifetime. This can reassure her that the amount of breastfeeding she has done will make a difference in her child's life. If mom is unsure about weaning, you could say, this can be a hard decision for a lot of mothers. There are several ways to begin the weaning process. When babies lead the way, they often gradually discontinue wanting the breast as they begin relying more and more on other foods. They might continue to seek the breast for comfort, especially before bedtime or when they are upset. If moms are ready to wean, she can try the advice, don't offer, don't refuse. This can help babies beyond a year of age to lead the weaning process when they are ready. Remember that babies under a year do not normally self-wean unless they are getting formula and other foods that cause them to lose interest in breastfeeding. When the mother wants to discontinue breastfeeding, suggest she do it gradually if possible. That will help both her baby and her body adjust. To wean gradually, she can discontinue the feeding the baby is least interested in first. After several days or weeks, she can drop another feeding. She can continue to drop feedings following that approach until weaning is completed. She can replace the feedings at the breast with other ways to be close to the baby, like reading or cuddling. Occasionally, moms might need to wean abruptly because of a medical condition or the need to be separated from the baby for a long period. Abrupt weaning can be emotionally and physically challenging. If possible, suggest that the mother express just enough milk to remain comfortable without draining her breasts more fully. She can then gradually cut back on feedings until her production ceases. An ice pack on her breasts can bring comfort and help reduce swelling. She can also wear a firm, non-binding bra for extra support. If the mother has a medical condition, yield her to her healthcare provider to make sure her expressed milk is safe for the baby. Babies also require extra comfort during weaning. Mothers and family members can help by holding and rocking the baby and giving them some extra cuddling if they get fussy. This ends the video on helping moms manage the early weeks in the ongoing breastfeeding video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the ongoing breastfeeding page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video or something you want to remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video on helping moms manage the early weeks. Turn it into your supervisor along with any other post-tests and worksheets for this video series.
All right, we have reached another break time. We'd like to see you back promptly at 2:20, please. Enjoy your break. Thank you. All right, if you're back, I just heard Doreen say that some of you had your hands raised. So if you're doing that because you're back, that's great. If you want to put a reaction in the chat or use a reaction, that'll be great too. All right. And then we'll start with an icebreaker. What is your favorite color? Those of you who know me well know that mine is pink. Hence the pink pillow that was on that list. What colors are you seeing, Catherine or Jereen?
Pink and orange and teal and blue and green and seafoam green and emerald green and burnt orange and forest green.
Nice.
Any and all shades close to teal. Jennifer knows my love of teal too, but royal blue is probably my favorite.
I should probably make teal my next favorite color for allergy awareness. I should be wearing teal every day. It's a pretty color as well.
That is true.
All right, well, sounds great. Welcome back, everyone. We have a couple of questions. We can turn it over to Jareen when you're ready.
Oh, thanks. So, how much have we absorbed thus far? Here's a true or false question. For you, an important message of anticipatory guidance might be to remind mothers that babies show certain feeding cues when they are hungry. True or false?
True, 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 true.
All right, everybody's listening. How about this one? Here's a fill in the blank for you. Proper positioning and latch can prevent many breastfeeding problems.
Y'all got it.
True or false too?
True, 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 true.
All right, I know I give you easy ones in the afternoon. And the last one, I think, let me see. Yep, the last one for this afternoon. Another true or false. Nursing in a darker, quieter area with few distractions, or offering the breast when the baby begins getting drowsy are two examples of how a mother can coax an older, distractible baby to breastfeed. Thank you very much.
Y'all are listening.
Back to the fun stuff.
All right, thank you so much, Jareen. So for this next section, we would like you to have out your handout page 100 and then 102 through 103. And then at some point for the next section, we will be doing breakout rooms. So please be alert and paying attention regarding that. All right, so let's move on with Talking to Mom section.
Welcome to the video, Talking with Moms in the ongoing breastfeeding video series. In this video, we'll explore ways to use active listening skills when assisting mothers throughout the breastfeeding journey. New parents tend to grow their confidence throughout their baby's first year and beyond. At each stage of development, moms often have new questions to be sure they are meeting their baby's needs. Our role at WIC is to help new parents feel confident breastfeeding throughout the first year and for as long as they choose to do so. Please turn to your handout, Counseling Practice Ongoing Breastfeeding. In the first column, write down some of the common feelings you think new mothers might experience in the first year of their baby's life. Be sure to include both positive and negative feelings that might be common. Think about the different stages we discussed in the Helping Moms Manage the Early Weeks video as a guide. After identifying feelings, use the middle column to record one open-ended question you might ask a mom who is feeling that way. In the right column, record one way to affirm the mother with those feelings. You can pause the video now to complete your worksheet. When you're done, resume the video.
So for this exercise, we're talking about ongoing
Open-ended
breastfeeding.
questions are all.
Tanisha, should I go on or do that first? That's
Yeah, you can do that one first, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. So when a mom in ongoing breastfeeding, this is not early breastfeeding, feels like she's sad and anxious about being a good mother, what kind of open-ended questions might you ask this mom? So we're going to be talking about open-ended questions and affirming statements in this. What kind of open-ended questions would you have for a mom who is sad and anxious about being a good mother? Feel free to chat them in or unmute. Why do you feel that way? What defines a good mother? What are some of your concerns? Yeah. Tell me more about that. Yeah. Perhaps tell me what worries you most about being a good mother. Yeah. What is to be a good mother mean to you? Yeah. So what kind of affirming statements could you offer a mom who is feeling sad and anxious about being a good mother? What kind of affirming statements? This is not unusual. Yep. Anything else? You're doing great. Yeah. The fact that you are concerned about this means you're a good mother. Yeah. Any others? And you continue to breastfeed. You're a great mom. That's right. So what kind of open-ended questions would you ask a mom who says she feels exhausted? What do you think? What do you think about open-ended questions for a mom who is exhausted? How is your support system? When are you getting rest? Tell me about your sleep schedule. Yep. Tell me how you were resting. Yeah. What kind of affirming statements could you give a mom who says she's exhausted? Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, determining whether it's mental or physical exhaustion. So what kind of affirming statements could you give to this mom? I can imagine being a mom is tiring and a lot of work. Yeah. Being tired is a pretty normal feeling for moms. Any others? Motherhood is exhausting and it does get better. Yes, absolutely. So what about a parent who is overwhelmed with new parent responsibilities? What kind of questions could you ask? For a parent who's feeling overwhelmed with new parent responsibilities? What kind of questions could you ask? What are the things you find most challenging? Yeah. What makes you feel that way? Yeah. How about prioritize things or write a schedule? Yeah. Do you have a schedule? Not an open question, but you would extend on that, right? Do you have a schedule? What kind of schedule could we come up with? Yeah. Do you have support from friends and family to assist? I think y'all are getting tired. Y'all are giving me closed questions right now. I know it's been a long day and lots of information. Yeah. Let's see. So what kind of affirmations could you give a parent who is overwhelmed with new parenting responsibilities? What kind of affirmations? Anyone? Got any affirmations? You're doing amazing. Yeah. Learning a new routine is hard at first. It'll get better. You're doing a good job. Yeah. What about it's normal to feel you have to do it all? And then and although we're not going to delve into it, and then some anticipatory guidance and education on you don't have to do it all right now. You are a great mom. Yes. What about pressure from family members to start solid foods? What kind of open-ended questions would you ask a parent who's being pressured to start solids? What have you heard about when to start solids? What are your thoughts about that? How do you feel about that? Yeah, absolutely. So what kind of affirming statements could you give to a mother whose family members are pressuring her to start solid food? I'm glad you brought up this topic. Yeah. Anything else? Give me some affirming statements. Sounds like you're trying to learn all you can about feeding your baby. Yeah. Your family really cares about the baby. Yeah. What about maybe lots of grandparents think solid foods will help the baby sleep? Yeah, you were on top of your baby's nutrition. Yep. So what about the mom who is anxious about losing weight and getting back into pre-pregnancy clothes? What kind of questions, open-ended questions, could you ask her about this? What do you think? What kind of open-ended questions for anxious about losing weight and getting back into pre-pregnancy clothes? Tell me about your goals. Yeah. How do you feel about your weight? What are your goals? Perhaps what does your healthcare provider tell you about losing weight and exercising? There may be a health concern that, she's not ready for exercise and weight loss at this point might not be in her best interest. So yeah. What kind of affirmations would you offer to this mom who's anxious about losing weight? What kind of affirmations? Yep, breastfeeding will help lose weight. You just had a baby and you look great. What else? Many moms are eager to lose the baby weight. It will happen with time. Maybe something like, it's great, you want to take care of yourself. So we'll move on to the next one. A mom who is angry over criticism and pressure to wean from her friends. What kind of open-ended questions would you ask? For a mom who's angry over the criticism and pressure to wean from her friends. What kind of pressure are you receiving? Tell me about what your friends have been saying to you. Yeah. How did you respond to them? Yeah, those are great. What kind of affirmations would you give to a mom who is angry about criticism and and pressure from friends? What kind of affirmations would you offer? Any affirmations? Yeah, it's not up to them when you wean your baby. It's your baby and you're doing great. Only you know what is best for your baby. It's your decision. Perhaps something, like it's hard to hear criticism from people you care about. Y'all are doing a great job on these counseling practice things that we have. Thank you so much for participating. And Denisha, I think we can move forward.
Is a good way to begin a conversation. Here are some sample questions you could ask. What are your breastfeeding goals? What have you heard about how long a baby should be breastfed? The answer to this question can give you valuable information about the mother's knowledge. You could also ask, what have you heard about the weaning process? Or, what does your family say about how long to breastfeed? This question will help you understand better the kind of support mom has as her baby grows. Affirmation is a great way to help new moms who are anxious to relax and feel confident meeting their baby's needs. The best affirmations tune into the feelings that moms might have. For example, you could say, "The fact you are concerned shows how much you love your baby." What a great message for a new mom to hear. I can tell wanting your baby to be happy is very important to you. The emotional desire to see her baby is happy is one of the strongest motivators there is. When we can acknowledge that, we help her to relax and feel she is a great mom. You could also say, "I can see why you would be worried about that." Or, "Many moms wonder about the right time to start solid foods." Or you could say, "Your baby is very lucky to have so many people to love." Please turn to the handout Counseling Role Play. For each situation, come up with at least one open-ended question and affirmation. Write down 1 or 2 tips you might give the mother based on your role at WIC and when you might yield this mother to someone else at WIC.
So this is where we're going to do the breakout rooms. And Jareen, do you want to, are you going to give guidance here, or do you want me to go ahead?
Go ahead and set up the scenarios.
Okay. So in your handouts, you have, I think it's 2 pages, you have 5 situations. We are going to put you into one of 5 breakout rooms. When you join that room, what we would like you to do is to discuss the scenario, the situation that's the same number as the breakout room you're in. So situation 1 for breakout room 1, like that. I'd like someone to read the scenario out, and then we would like you to talk about open-ended questions that you could ask in that situation. Provide some affirming statements to go along with it. And then also education anticipatory guidance, and also possible yields for that specific situation. And then when we come back as a group, if you could just pick a spokesperson, whoever, if you'd like, and to talk about the scenario. So is that clear for everybody?
Thumbs up.
Can you give me a thumbs up? You're
going to have a whole 5 minutes to do this. And if you're in room number 1, take situation number 1, room number 2, situation number 2, and so forth. This is your handout on page 85.
No, it's page 102 and 103. Sorry. Got to jump in there on that one. Their numbers are a little different.
I was seeing that Denisha was putting that into the chat right as I was saying that. How come my numbers are different? Okay. And you'll get a 1-minute countdown when the room is about to close. So you can wrap up and you'll be coming back into the group session. Thank you.
And Jareen's will be putting us automatically into the rooms. Yep. I'm answering questions in the chat.
The system does it for you. Oops. Huh. Oh.
Jareen, are you still in here?
Yeah, I am. Hi, Renee. Are you with us? I'm not sure why you didn't get put into a room. Maybe she's on 2 devices. Oh, there, not joined. So Renee, let me try moving you. You have to accept well, maybe she stepped away. All right, that's why they're coming back in.
We'll give it a moment for everyone to get back in. We're almost there. So I think everyone is back in the main hall here. I don't know what they call it. So what'd you think? What was your experience with that? I'd like to call on the designated speaker for situation 1, which was breakout room 1, and feel free to unmute yourself, because I think this will be too much to type in.
I have the notes for our group.
What do you know? What group were you?
So we are 1. We were in room 1. So
Okay.
situation 1.
So tell us about it.
So this is a mom that comes in with her 2-week-old, and she looks tired and starts crying. And she says that when her baby has been crying for days now, and sometimes she feels so angry at her baby that she wants to walk away to keep from hurting him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes. So it was it was intense. So we started with open questions, and some of the things that we come up with was, what have you been doing to support yourself? What kind of support you have at home? Why do you think that you feel this way? And what about your baby's cry makes you sad or angry?
Great. Y'all did great. That was.
Now we have some affirmations, and those were with, it can be really hard adjusting to being a new mom. I see that you're hurting, and I understand how you feel. Having a new baby is challenging. It is okay to cry. This is a safe space. The first weeks are hard and challenging, but it will get better. And also, I see that you're hurting. Never mind. I repeated myself. I was typing, so I was typing super fast.
It's okay. It's okay. What about education and anticipatory guidance?
So for education, we went with educating ways on how the baby communicates, so she is more aware of what her baby needs, and also self-awareness for herself, deep breath, and ways for herself to be able to calm down when she is dealing with the situation.
Great. Go ahead. Sorry.
And for yield, we went with the DBE to see if there's any other issues, underlying issues when it comes to her, situation. Her doctors for a possible medical diagnosis, just to rule out postpartum depression, and postpartum VA for the warm line.
Thank you. Y'all were very thorough. I appreciate it. So did you like the breakout room?
I know we did.
Okay.
Everybody else did.
Good. Okay. So how about breakout room number 2? Who is your spokesperson? Is it Kayla?
Hi, yes, this is Kayla representing group 2.
So tell us about your situation.
Our situation was a mother who had already been successfully breastfeeding for 10 months, but her baby became distractible, goes off and on the breast continually. The mom's sister, who helps care for the baby, has been telling mom that the baby is weaning and mom needs to offer formula like the sister did.
So what kind of open-ended questions?
Yeah, some of the open-ended questions are, what kind of distractions are there? Have you had any changes in your diet or medications? How do you feel your breastfeeding sessions are going? What is making your sister feel this way?
Great. Great. How about some affirming statements? What kind of affirming statements did y'all come up with?
We said that you have done a great job of breastfeeding for 10 months. Let's see. Hold on. I think we might have mixed up some of the open-ended questions with it. But yeah, so basically just praising her for breastfeeding for 10 months. And that it can be stressful when the sister is asking her to switch.
Yeah. So what kind of education and anticipatory guidance did you talk about?
We talked about the fact that as babies eat more foods and they get older, their breastfeeding frequency is reduced, and the baby tends to be more efficient at breastfeeding.
Fantastic.
Another is that changing locations to a quiet area free of distractions and potentially trying different positions.
Fantastic. What kind of yields for this situation?
We didn't exactly get to discuss the yield section too much, but potentially yielding to the breastfeeding peer counselor, CPA, or designated breastfeeding expert.
Yep. Yep, definitely. And possibly, let me add, possibly healthcare provider if growth patterns are inadequate. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you like the breakout rooms?
We did.
Good. We're going to get this down. Okay, thank you so much. How about breakout room number 3?
Hello.
Hi there.
So our situation was a mother of a 1-month-old calls her peer counselor. She says breastfeeding is going great and is upset that at her baby's checkup today, the healthcare provider told her she should begin giving her baby vitamin D drops immediately. She does not want to because she believes her milk is all her baby needs for the first 6 months of life. So our open-ended questions for that is, what makes you feel that way? What makes you believe that vitamin D is not beneficial? And what have you heard about vitamin D drops? And then our affirming statements is, great that you are exclusively breastfeeding your baby. So at first we were not sure if she was exclusively breastfeeding, but we're assuming since the doctor says that she should be giving vitamin D drops, she is exclusively breastfeeding.
Yeah.
We here at WIC get really excited about moms who breastfeed. It's great that you're concerned what you're giving your baby. And then for education, we said, we know vitamin D is not coming from breast milk, so we always do recommend vitamin D drops for mothers who are breastfeeding. It's very easy to just put a drop of it on the breast once a day before starting your feeding session. And also saying a lot of us are low in vitamin D and could benefit, and this is not specific to you and your baby.
Yeah. So what kind of yields?
Yes, we said we would yield back to the doctor or the nutritionist.
So yeah. Thank you so much. And did you like the breakout room?
Oh, yes.
So we definitely are going to have to do this more. Thank you so much. So how about breakout room number 4?
Good afternoon. This is Carrie.
Hi, Carrie.
Okay, so we had a scenario where we had a mom that had a 2-year goal for breastfeeding her baby, and she had made it to the 2-year mark, and she had people looking at her with the side eye. I want to know how much longer she planned to do this because they feel uncomfortable with her doing it because the baby's 2 years old. So our open-ended questions was, how long do you want to breastfeed? And tell me more about what they're saying to you and how does that make you feel?
Great.
So those are the open-ended questions. And affirmative statements, we said, congratulations on breastfeeding for 2 years. You're doing a great job. It shows you are an amazing mom, and it's your decision when to wean. And
Fantastic.
the guidance, we said that you can teach a toddler when it's appropriate to feed, and you can schedule your feedings when people are not around to pretty much be in your business. And then our yields were she could probably join a support group with moms that feed older babies. And also she could yield to the breastfeeding peer counselor, the DVE, or the CPA to talk to her more about guidance.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And did you like the breakout room?
Yeah, the breakout room is fine as long as you get your order in place right away. You're good to go. This discussion.
Sounds good. But we're learning as we go. Thank you. Appreciate it. So how
We
about
rely on our extroverts to get that order in place, Carrie.
yes. Okay, so how about breakout room number 5?
Yeah. So our scenario was a mother of a 4-month-old going to her WIC appointment with her grandmother who watches baby when mom is at work. And grandma states that she has been giving baby cereal and the bottles of expressed breast milk to help baby sleep better and to help deal with baby's colic. So the general consensus for open-ended questions was asking mom, what are your thoughts on that? Or how do you feel about that? Affirmations were for mom. It's great that grandma is taking care of baby while you're at work. And also for grandma, like it's wonderful that you're concerned about baby's comfort. Education was just general information on when it's recommended to start giving solids like cereal and what appropriate ways are to give that. And some information for grandma that research shows that giving cereal in a bottle doesn't necessarily help baby sleep better. And yield was to yield mom and grandma possibly to baby's pediatrician for more information on when and how to start giving infant cereal or other solids.
Fantastic. And continued support by the peer counselor.
Yes.
So that is fantastic. And did you like the breakout rooms?
It was okay, but a little awkward.
It does take practice.
Some people were talking through the mic and other people were talking through the chat. So it felt a little disjointed, but I mean, we got the job done.
Well, thank you. So thank you for all of the participation. And there's some things in the chat. Bear with me here for a moment while I catch up on that. And Jennifer adds there per WIC risk criteria, just a reminder, vitamin D is recommended for all infants, and that we as WIC employees cannot suggest that mom look into supplementing herself with vitamin D. That's refer her back to her provider if she asks about that. Yes, definitely talk to her OB or about her taking the supplement. So thank you so much for participating in that. And Denisha, can we start the video?
Was one more tip in the chat, Catherine, that I wanted to acknowledge. Thanks, Heather, for also for the mom that was saying she was afraid she might hurt her baby, talking to her, offering recommendations like who is your support system so that, you know, someone can be with her when she's having those feelings. Thanks for that tip, Heather.
Thank you. I apologize. That was a bump. I didn't see it.
It takes all of us, Catherine.
I appreciate it. Okay, so we can move forward.
Although moms often need frequent contacts in the early days, they require fewer contacts once their baby gets older and mom has grown more confident. Text messages and phone calls are great ways moms may want to reach out to get quick answers to their questions. Postpartum mother support groups can also help moms learn from other mothers and gain continued confidence. Even if things are going well, it can be helpful to make regular contacts throughout the first year of life. Many WIC staff prioritize reaching out to moms around the time growth spurts are expected so they can help moms with anticipatory guidance. The messages moms need during these contacts will be based on their baby's changing needs throughout the first year of life. They might include, breast milk is all a baby needs for the first 6 months of life. Mothers can breastfeed for as long as they and babies wish. Breastfed babies should sleep near their parents on a separate and safe sleep surface. Babies will increase time at the breast for comfort and nutrition during growth spurts. Delay complementary foods until around 6 months of age when babies show signs of developmental readiness. Aim for a healthy diet to improve mother's nutritional status. Nap when baby naps to regain needed rest. This ends the video on talking with moms in the ongoing breastfeeding video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC action journal and turn to the ongoing breastfeeding page. Write down something you want to remember and set another goal of something you want to do with what you learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this video on talking with moms. Turn it into your supervisor along with any other post-tests and worksheets for this video series.
This video is titled Hand Expression. It is part of the overall video series on milk expression. This video addresses ways to express milk, including step-by-step directions for how to manually express milk, as well as information on the benefits of using your hands to express milk. There are several different ways that a mother can remove her milk. The best way is by the baby. When babies are positioned and latched well, they can be very efficient at removing milk. Moms will need to offer the breast between 8 and 12 times every 24 hours to maintain their production. Another effective way to remove milk is by hand. This is an important skill for all breastfeeding women to learn. Not all mothers have handled their breasts before. If moms have not hand expressed before, they might be shy or uncomfortable at first, especially in front of others. With practice, though, most mothers do become more efficient and confident. Some mothers may prefer to use a breast pump to remove milk. This can be very efficient because it can drain one or both breasts at the same time. Pumping takes practice. Moms need to know that their first attempts might not yield very much. Reassure them that pumping gets easier. They will express more milk with practice. If mom seems overwhelmed using a breast pump, she might be more comfortable learning hand expression first. There are many different reasons why a mother might want or need to express her milk. This slide features a few common situations. For example, the baby may not be able to remove milk well because of a tongue tie or another anomaly such as a cleft lip or palate. Perhaps the mother is the one with an anomaly. She might have an inverted nipple that makes it hard for the baby to latch properly to remove milk. The mother might be separated from her baby who is sick or preterm. She might be taking medications that are not compatible with breastfeeding. If the mother is unable to feed her baby directly at the breast, it's important for her to begin expressing milk within the first hour after the birth, if at all possible. She can then continue to breastfeed or express her milk 8 or more times every 24 hours. Sometimes mothers may need to express milk to help build their milk production. The law of supply and demand helps us understand that the way the body makes milk is by frequently removing the milk that is made. In other words, the more milk is removed, the more milk mom will make. If production slows down, mom can often express milk to begin rebuilding it again. A very common reason that many moms express milk is to provide milk for their baby while they are at work or at school. Moms can begin expressing milk by hand or with a breast pump during their maternity leave. Many moms find that a good time to start practicing is in the mornings or another time of day when they tend to have a little more milk. Some mothers prefer to express milk instead of putting their baby to the breast. There can be many reasons that they might wish to do this. Be sure to honor her wishes and provide support to help her reach her breastfeeding goals. No matter what method of milk expression that a mother chooses, Several key steps before expression can help the milk flow more easily. The goal is to elicit a milk ejection reflex, or an MER. An MER occurs when the milk-producing glands in the breast release milk to start flowing through the ducts. There are several key practices that can help elicit that MER. An important first step is to apply warmth to the breast to help relax the breast tissue. Mom can use a warm but not hot wet washcloth or a towel placed over her breasts. After warming the breast, a second key practice is to have the mom massage her breasts to help stimulate milk release. You can use a breast model to demonstrate this simple technique of moving the fingers around the breast in a circular way. Another key practice is to help the mother relax. Relaxation helps release oxytocin, the hormone that releases milk. So mom can play calming music, she can get in a comfortable position, and even do some deep breathing. If you're helping her in the WIC clinic, you want to make sure she feels safe from anyone accidentally walking in on her. You might even give her a baby blanket to cover her breast if she's cold or if she's shy about trying it in front of you. Oxytocin release is a conditioned response. It is automatically released when the baby is latched and suckling. That's why sometimes moms will have an MER and begin leaking when they hear their baby or another baby cry. We can simulate this conditioned response by suggesting that the mother think about her baby. She might want to look at a photo or a video of her baby on her phone. She might even want to record some of her baby's happy noises or cries on her phone. That way she can listen to that before expressing milk. Some moms like to activate an MER by bringing a baby blanket or an article of clothing that has the baby's scent on it. If the mother is still having trouble to get her milk release, she can place her nipple between her thumb and index finger as you see in this photo. She can then gently roll her nipple between her fingers to help release the milk. Hand expression is an important skill for all new mothers to learn. There may be many times that this skill will come in handy. It can help mom remove milk anytime, any place, because her hands are always with her. It doesn't require electricity or pump equipment, and that can be vital if there's a power outage from a snowstorm or thunderstorms or other situations. The first milk that the mother makes is colostrum. This milk is very thick and concentrated compared to mature milk. It's also very small in volume. Hand expression is a great way to remove these very small amounts of colostrum. Mom can express right into a spoon or a medicine cup as you see in this photo. That way it can be given right to the baby. Using the hands to express milk is also a powerful way to release more oxytocin. Oxytocin responds to the senses, including the power of touch. Studies have found that expressing milk by hand helps moms get more milk than using a breast pump in the first few days. Expressing milk by hand is also a great visual cue for moms. When they're able to see the milk that they are expressing, it can boost their confidence. One study found that women find it more comfortable to use their hands to express milk in the early days after their baby is born. When mom's milk volume increases around days 3 to 4, her breasts might feel very full. Some mothers become overly full or engorged. The breast and areola can become very taut and hard. Sometimes the nipple flattens. This can make it hard for the baby to latch. Hand expression can help soften the areola and nipple again. It can also help relieve some of the fullness so that mom is more comfortable. Hand expression can be used throughout the breastfeeding journey to relieve fullness, clogged milk ducts, and other conditions. Finally, hand expression can be used to help entice a baby to latch. Mom can dribble a little expressed milk on her breasts so the baby has an instant reward for latching. She can place her nipple with a few drops of expressed milk between the baby's nose and upper lip. This can arouse the baby's strong sense of smell and taste to encourage latching. When teaching a mother to hand express, use a breast model to show her where to place her fingers on the breast. Mom can follow along with her own breast while you demonstrate. If the mother requires more hands-on assistance, yield to your agency's designated breastfeeding expert, or DBE. Show the mother how to place her fingers around the areola where baby would normally latch. This photo shows the proper placement. Mom can use a C shape to place her thumb on top of her breast at the 12 o'clock position. Her thumb should not cover the areola, but should be at the point where the areola or the dark part of the breast meets the lighter part. Her index finger can now be placed under the breast, opposite the thumb at the 6 o'clock position. Make sure this finger does not cover the areola. It should be where the dark part meets the light part of the breast as well. The rest of her fingers can now fall below her index finger. The mom is now ready to begin moving milk through the nipple. She can press her fingers back toward the chest wall without lifting her fingers from the breast. She can then bring her thumb and index finger together and roll them toward the nipple. She can repeat this process, pressing the fingers back toward the chest wall, bringing the fingers together to roll them toward the nipple. Now she can release the compression. Mom will settle into a routine of rhythmic releasing of the milk. Once the milk appears to flow, Mom can rotate her hands to other areas of the breast to release milk from all of the ducts. In this photo, the mother has shifted her hands from the 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock positions to the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock positions. There are several common mistakes that moms often make that can make it harder for her to express milk. One of the most common mistakes is to squeeze the nipple itself. Milk is not stored in the nipple. Squeezing this sensitive tissue will be painful and it won't get much milk. Another common mistake is to slide the fingers down the breast. While it might sometimes be helpful to massage a plugged duct area, it is not the best way to hand express milk. As long as the milk is flowing, it is not necessary to glide the hands down the breast. This video on hand expression demonstrates the steps in the process.
Hand expression is a great way to express milk. It can be used if mom's breasts are extra full, if she does not have access to an electric breast pump, or she wants to increase her milk production. It is good for all mothers to know how to manually express their milk. When teaching a mother to hand express her milk, it is best to let her do it for herself.
We're going to work on hand expressing, right?
To help her feel more comfortable, show her how by using a breast model. If she needs help, always ask permission before touching her breasts. The WIC designated breastfeeding expert, or DBE, should try putting your hand over the mother's hand first. That way she will be the one touching her own breast, while your hands simply guide hers. Apply a warm compress to the breast first and do some simple massage. This helps the milk flow more easily. Mom should place her fingers well back from the nipple, where the dark part or areola meets the lighter skin. The mom will press her fingers back towards the chest wall, bring her fingers together to compress the breast, and then release the compression. She should not squeeze the nipple itself. Milk is not stored there, and this can be painful. Make sure moms know they should not slide their fingers along the breast as demonstrated here. The fingers should remain in one spot. This mother finds a spot on her breast where milk flows well. The mom will usually see milk spurting from several openings, and it can spray quite forcefully. When the flow slows down, she can rotate her fingers to other quadrants of the breast, so milk is removed from other areas. With just a little practice, hand expression will become easier and easier. To learn more about hand expression, visit the WIC Breastfeeding Essentials Training Program.
If mom plans to feed her express colostrum to her baby immediately, she can use a clean plastic spoon or a medicine cup to collect it. This will help capture the small volume so none of it is wasted. If mom is expressing larger amounts of milk, she can use a clean, wide-mouthed cup or bowl to collect the milk. Remind her that milk might spurt from many openings in many directions, so a wide container will help collect it all. Mom can then pour the milk into storage containers to refrigerate or freeze it to give to her baby later. This ends the video hand expression as part of the milk expression video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the milk expression page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video or something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this hand expression video. Please turn it in with other post-tests and completed worksheets to your supervisor when you have completed it. Welcome to the video Handling and Storing Human Milk in the Milk Expression video series. In this video, we'll look at the guidelines for handling human milk and storing it appropriately. Moms need to know safe ways to handle and store their milk to keep it from spoiling. Before they express milk, they should wash their hands. Unclean hands can transmit viruses and bacteria that cause illness. They should also wash the collection containers they will use, as well as the breast pump parts in hot soapy water or the dishwasher. This helps prevent germs from spreading. Milk can be safely stored in clean glass or BPA-free plastic bottles with a tight-fitting lid. Moms can also use sturdy plastic disposable milk storage bags that seal well for returning to work or school. These should not be used for milk that will be used in the hospital NICU. If mom is collecting milk for a sick or a preterm baby, she can talk with the NICU nurse about the type of containers they want her to use. It's usually best to package human milk in smaller quantities. This can help eliminate waste if the baby only wants a small amount. For healthy full-term babies, moms can store milk in 2 to 4 ounce quantities. For preterm babies, mom can store milk in smaller quantities based on what the hospital has advised them to do. Mom can label the container with the baby's name and the date she collected the milk. Usually, caregivers will use the oldest milk first, as long as it is not past a safe storage time frame. This chart shows the safe ways to store human milk. These guidelines are for healthy full-term babies. As you can see in the chart, milk can be safely stored at room temperature for up to 4 hours. It can be stored for up to 4 days in the refrigerator. If it's stored in the freezer, it's best to use it within 6 months, but it is acceptable to use it if it has been frozen for up to 12 months. Once the milk has been thawed, it should be used within 1 to 2 hours if it's left out on a countertop. Thawed milk can be kept for up to a day in the fridge. It should not be put back in the freezer once it has been thawed. The storage times might vary for sick or preterm babies, so urge moms to check with the hospital or their healthcare provider if they have questions. When preparing milk for the freezer, leave about 1 inch of space at the top. This will give room for the milk to expand. The milk can then be placed in the back of the freezer where it will be coldest. Milk should not be put in the shelves of the freezer door. If mom wants to add fresh milk to a container of frozen milk, she should chill the milk first. When selecting milk to use, always use the oldest stored milk first. A good way to remember it is first in, first out. The milk can be thawed overnight in the refrigerator. If it needs to be thawed more quickly, mom can hold it under lukewarm running water or place it in a container of warm water. Milk should never be thawed in a microwave, as this can break down important nutrients in human milk. It can also create hot spots that could burn the baby. To test the temperature, mom can drop a little on her wrist. It should feel comfortably warm. We can also tell her that the milk doesn't actually have to be warm to feed the baby, unless the baby prefers that. Once the milk is thawed, it should be used within an hour or placed in the refrigerator. If it's placed back in the fridge, it needs to be used within 24 hours of thawing. Mom can discard any milk still left in the bottle within 1 or 2 hours after the baby has finished the feeding. This ends the video Handling and Storing Human Milk as part of the Milk Expression video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Milk Expression page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video, or perhaps something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this Handling and Storing Human Milk video. Please turn it into your supervisor when you've completed it, along with other post-tests and worksheets for this video series. Welcome to this video, Using a Breast Pump in the Milk Expression video series. This video focuses on specific tips to assist WIC participants who wish to use a breast pump to express milk for their baby. Topics include common reasons mothers might use a breast pump and the basic steps to using it. It also discusses ways to support mothers who choose to exclusively pump rather than putting their baby to the breast. Finally, it explores hands-on pumping techniques to increase the amount of milk that mom can make. The USDA Food and Nutrition Service has issued guidance for using breast pumps. The priorities are mothers who are breastfeeding exclusively, babies or mothers who are ill, causing difficulty with adequate milk production, mothers and babies who will be separated due to the baby's hospitalization or the mother's return to work or school, and finally, moms or babies who have temporary breastfeeding problems. Some common reasons moms might request a pump from WIC might be to pump for a premature or ill baby who is unable to feed directly at the breast. The mom might be experiencing low milk production, or perhaps she has the opposite problem and is severely engorged. Maybe the baby is unable to latch due to some sort of anomaly, or the baby can latch, but it's extremely painful. In some cases, moms want to pump exclusively for their own reasons, or they might be returning to work or school and want to express milk while they are away from the baby. Some mothers request a pump because they think it is part of their WIC benefit package. WIC staff should never promise or issue a breast pump to a WIC participant without first assessing their need. The mother will need to meet your state or agency criteria and will need proper instruction on how to use that pump properly. She may also need guidance on how to use the pump within the context of the breastfeeding problem she's dealing with. Staff can connect mom to ongoing support from a peer counselor to address some of the common concerns with using a breast pump. Some mothers prefer to use a breast pump only occasionally. Some directly feed the baby and feed pumped milk for mini feedings. Some prefer to pump exclusively rather than putting their baby to the breast. The baby will get important nutrients and infection-fighting components, no matter how the milk is delivered. The reasons that moms might choose to exclusively pump are varied. Some mothers experience early breastfeeding problems and just feel it's easier to use a pump. Some mothers are shy about breastfeeding in front of others. Other moms want to be able to measure how much the baby is getting. Many moms find it is easier to be away from the baby when needed if they mostly pump. Whatever the mom's reason, WIC staff can praise the mother and support her decision. It's always better to be giving mom's own milk instead of formula when possible. Women who exclusively pump may face issues maintaining milk production long term. Research shows that moms who exclusively pump tend to breastfeed for shorter durations and introduce formula sooner than moms who directly breastfeed. If a mom decides to pump exclusively, yield her to the DBE to help her develop a plan for maintaining her milk production. To support moms who exclusively pump, we can first discuss their breastfeeding goals and how pumping fits with those goals. We can discuss her feelings about breastfeeding and her reasons for pumping. We can also share information about what is involved in exclusive pumping. We can share solutions for how to rest if she feels fatigued and overwhelmed. We can reassure them that they are wonderful mothers, no matter how the baby is getting the milk. We can also connect them to support from other pumping moms or through reliable social media networks. Be aware that a mom's feelings might change throughout her pumping journey. Some mothers regret that they were unable to feed their baby at the breast. Over time, some begin to view the pump as a problem instead of a solution. Moms who are pumping for many weeks for a sick or a preterm baby sometimes experience fluctuations in their production based on how well their baby is doing. Moms might feel discouraged at times. Other moms are grateful for the pump and view it as a welcomed resource. Each mom has unique feelings. We can meet them where they are and affirm their experience. Many moms who exclusively pump find that maintaining their production is an ongoing challenge. We can share tips to help. Remind moms to begin expressing milk as soon as possible after the birth, and explore her willingness to feed the baby directly in the first few days if possible to stimulate her production. Skin-to-skin care can help improve production. Hands-on pumping has also been shown to help. Mom will need to remove milk 8 to 12 times every 24 hours, including at least 1 or 2 sessions at night. When a mom is issued a breast pump, she should be taught how to assemble and use it. Follow your state WIC policy and the directions that are provided by the pump manufacturer. After you explain it to her, ask her to demonstrate the use of the pump to you so you can be sure she fully understands. Remind the mother to wash her hands and the pump parts before pumping. And remember the tips for eliciting a milk ejection reflex that we discussed in the hand expression video in this series. You can use a breast model to show her how to attach the pump flanges to the breast. This photo shows how the nipple should be placed. Notice how the nipple is centered in the middle of the pump flange. That's the horn part of the pump. Leave enough space so the nipple does not rub against the sides of the flange. If there's too much space, the vacuum might not be strong enough to remove milk. The DBE can assist the mother with selecting the proper shield size. Mom can hold the flanges gently, but not too firmly against her breast. If she holds it too firmly, it can block milk ducts, and that can keep the milk from flowing. The electric pump should never be turned on until after the flange is in place comfortably. If the pump has an adjustable vacuum, Mom can begin at a low vacuum and speed, and then increase to her comfort. If pumping is painful in any way, she should turn off the pump. Yield to the DBE to assess her situation. If mom is comfortable, she can pump for around 15 or 20 minutes, or at least until the milk stops flowing. If she's using a manual pump or is pumping one breast at a time, she can use her free hand to massage the breast that is being pumped. This can help increase the milk flow. Once the milk is no longer flowing, she can switch to the second breast. One way to help increase milk production is to continue pumping just a few minutes after the flow stops. She can also increase the number of times each day that she pumps. If the mom is pumping to relieve engorgement, remind her to use the pump to relieve discomfort, but not to empty the breast. Once the mother is through pumping, she should turn off the pump first. Once the motor stops, she can then gently remove the flanges from her breast. Now she can pour the milk she collected into containers to store it. Another way to increase the amount of milk that a mom can pump is to do what we call hands-on pumping. One study found that when a mother combines hand expression and massage with pumping, her overall milk yield doubles compared to pumping alone. With hands-on pumping, mom uses her hands to encourage the milk to flow throughout the pumping session. She can begin by massaging her breast before and during the session, as you see this mom doing. This can stimulate the milk to flow. Mother can also compress her breasts during the pumping session. She can place her hand around her breast in a C shape. She can then gently compress or bring her fingers together. This helps squeeze the milk through the duct. After pumping, the mom can then use her hands to hand express any remaining milk. The touch of her hands helps release oxytocin to release even more milk. This ends the video using a breast pump as part of the Milk Expression video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Milk Expression page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video or something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete this Level 2 post-test for this using a breast pump video. Please turn it in to your supervisor when you have completed it, along with other post-tests and worksheets for this video series. This short video segment, Milk Sharing, is the next video in the Milk Expression video series. This video addresses common questions that new mothers might have about sharing their milk with others. WIC moms often have questions about sharing their milk. This might include the safety of using milk that they obtain from friends or family members. It also includes questions about how to acquire or purchase milk from others they do not know. Casual milk sharing has risen dramatically in the United States in recent years. As more people have become aware of the importance of human milk, questions arise as to the safety of sharing milk between moms. Along with this increased interest is an unregulated industry of purchasing, selling, and trading human milk that has become a public health concern. Studies have shown that milk purchased through the internet is not always safe. It can sometimes be contaminated with disease-causing bacteria, as well as chemicals. Studies have found that in some cases, the milk is even contaminated with cow's milk. The Food and Drug Administration has now issued guidelines for mothers who wish to share milk. According to the FDA, there are risks that might include being exposed to infectious diseases, including HIV. There can also be risks from chemical contaminants from various types of prescription and even illegal drugs. The FDA recommends that mothers consult with their healthcare provider about the safety of using milk from another mother. The FDA also recommends not using milk acquired through the internet from someone you do not know. If the mother wants to use milk donated from someone else, including family members, she can consult her baby's healthcare provider for advice. The mother can also be yielded to the DBE. The DBE can assess the reasons the mother is not able to produce sufficient milk herself and help her establish a care plan to increase her own production if possible. This ends the video Milk Sharing as part of the Milk Expression video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Milk Expression page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this short video or something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you've learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this milk sharing video. Please turn it in to your supervisor when you've completed it, along with other post-tests and worksheets for this video series.
Please have handout pages 109, 111, and 112 ready, please.
This video, Talking with Moms, concludes the Level 2 videos in the Milk Expression series. It focuses on the emotional needs of new mothers who are expressing milk. It also explores ways to use active listening skills to support the mother. Milk expression is not always easy, especially at first. Many moms feel discouraged when they are unable to express much. We can support them by first tuning in to possible feelings they might have. They might be worried about their baby's well-being. They might be frustrated or discouraged. It can also be overwhelming to learn how to express milk at the same time mom is trying to get used to breastfeeding and her new baby. We can praise moms for any amount they are able to express and let them know it usually gets easier with practice. Moms tell us it's easier to learn to pump while the baby's nursing on the other breast. Babies are efficient at getting that milk to flow, and this can make pumping a lot more productive. It might also be easier to learn to pump during a time of the day when the breasts feel fuller. Some moms feel that pumping around the same time each day is also helpful. Active listening skills are a great way to help the mom feel she's being heard. Once she knows you are her partner in this journey, she'll be more likely to share information with you. Let's do a little practice with that. Turn to the handout, Counseling Practice, Milk Expression. This handout is similar to others in the WIC breastfeeding curriculum videos. In the first column, write down as many different types of feelings that you think new mothers might have when they're thinking about expressing their milk. In the middle column, write down an open-ended question you could ask a mom who has that feeling to learn more. In the column on the right, write down an affirming statement that could validate that feeling. You can pause the video now to complete your worksheet. When you are done, resume the video.
So, how's everyone feeling about this? Everybody have their handout ready? So I'm gonna give you some suggestions on what mom might feel, and I'd like to hear some open-ended questions and some affirming statements. So the first one that I'd like you to consider is uneasiness in handling mom's own breasts. For a mom who might feel uneasy handling her own breasts, what kind of open-ended questions would you ask? Feel free to unmute and just call it out if you'd like. Or put it in the chat. What about handling your breasts makes you feel uneasy? Yeah. Tell me more about that. Those are what are some concerns you have? Yeah. So what kind of affirming statements might you offer for this mom? It's normal if this is the first time. Yeah. Anything else? I understand feeling uneasy. Yeah. Perhaps something like many women have never really handled their breasts, so it can feel a little funny at first. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for contributing there. We're gonna start the video and go to the next section.
Open-ended questions can help us determine how moms feel about expressing and handling their milk, as well as the kind of support they might need. A few sample questions are, what have you heard about expressing milk? How do you feel about using a breast pump? What do your family members say? What worries you most about expressing milk? Who is your greatest support? Describe a typical day for you and your baby. Affirmation is our power tool. It helps mothers feel more confident about expressing milk. It can also help a mom feel she's a good mother, especially if she is feeling overwhelmed or feels she has failed somehow. The best affirmations tune into those feelings that you've identified. A few examples might be, wow, you are really working hard to make this work. Or you could say, what a gift you are giving your baby. An affirmation any mother loves to hear is, your baby is lucky to have a mom who cares this much. Or even, I can tell how much you love your baby. Another good affirmation is, most moms worry about pumping enough milk, and this can help her feel she's not alone in her concerns. We can also praise her by saying something like this, you should be proud, Mom. You're doing a great job. Let's put it all together now in some practice scenarios. Turn to the worksheet, Counseling Role Plays, Milk Expression. There are several scenarios listed in this worksheet. For each situation, think about what you think a new mom might be feeling in that situation, and then identify how you might approach it based on your role in WIC. What open questions would help you learn more? How would you affirm this mom? And what information based on what you've learned in this milk expression videos could you share with her?
So we're only going to do one situation, but I urge supervisors to hold on to the other ones and utilize those in staff training throughout the year. You can utilize any of these materials. So in this situation, it is the mother of a preterm baby received a multi-user electric breast pump from WIC. She has been pumping for 4 weeks and called WIC today to report that her supply is going down. She wonders how much longer she'll be able to keep up with what her baby will need. What kind of open-ended questions might you ask in this situation? What are your thoughts? Got any open-ended questions for this mom? Maybe something like, tell me more about how much you are expressing right now compared to when you started. Tell me about your pumping routine. What does your pumping schedule look like? Yeah. Any other thoughts on that? How about how are you resting and taking care of yourself during this time? Yeah, so has anyone assessed your flange size to make sure that you're utilizing the right size flange? Absolutely. What about how often are you able to go to the NICU to hold your baby skin to skin? Yeah. So what kind of affirming statements might you offer this mom? Who has a preterm baby and is very worried because her production has slowed down. What kind of affirming statements could you have for her? It's great that you're pumping milk for your baby in the NICU. Yeah. Any other affirmations? You're an amazing mom. This must be so hard to not have your baby at home with you right now. So let's go on to education and anticipatory guidance real quick. Just give me one. What would you do? Actually, somebody else already did. One breast may really be an overachiever, the other one not so much, and this is totally normal. What kind of yields would you provide in this situation? DBE and continued peer counselor support. Yep, absolutely. So thank you so much for participating. I really appreciate it. And we're going to start the video again.
When moms are expressing milk, find out their goals for both breastfeeding and expressing milk. You can help them explore options for making the process go easier. You can also yield them to the DBE when they're facing challenging problems or need to express because of a medical situation. A mother who receives a pump from WIC will need follow-up to see how pumping is going and if the mom is having any challenges. Once things are going well, peer counselors can provide continued contacts periodically to encourage her. If mom begins experiencing a decline in her production, yield her to the DBE to assess and follow up. Moms who are expressing milk need consistent messages to help them feel confident. So some key takeaway points that most moms need to hear are expressing milk takes time and patience to learn. Another important message, relaxing will help the milk to flow. Hands-on pumping techniques can increase the amount of milk mom is able to express. Moms should use an appropriate breast pump and correct flange size for their situation. The DBE can assist with this. Finally, moms should get help if milk expression is painful or is not going well. We can also reassure moms they're doing a great job. We can continue encouraging her and let her know that expressing milk is worth it because it's making a difference in her baby's life. This ends the video Talking with Moms as part of the Milk Expression video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Milk Expression page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video or something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post-test for this Talking with Moms video. Please turn it into your supervisor when you've completed it, along with other post-tests and worksheets from this video series.
There are a variety of reasons why new mothers might be separated from their babies. This video, Reasons for Separation, is part of the Mother-Baby Separation video series. It explores some of the most common reasons moms might be separated, how moms might feel about the separation, why continued breastfeeding is so important in each of these situations, and how to support them. One reason moms might be separated is that the mother is too ill to be able to breastfeed or care for her baby. Mothers who are too ill to breastfeed may have conflicted feelings. For example, they might feel too sick or uncomfortable to consider expressing milk for the baby. They might feel sad at their loss of control. They might worry that they will make their baby sick. They might also be frustrated if the hospital staff in the unit where they are placed is not familiar with how to support breastfeeding. Breastfeeding can usually continue when the mother is ill or hospitalized unless she is physically incapable of holding her baby or has an illness that can be transmitted to her baby. The mother's healthcare provider will, of course, determine if it is safe for her to breastfeed or express milk. If she is able to express milk, it'll keep her breast from becoming painfully full and engorged. The baby can then continue to receive the benefits of mom's milk, even though she is not physically present to feed the baby directly. Many mothers find that expressing milk helps them feel they can do something important for their baby at a time when they might not feel they are in control. One of the most important ways to support a mom who is ill is to praise her for any amount of breastfeeding she is able to do and affirm her even if she feels she cannot breastfeed at all. If she does not feel she can breastfeed or express milk, share ways she can keep her breasts comfortable. If she is able to express milk, encourage her to share her wishes with her healthcare provider and hospital staff. If she is in the hospital, suggest she ask the hospital staff to alert the lactation team for help. If she needs specialized lactation assistance while hospitalized, encourage her to contact the hospital lactation consultant. Beyond her hospital stay, you can yield her to your WIC-designated breastfeeding expert, or DBE. When the baby is the one who is ill, moms can have a wide range of fears and worries about the baby's well-being. When the baby is sick or hospitalized, the mom might also be anxious about medical equipment and procedures and may be sad if she is apart from the baby. She may be exhausted with the trips to the hospital to be with the baby, and that can affect her ability to feel confident handling the routine demands of pumping. There are many reasons for the mother to continue breastfeeding a sick or compromised baby. In most cases, breastfeeding is preferred for sick or compromised infants. Infection-fighting ingredients in human milk can be vitally important to help a sick infant battle infection and disease. It's important to affirm mom's worries and concerns and praise her for any amount of breastfeeding or milk expression she is able to do. If she is unable to feed her baby directly at the breast, encourage her to begin expressing milk as soon as possible. Mom will need a quality breast pump to remove milk regularly. You can also remind mom that it is normal for the amount she pumps to vary based on how well her baby is doing. Some moms will experience a temporary decline when baby is not doing well and see a rebound once the crisis is over. Hands-on pumping can also help her remove her milk. You can also suggest mom hold her baby skin to skin if the healthcare provider agrees it is okay with the baby's condition. Once mom is home from the hospital, yield her to the DBE for additional assistance as needed. When a baby is premature, the mother might be separated for many weeks, depending on the baby's gestational age. The mother might feel emotional ups and downs while the baby's in the hospital. She might feel relief at times that the baby is being cared for by medical experts. She might be anxious about her baby. She might even have fears that her baby may not survive. She may feel frightened about the medical equipment and tubes that keep her baby alive. She might also feel sad that she was unable to carry the pregnancy closer to term. Preterm babies need their mother's milk to fight infections while they are fragile and continuing to grow and develop. The milk a mother makes for a preterm baby is actually very different from full-term milk. Preterm milk has higher amounts of fat, protein, growth factors, certain minerals, and infection-fighting ingredients. Studies show that preterm babies who receive their mother's milk have greater brain development and are less likely to have dangerous infections that are common with preemies. There are many things a mom can do to feel close to her baby while her baby is in the hospital. She can hold her baby skin to skin once baby is stable. This helps stabilize the baby and helps him to develop better. She can also express her milk to be fed to the baby. This can help her feel empowered as she contributes something that is so vital to her baby's survival and well-being. Mom can do what no piece of medical equipment can do. To support the mother of a preemie, always affirm her worries and concerns and praise her for any amount of milk she is able to express for her baby. Encourage her to express milk as soon as possible, right after the birth. As with moms of a sick infant, mothers who are pumping for preemies often see fluctuations in the amount of milk they are able to express, depending on how well the baby is doing, so you can prepare her for that. Encourage her to do hands-on pumping to increase her production and hold her preemie skin to skin when the hospital says baby is ready. You can also yield to your DBE if the mom is experiencing milk production problems. Returning to work is one of the most common reasons moms might be apart from their baby. Balancing motherhood with a job and a personal life can be challenging for any woman. WIC mothers who return to work can face even greater challenges. Some job settings are not so easy to express milk in, and moms might feel overwhelmed and exhausted with the demands of work and home. Moms might also feel sad or guilty about leaving their baby. They might feel fulfilled and happy they are back at work. There are many reasons to continue breastfeeding once mom is back at work. Babies, of course, are less likely to become ill and need antibiotics, and that means parents are less likely to have to miss work to take care of a sick child. For moms, expressing at work can be relaxing, forcing mom to take a break from her busy work life and allow relaxation hormones to flow. It's also a great way to feel connected to the baby, even though they must be apart. It can also save money for the family and for the mother's employer. Let's watch a video produced by the United States Department of Health and Human Services Office of Women's Health. This video features moms who work at a Goodwill Industry store in Indianapolis, Indiana. As you watch this video, listen for the types of support you feel these women valued most as they return to work.
Respect and helping people get a second chance in life is the centerpiece of the Goodwill Industries mission. One Indiana store extends that mission to their nursing employees. A storage room gives privacy to express milk, and communication between employees and manager results in a relaxed, stress-free environment that works for everyone.
We give jobs to people who normally wouldn't get jobs. And that's awesome. We give them the second or third chance to start their life all over again.
I'm grateful for my manager here at Goodwill because he gave me the opportunity to breastfeed without hesitation.
It actually went very well. Brandon actually came to me when I was pregnant and asked if I would be breastfeeding when I returned to work after maternity leave.
I just asked her, I said, hey, are you going to need a place to breastfeed while you're working here?
And I told him that I'd planned on it. He asked me how I wanted to go about still doing that while I was at work. He already had a plan in mind when he came to me with the question. And he said we could use the supply closet and that I could use my lunch breaks or my other breaks or even take extra breaks if I needed them.
Whenever they needed to pump or anything, they went to the supply closet. We made a sign, put it on the outside of the closet. The closet locks from the inside, so no one could get in.
I was actually sort of relieved that he asked the question before I had to bring it up because it was something I was thinking about. I didn't know how to ask him or tell him that I want to still breastfeed and that I wanted to be at work. I didn't know how to go about bringing up the conversation, so I was very relieved that he brought it up first and he found a professional way to do it.
Just knowing that my work supported me, I have dedication to here now. It's a really hard process sometimes, breastfeeding. So any support is really helpful.
It didn't affect my day-to-day operations at all.
If I didn't have the support from work, I don't think I would have been able to breastfeed for a year. and my baby would have missed out.
Without goodwill and without Brandon and support of my other team members, I would not have been able to breastfeed as long as I did.
As you saw, there were many types of support these women valued. WIC staff also provide support. We can share information about federal and state laws. Many moms are not aware of their rights to express milk at work. We can urge them to talk with their supervisors during their pregnancy so plans can be put into place. Remind moms to breastfeed exclusively while they are home with their baby to get their milk production off to a great start. Encourage moms to connect with other working breastfeeding moms. If moms need help expressing milk or experience problems with their production, we can yield her to the DBE. Some WIC moms are separated from their baby because they are returning to school. Again, moms might have varied feelings. They might be anxious to keep up with their studies. They might feel proud of their decision to continue their education. They might be envious of friends and want to return to their usual activities. They might feel exhausted, especially if they are not able to take a long maternity leave. They may also feel shy about talking about their needs with school officials. Or they might feel overwhelmed with the demands of caring for a baby and school requirements. Despite the challenges, it's very important for students to continue breastfeeding if they can. It helps the mother recover from pregnancy faster, especially if she is not able to take a long maternity leave. It can help her feel empowered, caring for her baby, and even help build a sense of responsibility. For the baby, of course, the health benefits are significant. When baby is healthier, it means the mother will be less likely to need to miss classes to take care of a sick baby. Breastfeeding women returning to school need a lot of extra support. For example, some high schools may not allow students to take a long maternity leave, and students might be afraid they will be penalized or might not be able to graduate on time. Even college students can be anxious, as their professors might not be comfortable with extended leave from classes. You can encourage the mother to talk with a trusted teacher or a school counselor about her desire to breastfeed and express milk at school. We can praise her for breastfeeding, even if it is only when she is able to be with the baby. If she needs help expressing milk or her production declines, you can refer her to the DBE. Moms might want or need to be away from the baby for short periods. As with other separation situations, moms can have varied feelings even when leaving the baby for a short period. They might be excited and relieved to get a much-needed break. They might feel guilty for wanting to be away or worry how the baby will do when they are not together. They might also be anxious over the logistics of expressing milk and introducing a bottle to the baby. It is usually easy to manage short separations from the baby. Breastfeeding is comforting for the baby, so the reconnection can be very sweet. We can assure moms that breastfeeding can easily continue even when mom plans to be away for short periods. It helps to plan ahead. Mom can express milk before she leaves, so the caregiver will have something to feed the baby. You'll want to follow your agency's guidelines for providing breast pumps to moms who want to be away from the baby occasionally. If she's going to be gone longer than 2 or 3 hours at a time, suggest she bring a manual pump or use her hands to express milk. This will help prevent fullness and help her maintain her production. This ends the video, Reasons for Separation, as part of the Mother-Baby Separation video series. Please take a few moments to pull out your WIC Action Journal and turn to the Mother-Baby Separation page. Write down something you did not know before viewing this video, or something you want to be sure and remember. Set at least one goal of something you will do with what you have learned. Please complete the Level 2 post test for this Reasons for Separation video. Please turn it into your supervisor when you have completed it.
All righty, thank you all for hanging with us for a few more moments. For those of you who have a hard stop at this time, this ends our day 2. For those of you who want to stick around and just look at the end of the day, a song that's available to you, feel free. Other than that, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow promptly at 9 o'clock. There'll be another special treat if you log in early. So we thank you for what you do, and we appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Hey, super babies on board! Yay! Woohoo! This is a breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms who can share her daily chores so she can breastfeed for long. Where's your kid, dude? I don't know. Mom breastfed me. What about the others? What do you mean? It takes more than just mom to make a super baby. This is a breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. This is a breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. Here's our first verse for Dad. Dad, we know what you add to our lives and moms with your big comfy arms. When you help mom rest and give us a cup, when you change that nappy, put your love to work. For the more mom breast, the more she breastfeeds me. Dad, it also takes you to make me a super baby. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. Help our moms. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. Moms, friends on center stage now. Take a big kiss and take a bow. Thank you so much for all those heart-to-hearts when you told mom she's on the right path. All that bonding and those coffees and those girls' days out. Help mama forget about her self-doubts. For the better mom feels, the more she breastfeeds me. It also takes you to make me a super baby. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. Help our moms. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms.
Dear darling grandmas, you've always been the best. When you tell us your stories and let our moms rest, we get it, grandma, and here's a big hug for showing us your love and looking after mom.
For the stronger mom stays, the more she breastfeeds me. It also takes you to make me a super baby. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. Help our moms. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms.
This one's for you, boss, the real dude boss. For making the office so mom friendly. We think of you as part of the family. Yeah, you're more than a boss, a true blue leader. You help moms work and also breastfeed us.
For the less you stress her, the more she breastfeeds me.
It also takes you
To make me a super baby.
This is a breastfeeding song that you gotta sing along. Please pass along, spread the word and make it count. All you people get together, make it better for our mothers. You gotta be a big deal, cause the
Listen up, papas, grandmas, uncles, aunties, bosses, people, everybody. It takes you all to make a super baby. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. And share her daily chores so she can breastfeed for long. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms. Awesome. This is a breastfeeding song. Breastfeeding song for those who help our awesome moms.
All right, thank you all so much. This ends day 2. We will see you soon.